Well, hello and welcome, everybody. We are live and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm happy you are here. We already have several people I see that have been waiting for us. So thank you, Dennis and Carol Ann, for already being here to welcome
Carol,
us.
our faithful Carol.
Carol Ann, she's our cheerleader. She
Yeah.
really
Now
is.
she's
I
already.
invited her to be on the show, and she said, not at this time, but maybe later. She's going to, stay on the sidelines and help keep an eye on the comment section for us. So
Always wonderful
thank
to
you
have
for
you.
that
appreciate
post
that.
earlier, Carol. I really needed to hear that. So,
Oh,
for you listening. But yeah,
yes.
that
Right.
was,
Oh, I didn't even see that yet. Really? Okay.
yeah, I
I've been
think
so
it pertains
busy.
to all of us here, and the
Sure.
stuff we've been
I
dealing with
know she
lately.
is like very supportive, and I see that she has sent us a donation first and foremost. So, wow, thank you, Carol Ann. Really, that it helps
Yeah,
Early
out.
I
happy
don't know if you
holidays.
realize, but I cashed up to you something for Sam. I don't know if you haven't responded.
Yeah, I have to
But I
call
just
Cash App. I'm having trouble logging in, so
okay.
I have not seen it yet. If you have sent a
Yeah, but
Cash App to
I know
everybody,
time is of the essence with
uh
Christmas
huh.
and all, but just to
Right.
just, just to let you know,
When did you send it, Jesus?
I sent it like 4 days ago.
I didn't even see it then. I have
It's
not
on
been able to log
Stay
in.
Love Forever, so I know it's
Right. Okay. I will be
just
on that.
so just let me know because I
I
know we
will.
deal with a lot of weird stuff, but just
Yeah.
putting my my little grain of salt for the kids and Sam. So
Yay,
Sure.
thank you very much.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
uh,
And yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm here with this is Jesus Marquez
hello
and
everybody.
Samuel Hofman. I think most of you already know, but I just want to introduce everybody.
I got
And
a new cough drop on deck. I got out my Ricola. I just thought I'd
okay.
joke about that. I mean, cough drops.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm
I'm going
glad
to
you
try not to choke on them again tonight. The other night I swallowed one while talking.
I know. Close call.
I love that picture in the background. I think that's a way more realistic picture
Oh,
of
yeah.
Oh
what
yeah, isn't it?
Yeah,
things
right
are.
Uh-huh.
now, especially with
Let's see if I can.
I saw a bunch of pictures today where Saturn proper is literally blocking
Whoops.
out Nibiru, and
That
Saturn's
is
yellow
cool.
moon is just huge, and the really cool
Oh,
light and all the cutoff, and it's doing this weird, odd light pinch rainbow halo thing I've never quite seen like that before. So, and then of course I got some more shots with the shield plate slash push plate of Saturn's yellow moon pushing into our upper atmosphere, and really cool stuff all week long.
Hi, Michelle.
I was going to say, it looks like
So
Jillian is
Jillian's
going to
joining us.
join us. Yeah, I've sent her invites just in case. It's like, I don't know, 1 or 2 in the morning where she is, but she's a
What, now
night
you can't
owl.
go to sleep, Jillian? Oh, no,
She's a night owl, like Carol Ann is too. Carol Ann and I visit till 3 in the morning usually. So,
Hello,
but hi,
Jillian.
here, I
Jillian.
thought it was just me not sleeping.
Hello.
Hi.
No, not
We,
sleeping.
I see Michelle. Hi, Michelle and Katie Joe.
Joe, hi, Kate.
Oh
And
God, my tablet's not even
yeah, good
working
evening,
yet.
everyone. I love it too. And we have Dennis. And I saw, well, actually, Dennis was our first commenter this evening. So that was nice to see. And
Actually, Dennis was our first commenter this evening.
well, you know what's going
I
on,
think,
don't we?
Jillian, I think you have your volume too high and you're chirping out.
Yeah, I'm trying to put it off. Hang on.
You did this. I'm not
Jillian, I
gonna
think
be
your
too hard.
volume.
Do that before you come on the show. I had my own technical difficulties when I came on. I didn't have my stuff plugged in, and then it wouldn't take me right away.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Me
you just
too.
fell over.
I had my own too. So it's been like one of them days. And let's see who else. I think I'm all caught up. Everybody's been addressed. So we had some
Whoa,
good
what a wonderful
pictures
week,
for everybody this evening. Because it's funny. Sam called me earlier today and he wanted to send me some pictures to share tonight and some older things that a lot of people have not ever seen. Even there's some I've never seen. And
Oh wow, cool.
I thought it was interesting because right before that, I went through my Google
We can do
photos
both,
and
you know, whatever
videos
you want to do.
and say what, Sam?
We can do whatever you. I mean, it's up to you what you want to
No,
post.
well, what I
We
was
can
going to
do some of
say
mine
was
and some of yours.
yeah, we'll do both. But
Okay, well,
you
well,
wanted
yeah,
to.
we probably will. Hey, by the way, we set a new record on Saturday.
Yeah, I saw that. I've been
Yes.
working.
What, 9 hours?
I've been working my
hours.
way through that, but it's
And we
That
ought to
was
have our heads
crazy.
examined. I tell you.
That
you
was
know.
like working overtime that day.
it was quite the marathon.
Yeah, I could. You know, I'm sitting there watching it tick by, and it actually felt like about 3 hours to me, and we did triple that. You know.
Oh boy.
You
Because
know.
I
So, yeah.
usually our goal is usually 5 hours. I've noticed that's consistent.
Well, yeah,
you know.
originally
And
I don't, you know, I was thinking we'd originally do like 3 or something like that, and then we
Yeah.
just have never ever been able to slow down long enough and get enough topic talked about even to wind down and have our little phone conversation, so to speak. You know, even though yes, this is a podcast because there are people listening to us live. And we will include you guys out there as much as we can. But I mean, I think we all get lost in the facts of like just a normal conversation for us, oh, hey, how are you? That kind of thing.
Time flies. It really
I
does.
hope we're going to see. Are we going to see those fine photos you were talking about of the, from the olden days as well as the Saturn ones?
They're loaded.
Gotta see.
Yeah.
I sent picture to Sam earlier on today about what I saw.
Right. Well, what I was going to say was, he wanted to show these older pictures. And then right before that, I worked on downloading some of my older videos, like the older stuff. And I thought it was just kind of funny how we both had the same kind of idea about looking at some older things.
Yeah. So. Well, we've been going through some people that are, I'm gonna coin a new phrase, or it's an old phrase, but it crossed my mind today. We've been hearing from the Peanut Gallery.
Oh yeah.
And the Peanut Gallery has made comments as to, well, all you ever show is drawings. And anybody that knows Rebecca and her fine work, her countless hours of effort of taking drawings and matching sky scenes that match over time after time for many, many years, that's not all she's showing. And the Peanut Gallery has numerous other comments that are unfortunately of the armchair quarterback scenario versus any actual study, because it's seemingly that they're willing to listen to the negative rather than actually do their own homework. And for that, I pity them. And now we can move on.
Yeah. There's just no
and that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Right. There's just no
we're exhale.
Understanding. There's just hard. Don't understand it.
It's because their brains are peanuts.
Stuff, Rebecca. I sorry, it's always last minute, but I'm sending you a few things as well. I don't know.
That's fine. No problem.
I don't feel so guilty.
I'm telling hi to the people we
we're
have
bombing her with stuff, but always late. Here I do. Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah, and
I want to do it sooner.
I'm still not able to get TikTok joined in. I mean, I've jumped through so many hoops, and I was emailing my contact with TikTok today to try to get this solved. So eventually we'll be able to have everybody in the same comment section, which would be great for me and for them, but right now we have Kelly and Patrice with us over on TikTok. So I just want to say hi to them. So they're usually they usually follow and watch our lives. So I'm appreciative.
Yeah. The other day when I was walking the laundry up and down, I seen all these pictures. I've just sent them now.
Oh, and hi, Thunder. I got to say it right.
Hi, Thunder.
Thunder is with us, and Dawn. Hi, Dawn.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to find out where I went wrong.
Gators. Gators is with us. So hi, Gators.
There, I sent pictures. I'm back. Sorry.
You're fine.
Photo bomb.
Let's go ahead, and you want to start with your pictures, Sam?
Whatever you'd like to do is fine with me.
Okay, because let's start with what you sent
I'm
me
only here for the
first.
ride.
And right, we can show some of there's like 40, so we'll show some and maybe
I sent you 61.
I didn't even know so many.
okay. Well, I'll double check then.
Can't wait. Come on, I want to see these
I know,
pictures.
right?
Remember, I sat there while we were on. I think
I
we
do
were on the
remember
phone
you
at the time, and I was counting
thought
them
it was
while I was
40
on the phone.
something. I thought I heard you say 40, but I
It
did
was
like
then.
all
Maybe
I
it was
counted
40 then.
61. I was surprised to hear. I thought I'd
61.
sent you about 25, and I counted, and there was 61. It's like, oh,
Okay.
okay, and I could have kept going, but
I'll
and
find the others.
let's explain to people who are new. We've been collecting pictures, God, since probably 2011ish is when I started really starting to save pictures. And I was viewing them, and we were running them on Montana Skywatcher as well, but I didn't save that many pictures. I saved a few that I thought were really cool, et cetera, et cetera. And then we lost numerous computers throughout the history of the site. And then we have many, many pictures coming from, 14, 15, 16 and stuff that we've got in files. And here, these are pictures from my old file where they're not in files. They're just stacked up from their original documented computer picture number. So they're all randomly at the top of this one major file. And I use them from occasion here and there, but these were 61 of just the top, 1/5 of that empty stacked up file that I rarely use.
Right. You said that these were like the pictures you were sending me were just not filed. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah. They weren't in,
just
an attributable,
around.
all the ATU pictures. I have a file for ATUs and I have a file for Uris and I have a file for Nibiru, but I also have a running ABC catalog file that's all laid out from 2018 to date. So.
Oh, wow. That's pretty organized. Mine's not that organized. They're doing good just to get in a file, period. Right.
And a large enough computer that can hold. I have a lot of room.
That's nice. I don't know how much room I have left on my computer, but my old phone, I had, I want to say like 20,000 pictures. I don't know how it barely ran because it was so full, but I couldn't bear to part with them. And I don't know.
Did you manage to save them?
No. Not all
it's tragic, isn't it? Because
it's
the pictures are like your babies,
it is. It's happened a couple of times where I've lost, I'm sure more than a couple, but a couple in the last year. But
and then we had a lot of videos that we lost. The Understanding the Sky series, most of it was lost. I still have edition 1, believe it or not.
How many?
Anyway,
do you think
go ahead.
How many videos do you think there was?
Oh, well, it was about 2.5 years worth of work, and I think we were putting out darn near at least once a month, if not almost every other week. We were putting out a lot.
Yeah.
We were in the 30s or 40s.
Some dozens of videos.
Yeah, but far better shows, of course, are the just the basic online over the phone interviews, talking to Radio Wasteland. Now, granted, I have
sure the art is just the basic online over the phone interviews, talking to Radio Wasteland.
We got feedback. Is that you again, Jillian?
Yeah, it went on again. I have to put it off. It puts itself back on after 5 minutes. It's like one of my things for work.
Your feedback looping through your microphone because your volume's too high.
Yeah, now it's in.
All right. Well, his is the first one Sam sent me today.
Good old original lines and beautiful markings of planet Uri. And this, of course, is approximately 2013. One of the earliest, smallest shots of Uri. And over the years, as she got bigger and bigger and bigger, we found out that, this has matched and matched and matched all the way up until she was so huge and right beside us, which she currently is, and going over from the eastern sky to the northeastern sky regularly now. And we're seeing underneath her for most of the day, and she's massive. I don't know how many times we've matched this stripe pattern. And if you look, you can sort of see through the the side edges in like 3 different places on the side of Uri where the rings aren't uniform and they're kind of sunken in where you can see through them on the sides. And we've seen that countless times, and we've got matching pictures all the way through, 2015 all the way up to date, matching this over and over again.
Yeah, I got a picture in Park City that matches this pretty much exactly the same stripe pattern, same everything. Mine was midday, so it looks more blue, as we tend to see in midday. But this used to be more in the afternoon, so you kind of get more of those darker colors, So, but basically the same.
In early 2012, when we were first seeing Nibiru and Saru come up into the northern hemisphere, where we could see it up here, it was visible far sooner than that on the southern hemisphere and in Antarctica. Excuse me. And when we got a view of the first arrival of Uri was very small and very surprisingly small. And 2012 even, and you could see her better than you could see Saru or Nibiru, except they were the dark exception on the entire horizon because they were so big, so fast way back then, even. And then all of that changed over time as well, and then went through the right, left spin spiral spin shit that we went through in the early years of trying to document all of this stuff. And yeah, in this shot, she's very, very small. But I started out with that picture because it's literally up on the top of this empty file, or the stacked up file that's not cataloged.
Here's a more recent picture of Uri just to compare. That's a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah, and Uri is there's another, and that,
yeah, that's
12,
really good.
3, 23, And
there was one other one I was gonna.
There's
one I can't find, but
we've also documented the asteroids underneath Uri, and she's a gas giant and connected to Attu and Attu's moon. And in this shot, of course, Attu and Attu's moon are above the photographer and not being filmed, but they're connected. Yes, that close. Yes, that big. And
yeah.
We have documented this, and there's tons of naysayers out there, going whatever this, that, and the other thing, and it's just terribly sorry if you don't see this, and there it again. You're seeing the shadowing in the blue in the upper left corner, and there it is again. And it may not always look the same, and it changes, but it doesn't go away.
Same location.
It's showing up in everything all the time. And this is what we've documented and how we've documented from worldwide submissions from the last decade. So,
right, yeah, these right here, these red-looking ones, those are all just in the last, like I said, couple of weeks. So
this is like a week old, I think.
All right, let's move on. Let's see. Go back to
maybe 2 weeks, but
right, not far. No, and there is a question.
Current.
Astrophobia. Hi there. They say, are these planets' sizes compared to the gas and ice giants of our solar system? Are they bigger or smaller than our planets?
Boy, that's a hard. It's hard to actually call, but we know that Uri is quite large. And oddly and surprisingly, we believe Attu is also a gas giant, even though it's got angled. It's not laterally horizontally plane stripes. They go down at a weird odd angle, but we believe them to be gas giants because of their stripes and asteroid that orbit underneath them, et cetera, and Attu's moon, blah blah blah. I think Uri is comparable to probably Saturn or Jupiter. I mean, I haven't looked at a diagram to see which one. I think Jupiter's bigger than Saturn. But it's been a few years since I looked at that, so I'm not absolutely certain. I haven't done the planet sizes video for a very long time, which I also recommend people do on YouTube. Could do comparable sizes of the planets, and then they'll lead you out into space and show you how tiny we actually are. Anyway, off topic. Yeah. So move on to the next picture. They're gas
all right. I was going to say hi to Audrey real quick.
Oh my goodness, Audrey.
Audrey
Hi,
is here
Audrey.
from South Africa. It's 3:20 in the morning.
What are you
and
doing
she's
awake?
ready to get her day going. Well, I sleep
Kinda
about
like
5 hours too. About
Yeah,
5
but we
hours
sleep
a
at
night.
Glad
weird
you're here.
times when your body lets you. It's like, oh, all right, I need to sleep now.
Yeah, you're right. A lot
Yeah,
of
I
us
got
I've
up the
noticed
other day
are
at
night
3 o'clock
owls
in the morning.
too. So,
Three's like a
Yeah,
common time for a lot of us.
here's when in 2012, and you can see it's typed in on the water here. And look at the refraction in the water also, because you can see the white object, which is Uri, which is how small Uri was at first, and compared to Nibiru and Saru. So, I mean, these are large water type planets. I do not know how big Uri is versus Saturn or Jupiter because I haven't got them standing next to each other to do a comparison. And then you always have to worry about proximity to each other because what you can assume, like for years, I'm sure that Rebecca assumed that Nepesity was huge, correct?
oh right. Yeah, I was really very surprised when I realized how much smaller it is compared to like Uri and Atu or
Right, and
Nibiru.
we're going to be seeing that here in a few pictures here, and we'll add to it.
Like,
Yeah, this is the original, and Saru is on the left, and it's kind of a light blue green, and you can see this, and this is in the early years, and people don't realize that we've been doing this for a very long time. So we've been watching them, and we've been cataloging all this information, and which is where the story and all this information came from. I mean, we didn't just, as I say all the time, we didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. And why and how we can do and say what we say with the drawings and the comparables, not just the drawings, and this is, and we do the drawings for everybody so that it's a quick, fast way to get a reference point on what's on what side of the sun at this current time. And this is why we put out a monthly site drawing.
you may put your drawings up.
There's a cool picture. It's a very cool picture.
Yeah, and you just got to look in the water and you can actually see,
Yeah, you could see Uri's reflection there. Oh, the size difference between Uri and Nibiru was.
I was going to say, would you say? Sorry, Jesus. I mean, I was just going to say, would you say Nepicity and Isatum are comparable in size?
I believe the Saturm's way bigger. And you'll see a comparison.
That blows my mind.
By the way, speaking of Nepicity and Isatum, you are looking at Saru, and Nepicity and Isatum are underneath Saru in this shot. Where exactly Isatum is, I cannot tell you, but that little green dot is planet Nepicity underneath.
Oh, wow.
Saru. Yeah.
Oh, wow, look at that.
We've got pictures of that coming
Saru
up as well.
Is just, okay,
huge.
So which one is the biggest?
Nibiru. Saru is huge. It's got that really bright, very thick illuminated base cloud. And this was 2011 when we first started seeing Saru, because Nibiru was on the right-hand side at the time as it came above into the view of the northern hemisphere. And then Saru came in, and she started doing these bottom glows, which were just phenomenal. And we've got other pictures of that going back years. And then we saw the punch clouds started happening at that time. So, and people just got to understand what a punch cloud actually is.
I'll get some pictures. Yeah, that's something else I don't remember as a young person is punch clouds at all. That wasn't a norm. And it is
an object pushing in our atmosphere from above.
I saw a meteorologist, a video of a meteorologist trying to explain what was causing it.
It's like if you throw a rock on the pond and it has pond scum, and you all of a sudden you have a hole where that rock went in.
Yeah, he was trying to say it was like 3 airplanes because it was 3 punch holes. Which probably were asteroids.
Oh yeah, they're gonna, they're even if they're not intelligent enough or they're intentionally lying, they're gonna say, well, it's probably this because people do not anticipate to have planetary things that close.
Dragging by.
That is kind of square.
I know. That's some examples of what a punch hole cloud look like, and they can be caused by most anything other planetary, planets, moons, asteroids, crafts, all of those things can create this.
Etc.
So Katina, hi Katina, and she's wondering where in the sky is Uri, December 2023. Where is it located now?
It's on the left-hand side of the sun. And I've got to step away to cut pizza. I'll explain it here first, and then I'll step away.
Go ahead. I'll pull up I'll pull up your drawing.
Yeah. Okay. Just don't go razzing through these pictures too quickly.
I know. I'll wait for you.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. He told me today. I need to slow
I'd love
down.
to
He said.
see one of them ring things of Saru's bum. That I would like to see. Can't wait.
Me too. You said Saru? Is that what you said? Saru?
Yeah, I want to see that glowing pole thing of Saru. Wait for that one.
Right. So here is the most recent drawing, and like you said here, it's been to the left of our sun for many years, and Sam says that they can flop sides about every 3 years.
I just wonder if it was Uri that I saw that time when I saw something, but that was on the right side of the sun. Has Uri ever been on the right side of the sun?
It has.
Yeah, well, we just saw that picture.
We'll look at pictures here in a little bit. We'll see pictures.
That was Uri on the right side.
Was it? Yeah. So that it's quite likely then it was Uri that I saw. I always thought it was Isatum, but only because Sam said to me he sees Isatum. So, well, that was the first time I'd heard Isatum's name as well. So I got well stuck on finding out what an Isatum was because I'd never heard it before. It was the first thing Sam ever said to me was, I see Isatum, and I'm like, a what? A what?
Yeah, you see a what? What is that?
What? No, but a what? Because that was like a full-on fat little planet thing that bulged in the center. Like planets do, they bulge in the center. Well, this one looked like it had rings around it, like rubber rings, and it was dark. That's why, looking at that Uri picture now, I swear to God, that looks like what I saw, more so than Isatum. But I mean, I'd like to see what she glows like if she was there as well. Then I could make a comparable decision. Like who did I see? Because Sam said it was Isatum that I seen. So I just was like, okay, well, sure. Why wasn't that maybe Uri? I don't know. But then was Uri right side of the sun in 2017 when we started really seeing them? I don't know. Do you know, Jesus?
I know. I'll tell you in a minute. I'm going to look while we're talking, but I'm going to look on Facebook and I can tell you. Because, his older drawings, they're available on Facebook. If you just look under Samuel Hofman drawings, basically, all you have to put in is that, and it will pull up mostly the entire collection of his drawings.
Wow.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. Sam, do you remember was Uri on the right side of our sun in 2017?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, and you will see pictures of that in what I sent you as well.
Right. That's it. And let's see, we have Truth Still Exist with us.
Hello.
I was going to say, I haven't heard that name before, so welcome to the show. We're happy you're here.
Well, yes, it does exist, but it's usually masked.
It does exist, but it's hard to find. Right. I mean, and what is presented to you as truth by these truthers, you really have to be careful because that's how they're delivering wrong information disguised as truth from the truthers. That's a big movement that's really no good.
You have to be self-taught these days, and then that'll kind of lead you.
Learn,
It'll kind of it'll help you learn who's lying and who's not. Like that's how we ended up here. I went through all kinds of through a lot of other YouTube channels and a bunch of other quote unquote truth channels, and there was tidbits of truth, but mostly more questions than anything. So
Keep it here.
I got
I
a
will.
camera and started taking pictures myself, and I got better at seeing, at understanding it in pictures and videos. So that would be my recommendation, to just kind of photograph yourself, because our eyes miss a lot, guys. Like, our eyes are very limited, and you got to think that our out view is kind of like looking through water, because of our atmosphere. So it's really limited, and cameras tend
And
to
it's lucky
really.
timing of when you're looking at what you're looking at. And
That's
here's an
right. That's
example
right.
of what we're seeing.
That's right.
This is the
But our eyes are very limited, so cameras tend to pick up a lot more than our eyes do. So that's how I learned a lot, was through a camera.
Yeah, you see a lot of different things through the cameras. I mean,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
flares also tell you things that you need to know that you
Well,
can't actually
I would
see.
point out that there is no such thing as an upside down rainbow.
Hmm.
No, look at that thing.
Yeah, that is the bottom. That this it goes back 2016-ish, I believe. This is the bottom of planet Atu.
Wow, look at it. Beautiful.
That's illuminating in the light, and you're seeing its atmosphere, whatever it's made up of, a gaseous form. But you're seeing the rainbow breakdown illumination of the dark side of a planet, and it's the sun is down semi to the right, but below the horizon, or below the photographer horizon, and you're looking at a rounded bottom of a passing planet. When we started seeing this, we really knew, and it really drastically helped on placement. And if we go back all the way to some of the pictures that James was posting and stuff, and when we started finding these really great side illuminations and stuff in some of our live Mexico cameras, especially, and a few South American and European, etc., live cams. And then, of course, all that changed. And we had other resources way back when as well, that all over time we lost, unfortunately, because they all tightened everything up. So people really need to refocus how you're looking at something. You go, oh, it's a rainbow. Oh, cool. Wonder what causes that? Well, that causes from a round object, very large round object. So I mean, you just take that step.
We have Facebook user. I'm not sure who this person is, but they're asking, did the hole in the sun's corona get pulled apart due to the planets?
A, which hole, and B, coronal holes. Wow. I have not recently paid a lot of attention to the transition of the rotation of the face of the coronal holes and their listings as much as I used to. And I have been busy with other things, unfortunately, like I said on the last show, with administrative issues on my sites. I need to study the sun a little bit more. We believe there's some new stuff happening, but I don't see the planets ripping anything away from the sun. It would rather be the opposite. Um, of course, the weather is influenced by Uri. Is the next question. The planets' passings do cause issues. We've seen that in the past. We've documented it in the past. They are quite a distance away from us, but it's the objects underneath them that cause most of the issues. And we even saw earthquake activity increase way back when Atu was doing Atu and Atu's moon were doing close passes. But there's been a couple recent ones where we've seen some really large Atu's moon shots this week alone. So sometimes I have to wonder when they were taken and when they were sent in compared. I can't always use the date on top of the pictures. So I have to get more comparatives to actually say what exactly is going on. But we know that there's been a lot of really new earthquakes all over the place, especially today. There was a bunch in Texas.
Oh, really? I had not
Yeah.
heard
Yeah, it was a big
about
cluster in
earthquakes
Texas.
in Texas.
Yeah, Mark told me there
Close.
was one here 2 days ago in Scotland.
Goodness
But
sakes.
it was only 2.1 though, like a little one. So
Right.
you don't really feel ones like that. But he said it was in the Highlands, so he contacted me and asked if I was all right. And I said, yeah, I'm fine, I'm working. It's the client's Christmas party. I don't think the bagpipes were that loud, but you know.
I saw notice there was one in South Dakota also, and it was like a 3.3. And the USGS site is not sharing as much information as easily as they used to. And I think their report times have slowed way down, and you have to literally only get a update in the middle of the. I don't know. I haven't checked the update timings, but anyway, I saw the listing that South Dakota had one, but it wasn't on the map, and there's a disconnect going on there.
And Katina's asking about how Uri influences our weather. Would you say it's one that makes a lot of storms or is involved in that?
That's when we do the underneath Uri dance of late for the last few years. It has to do with the passing of the 180-day cycle and where they are versus where we're going to, and separate, but regularly affecting us. There's a whole backside load of asteroids underneath Uri. Uri has a huge asteroid field because gas giants have asteroids galore around them in general. And so, that passing through and over the top of us, I'm sure has a direct influence on certain weather effects, including jet stream possibilities.
Yeah, all that electrical activity up there.
All right. Let's see. Here's a question from Audrey asking how long before their sun will have moved around to be positioned in front of ours. Will it ever be in front of ours?
So we do Sam.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we'll see that. It's so much larger than our star. I think, placement and mass and everything has something to do with it.
But you said we're thinking possibly that we're witnessing separation, that it has started, that we're starting to see.
Well, I'm seeing pictures,
maybe. And,
I can't completely, jump on the boat and sail across the river on that, but we are seeing pictures, and we had reports from Michelle Mountain down in South Africa, that she's seeing something definite. And then I have seen stuff up here with a little bit of a warble below the what appears to be the sun to me, but it's not a cutoff warble. It's an actual round shape issue. So, and then I got a bunch of pictures that show objects that came from Robert in New Zealand, I believe, and the intensity and the reflection on the water and the two separate objects that were almost separate of each other, but yet still together, were very convincing that we're seeing more evidence of separation. And it's also expected because we did also see increased activity in the coronal output of coronal holes as well on the face of the sun, which has been in a really odd, non-productive mode for many, many years, beyond what science understood. And they were kind of wondering what the hell's going on. And then everybody said, this is dying and the sun's dying. And then everybody said, the magnetosphere of Earth is dying and all that crap. No, there's just a whole lot of electrical stuff going on around us. Speaking of which, here is the object cluster group, which is the asteroid and a whole bunch of smaller stuff. Now, this picture goes back to 2014. And there's a whole bunch of stuff in this picture, including the red and all of that, and the white, and this, and reaching all this illumination that you're looking at is stuff. And it's illuminating because it's static charged, and this is exterior, out in space, not in our atmosphere.
But I want to point out the bigger object just below it. That is a little harder to see.
You can see it on the left, on the bottom.
This is what I mean about how difficult it is sometimes. Look how blurry and
if it's there, and this
if you didn't know what you were looking for, you would really miss that. That's very easy. In fact, when I first saw this picture, years ago, I didn't notice the bottom until later on when I started getting better at seeing those dark, hard to see things. But there's clearly a round object just below it, which I would imagine is the lead object.
No, the
Correct,
lead
Sam?
object is the one in front with the main, like the paper wad in the front. That's
Okay.
back when it was really small.
Oh, okay. All right. So
So
the round object below, is that an asteroid, Sam, or is that?
that could actually, at the time in 2014, that could be Atu itself, purple.
Okay.
wow.
And then maybe in front of it, you go drop down a little bit more, and there's Atu's moon in front of Atu. Because at that in 2014, Atu was first coming in. That was small.
Well,
Because
just
remember the
point that out.
proximity of where the lead asteroid is compared to Atu. We always know that the lead asteroid, and then you look over to the side or up, then we always know there's Atu right by.
Yeah,
And
you could
so we
see it
could
a
be
little
looking
bit
at an
more
angle.
on the close up to the right. You could see that clear round, that delineage line around it, just below that illumination, just above it. It's incredible.
There's a lot. There is a lot in this picture, especially that close up on the right. And I'm looking at it going, wow, there's this, there's that, there's this. And this is when we first started seeing the object cluster group discharging off the side of Uri. And God, that was in 2012 and 13 when it was still way out there. And we were seeing this effect. And when I kept going, what the hell is that? And then,
Which they kept blaming on, what do you call it? They've been,
sprites.
yeah. They keep blaming it on something. Now they do on Elon Musk.
Oh yeah. Right.
Rocket launches.
That's a rocket launched. Yeah.
Looks nothing like this, but yeah, once you focus, guys, on the dark side, so and realize that that's to what you need to be looking for. Picking up and noticing things that are this difficult to see.
Don't look at just the main object.
You will get better at seeing those dark things that are a little more difficult to see for people who don't, who haven't trained their eyes to catch those things.
If you're looking at a phone,
I see them automatically now. I've developed quite the eye for it now, but there was a time where I would walk and they'd be right in my peripheral vision. I would miss it because it is difficult to see if you don't know what you're looking at.
And at that time, crop circles were matching, the incoming. Okay, here's a really good picture. You've got 3 smaller planets, and you got Saru on the left. This is pictures captured in New Mars Station, Antarctica. You've got Uri is dead center above the sun and huge. And the red is the Saturn, the green is Nepacity, and the little light green one in the middle upper, I am still not completely sure of. But the planets were huge already in 2012 and 2013 down there. And in our hemisphere, they look smaller, oddly. And it always argued with my head how that works. But anyway. You can see the size difference of smaller Saturn and smaller Nepacity. And probably what you're looking at is the red dot is Saturn, is the yellow moon. And if you look behind it, you see much larger Saturn. That's more of that ovular red blob, because we know a Saturn's yellow moon has a tendency to be what you see first.
Yeah. So the streak, this going straight across the sky,
right?
From that darker area from the streak up.
Yeah, that's the edge of a planet.
Is Saru?
No, Saru is behind Uri, which is in front,
Uri.
right.
You said, okay, got it. Is Saru in this picture at all?
Yeah, in the back. See the base core.
Maybe.
So now remember, in 2012. Saru is on the left, and in 2012, Nibiru's on the right, and Uri is in the center, which is why you're seeing this sort of, almost cowhead-shaped solar illumination. Right. And Saru has a base core, very bright and very thick, very illuminated, and it is farther on the left, behind frontal Ceru on the right, and that line going from the right middle all the way to the left corner is the edge of the planet, and Saturn and Nepesi are beside Uri. And that's the stripes you're looking at in front of above the sun, which is the black dot, which happens to be the Empire orb, we're pretty sure.
Yeah, it's crazy how sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not.
Right,
it's like
right. Otherwise, we would
but
always
it's
see
so
that black
dead
dot.
center.
Must be its orbit.
Well, they were hiding in front of the sun ever since they got here in 2009.
So they know our eyes can't see it, but
Right.
it's picked up on camera.
Right, and then people go, well, it's a camera anomaly, but then wouldn't it always be a camera anomaly?
Right.
Also, you wouldn't get three of them like that. You just want it, and not different colors.
I wasn't talking about the stuff on the upper left.
In my almost 7 years,
I was just talking about in front of the sun.
In my almost 7 years of using a camera pretty much daily, and I mean multiple cameras, this is not an effect I've ever seen. I'll see one flare.
Well,
but
I will have to put in that we had seen this same pattern in numerous sightings, not just one. And you'll see a picture of that very soon. Sorry, Chunk Pizza.
No,
you're fine. You're fine. I was just going to add one other thing. It's like, unfortunately, it's because of this black dot that the sun simulator idea has something to stand on.
Oh yeah. We went through that for years.
Right. Just to clarify that that's not a thing. That's a cover up and in a way to distract you.
It's a man. Oh, they're out to get us. And I'll say this for the thousandth time. Why would they need one? And then you got to think that through. And it's like, because something big is blocking the sun. And then why even bother with your sun simulator idea? Anyway. To me, it's like a distraction. It's just like, where are we going with this? Okay, yeah, you put your raincoat in the closet after a stride, not before.
Yeah.
It's a common sense thing. Anyway, I know left field crazy stuff, and then of course we got these pictures. This picture comes from approximately 2014-15, and that was when Saturn was on the left-hand side still, rising up into the northern hemisphere later than everybody else because she was tiny and we barely. And you'll see pictures of Atu upcoming here where she's smaller. Anyway, and this
I was going to say that's a baby size for Isatim's moon. That's so tiny. That little yellow.
And we have all these pictures over years of collecting them, and only because we've had numerous comparative matches were we able to say, yes, this is real. Of course, you're getting the best of version on the top file here.
Right. I know. And like I said, some of these here in a minute, you'll see that I have never even seen till today. So that's cool. All right.
Notice the date up in the upper corner.
Okay. 2015. Looks like, is it? Yeah.
Yep, 2015.
Uh-huh.
This is arrival of Nepesi. Do you see clouds in front of this? No. There's planet Nepesi, and I'd like to point out the big ass orange blob behind our star.
Yeah, look at that thing.
So, and people go, all I see is clouds. No, guys, there's and I, this is where I'm going to, jump on the pool table and start screaming, hey, guys, we have been watching this for over 13 years. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures proving our point, and we've done comparisons, and we do drawings, and we have members all around the world. And the only people who aren't listening is those who don't want to believe it.
Yeah. So you're saying that the red ring around it, the blob, is the planet Nibiru?
Look how oblong it is. There's more on the left than it is on the right. That's a big round blob thing behind. And in 2015, Nibiru was far more visible behind the two stars.
Okay, so you're saying that this is a planet. The red illumination around the sun is a planet, just so everybody
Well,
understands.
it's a massive electron gas giant that holds the two stars. It's, it's hard to describe, but it's still counted as a planet because it's not a lit star. It's a gas giant electron cluster,
Right.
which is so vastly huge. And I know that's just immensely insane sounding to anyone, but that's part of why we have two stars in a binary, two atoms, etc. It has to do with chemistry, compounding. Same unification model as astrophysics and Anyway, go ahead.
All right. All right. Oh boy. Look at that.
This is on approach about 2009 or 2010 of the Nibiru system, and that is not our star.
Ooh,
And if you
nice
look,
one. Oh, look
there
at them. They're beautiful.
there are larger bodies here in this over pixelated picture
Yeah.
that you don't see. You see dark bodies on the lower left and the upper right, and that's what the cutoff of the flaring of the star.
Oh yeah, look at that one on the right
And
there.
that
I
would be
can see it just.
Nibiru and Saru, and then the reddish object, of course, in the center lower left is this atom, and et cetera, et cetera. And that's on approach out in space. And this is a horrible picture. I hadn't looked at it this big in a very long time. I just grabbed it and sent it to you.
Big,
That's,
right. I see a triangle too.
That's one of the early planetary patterns that we knew, there was something out there, and there were blow-ups, and we captured, God, 2009, 10, 11, we were capturing things off in the corner of everybody's pictures, and they were up there in the sky, and there was this thing, and it got brighter and brighter and brighter, and then over time it all turned into this. And that's how we started documenting this stuff. We kept seeing the same thing from around the world, because I knew, I had in 2010, 2009, I knew I had seen something in the sky, and I kept looking. And so this is why we started documenting it. We built Montana Skywatcher 1 in order to have a place where everybody could send current, recent pictures, because everything was always old on YouTube. We could never get anything new. Anyway,
All right, moving on. Okay, that's awesome.
2014, Attu's moon. Coming in, and it came in on the left-hand side of the sun. And this is when we got pictures, in space. There's no clouds here, And
so what's the white
side
dot?
illumination?
What's the white orb?
It could be, let's see, in 2014. Could be asteroids, could be just side gases illumination,
Okay.
because I believe the sun was on the right-hand side of it. And if you, of course, I'm looking at this way huge compared to you, so I could drop the size of it to see better. Okay.
So the small like dinner plate at the bottom is
it's probably side cloud effects of Attu, base cloud,
and then the rest of the entire picture is Attu that's behind it. Like it's just right.
Right.
Wow.
It's just, these pictures go back, years.
Which it's obviously, I mean, you can't deny that there's a round, shape there, and that's not natural. Obviously it's something. You can't deny that this is. Of course, I'm sure people would say, "Well, how could you prove it's in the sky?" But
well, there's there's nothing that would cause this to be a lens flare. There's no light in the frame, so you can't blame it on that. If it's not in the frame, you won't get that effect.
And it's perfectly round too. Look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Let's look at that. I'd never seen this one until today.
Wow.
I believe this is 2011.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of the story going all the way back when the second star got here. It rose in the northeast, and our star rose in the east. And then within 2011 to 2012, all of that changed, and that's when the backflow CMEs occurred on our star, and you can look that up. And ever since the arrival of the second star on the northern hemisphere, or even before, literally, could go. I don't remember exactly when all the planets tipped. I mean, all the normal planets in our solar system tipped. Their axis tipped towards this second star. Got bigger magnet coming in. Hello, that's what they did. And you're looking underneath planet Nibiru, and it goes literally from right side of the page all the way to left side of the page. And back then, nobody knew what that was, and this, there was so many captures of it, especially in Asia. And I don't know what you saw at that time down in South Africa, Jillian, but
what date was that?
This was roughly 2011.
We probably weren't looking then, but the thing is, the
and
sun.
On the left, and the far left, you see the effects of green-blue Saru. And Uri is probably up in the middle above on the middle left, that dark body standing there. And this is when they were first here, and the two stars. And everybody missed it. And I don't know how. I do not know how. The water, it's on the water. It's real. It's there.
So you told me, because I asked you earlier, how can you tell the difference between the two suns versus our sun and Saturn's yellow moon?
It has to do with intensity of the light.
Yes.
If one is brighter than the other, or different, you also have to always check for glass doubling. Never film through glass. But these are both equally intensity, and you can see the width of the shaft as the shaft gets closer to us. And you can, and so you can see one's a little higher than the other on the rise, which is our star in the east, which would be the one in the right-hand side, and the other one is slightly northeast. And so we witnessed this in 2011 and it was documented and talked about for that period of time in Montana Skywatcher, from going on way in the beginning before anybody was talking about this. And that's when the Money Boys and all of those guys got bright ideas to pump out their news, as they call it, still to this day, I hear.
I heard that
that's
too.
The new one. That's the new one that just blew me away. It's like, this might actually be happening.
Is this new?
Yeah, this is new, and I'm hoping and praying that's not a mountain in the middle dividing our normal sun and creating the double, but being the double does match the water. I was pretty excited.
The same intensity.
Maybe it is, because the intensity is the same. One's a little bit bigger than the other.
I saw somebody comment that it was headlights on a car, and I'm like, you're not being serious, are you?
Really?
Yeah.
It's headlights on a car. Oh my gosh, there's some bright headlights. Dear.
Well, if it was a glass double, it would not have that second light reflection on the water. Even if it was taken through sunglasses or anything like that, that would not be there. You'd be seeing a glass or a second surface filmed through double. Same thing with why you don't film through airplane windows. Then they're really big, and you're going to get like 3. Yeah, I was really intrigued by this, and of course, we can't really fully. And I keep tiptoeing around. Well, we believe it might be happening, and it should be happening anytime now, and we're starting to see, I believe, especially after Michelle Mountain in South Africa announced that she's seeing 2 different rising objects. It's like, so I'm tossed and torn, but we have to, of course, see more evidence of this before we can fully say, okay, they're on their way out, but we know they're leaving and going higher. So there is an expected point of view difference. Now, this is not 2 suns. Nope.
This is Falkling, isn't it?
No, this is early lead asteroid in illumination, rounding Atu and Atu's moon.
Gotcha.
And this is about 2015. Digging out the old stuff, And And
I just
remember
want
when
to
we
say
first
hi
started
to
seeing that,
Cindy.
Rebecca? Do you remember back in 2015 or? Okay,
No,
this is where everybody,
no,
two suns, and and
I
then
didn't even start, your group or my group until 2017.
okay, look at the shoreline, look at the intensity of our normal sun and Buddy behind it in 2015, and you can see the on the beach, you can see the intensity of the reflection. Okay, and then you look over to the left, you can see it's there, but the intensity is completely different. You can
I see
actually
that.
sort of see the round of the illuminated object being there. And that's, of course, lead asteroid back in 2015.
Oh, I see. Okay. You mean the illumination on the left? That's
Yeah,
the
the
lead
illumination
object?
in the upper left. Yeah.
Okay.
And you
Good to
can
know.
see the facial striping of the lead asteroid on the face. And it's a little trail behind it. And it's, we've seen this pattern. We've seen this pattern for years. And then transition changes. Now, currently, we're seeing the red asteroid, whereas the lead asteroid is in a different placement now because it's a different set of cycles. But anyway, it's the same, but it's different.
Okay. And hi to
Hello,
Cindy,
Cindy.
Cindy Greenhill. She is here. And
Hi, Cindy.
I see Carol Ann commenting to Zane. So I don't know, but they say he's here. So hi, Zane.
Hi, Caroline.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Carol. Hi, Zane.
Yeah.
Hi, Zane.
All right.
Uh,
Oh boy, what's
here's
this?
here's the Isatum, Nepacity, and then I believe that other little dot thing there is probably Matim. On the side, and Yuri is up close, and then Saru is in the left. This is way back to, oh boy, approach 2012, and Yuri is a circle about the size of a grapefruit on my screen. The other little planets underneath, and then Saru's off on the left-hand side.
Wow, here's a little bit closer.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at them. They're so pretty.
What I was talking about earlier, see, those aren't lens flares because we've got numerous examples of that same pattern. And that's how we knew it wasn't lens flares, why we kept,
That's the exact same pattern right there. The exact.
Right. And this is how we started watching this stuff. And for example, Sharon Arbick took some awesomely wonderful pictures over the years that we could barely attribute a lot of what we were seeing because we didn't understand it at the time. And of course, unfortunately, I lost a lot of those on some of the other computers that were lost through numerous nefarious exterior effects. And
I keep telling Rebecca, Sam, I back up my stuff on Google Photos, and they've never failed me. In fact, I keep two backups. I keep it on my iPhone cloud, and then I keep another backup on my Google Photos. And and it doesn't take up your storage.
Yeah,
my stuff's on Google as well. Yeah.
It gives
does
you
it
a low
automatically
quality,
do it?
but it gives you a little quality. But if you want to the full quality one, you just download it.
I
It
need
gives you the
to
original one. And
I
I
need to
have
redo
pictures that go way back to like 2012, and they've never ever failed me. So
I
it's
need
always
to
gonna
do
have a
a thumb
backup.
drive backup and save them on a thumb drive at least the last
That
2
too. But
years.
I mean, I keep
No,
multiple backups. I do want to keep I have been, and I've been procrastinating about it, but I do want to get me a little thumb drive just in case all the other things fail, and just to have the best of the best that I have. But at least for now, Google Photos is only like they give you so much for free, and then if you go over that, I think
Yeah, you have to start paying. Yeah.
it's like $2.99 for 200 gigs a month, and then I'm at two. I just upgraded to 2 terabytes for $9.99 a month because I went over the 200 gigs because I have a lot of stuff. So and I find the peace of mind. It's $9.99. I know, it's these days that's a lot of money, but it's peace of mind.
It's necessary
to make sure that my stuff is kept
Yeah,
safe.
it's not much when you think about how precious your pictures are.
Yeah, exactly. Because you miss a lot. You've lost a lot of stuff over the years, Sam.
Yeah, well, that was, the hard drive just,
that
I
is
mean,
irreplaceable.
yeah, and that computer just
Yeah.
suddenly no longer functioned, period. But then that, a lot of that was back before any of that stuff was even out there. I mean, before they had the cloud even, and otherwise we would have a great deal of that. And of course, unfortunately, a good deal of it was sent to YouTube. And the Understanding the Sky series, believing that was a reputable library that no longer exists now. Because we're doing all the hand. I then I could use my cursor and point stuff out to everybody and circle on the pictures and all of that. And then I used pointer sticks and stuff for the recorded videos and etc. And I was using Showmore, and I've never been able to get anywhere past that since. Has to do with my upload feed. And yeah, I would take, I could do that, but that's another paid service and all of that. Anyway, on this picture, I wanted to point out.
It does add up. It certainly does add up.
I wanted to point out that the planets that are small that we're seeing in the upper middle left are farther away than the ones in the right-hand side, which is why they're way bigger compared to the other. I mean, unbelievably way bigger. And so you can't really judge a planet by its size until it's sort of kind of next to something else in the same shot. And then you have to figure out where placement is. And they're way far away. And then they came in at us. They went in this weird spiral for us, like 4 circles in for the first couple of years. And then they went right in our face. And then they went from the right to the left, and then from the left to the right, and then the right to the left, sort of spin around, and then came back over again. And that's where we are today. It's been a crazy ride trying to figure out what planet is what, except we've watched them for so long that we've identified what they generally look like. And they have sometimes a little bit different faces from time to time. But they have behavior patterns that we have documented all of these years.
Let's see. I just wanted to say hi to Nina real quick before I.
And then you can move on to the next, whatever that is. That's the same pattern again.
Nina and Avengers is with us, and who else? We have Robin. I see.
Bye, everybody.
And Aaliyah. So just wanted to announce them. So, all right, Sam, go ahead.
Here you have purple Atu in the year 2015, and you can see the stripe going across its lower hemisphere. And we know that Atu does have a ring. At this time, Atu's moon was smaller, and it was in the upper right corner, sort of on the face at that time compared to where it was. And then, of course, Uri's to its left of it, the darker area. But you can see the sun illumination is on the right-hand side, showing that at arrival, Atu came up and then was literally on the left-hand side to start with, and then over time it went over to the right.
There's that ring you always talk about, Sam.
Yeah, that lower southern hemisphere ring. It's sort of a particle dust ring, I would imagine, or gas ring, and it does actually envelop Atu's moon as well.
Here's this other picture of Atu that I really like.
That is one of my.
That one, that side angle one, and this I believe is also.
Yeah, look at that. It's just, there it is. I love it when you see like a round object that's like perfectly round. It's like there's just no denying it. Those are my favorites, of course.
And we haven't really seen a lot of the facial effects of Atu, only when you see it in a purple distance. Because when it gets closer, we end up seeing a bubbly mass bottom along with Atu's moon as well, which is these massive mantis clouds that we see form over a close pass or under a close pass. Yeah, here's 2014. As it first came in, it was with Uri on the right, and then within the next year, it went over to the left in front of us, and we saw Uri coming in as well. And this is part of the transition. They're first coming in, and you can see Atu's moon in the upper right middle, and then Atu just being enveloped in the purpley clouds. And this is one of my favorite Atu photos.
Yeah, I like this one.
And this is when we first started to describe. That's the one we talked about, Sharon Arbic. Yeah, see, it's the same.
Which one you want me to go? Go ahead.
Go to the next
Okay.
one. Notice they're the same size. There's another one of Atu. And that was in the early years, 2014, 2015. And, we were getting shots of this big ass purple round thing, and it wasn't that big back then.
No, it wasn't.
And then when we saw Atu come in, then we knew that the purple matched the information, because you don't see purple planets. And I mean, that would just have been left field crazy shit. And of course, there's other documents out there saying that I said something else, but that wasn't typed by me. That was a fake profile doing some weird work. Don't know what, but anyway, we've done. Okay, and here's another example of Atu's moon cutting into the sun when it's first doing the crossover from 2014, 2015. And then Atu's moon above, and that's what when we first started seeing the cut-in flaring effect, where it affects the light. And unfortunately, I did not hand you the uncircled picture. The original. I should have handed you the original too, because you can see Atu's moon far better without the line.
Yeah.
But the line was drawn in to show you
later.
that this is where it is.
Right.
Yes. This is the rarely ever posted picture of the side face. I want you to look at the bottom first. That is the side face of a landmass on planet Nibiru.
Wow.
And we saw that in 2012, and
I was going to say when. Okay. Wow. That's
looking
so.
south.
It's always been to the right of our sun. Is that?
No, not always.
Always
right.
been there.
No.
Yeah.
No. It went higher up and then skirted over the top of our sun from the right, and then Ceres oddly stepped back, and then it went over and then back, higher up and back. They came at us with a weird axis tip compared to us, and then their axis tip has changed over time, so now we're more underneath them, but they were barely passing over us in the early part, and then they're really passing over us as we continue on our journey and separating two boats passing in the night, so to speak. But in 2012 we had so many sightings of it, and people I couldn't believe nobody could see it, because it was, as you can see, it is smaller, and it doesn't fill the entire bottom picture. It fills like a little more than more than a third anyway. But you're seeing land masses on planet Nibiru, and I've kept this one because I had posted it someplace, and I managed to retain it out of my own file app. And this was like one of many that we had that we lost, and there was probably 10 or 20 of this kind of sighting going on in 2012, and I we had 100, 200, 300 members at the time, and I was trying to tell everybody I knew, and everybody. The problem was nobody could believe that these planets were that large.
Right.
And when you're told look for the planet, you're used to what we see is, there's Saturn out there, that tiny little dot with maybe a barely little visible ring, but if you get out your telescope, there it is. And oh my God, we argued with that for years with all kinds of people. Well, where is it? I want to look with my telescope. So, no. You're going to be looking at land masses,
Right. Astrophobia is asking, is there oxygen on Nibiru and or Ceru?
Well, I would imagine for those people who live up there, I think they need it.
Yeah.
They have all that water, okay. I would imagine.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And
oceans and major, big, huge ocean type, water type planet. Yeah, they've got oxygen. Because they've got.
Well, when you think about it, we all ask that, I suppose, and we first think like, oh my God, it's a planet. Does it have oxygen?
Probably have great hydrogen technology. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
But
I wonder what they're doing
being bigger means that things on that planet that grows will be bigger as well.
I mean,
right.
Do you think the beings on those planets are like humans? Like they look like human?
Yeah,
that's where we came from.
Or do we look like them?
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
You have to think back origin.
And wouldn't they, considering that Nibiru is much larger, wouldn't they be larger as well?
Yeah, it has to do
they're
with
larger.
oxygen content, barometric pressure, all of that, and how now back in Earth's early history when we had way higher oxygen content than we currently have, we have a high level of greenhouse gases now, which has sort of reduced us in size, and that's what happened to the woolly mammoth and the great giant sloth and all all the saber-toothed tiger and all of that was over time and through evolution the oxygen level in the planet changed and then they got smaller. So yes, these are larger beings. I'm sure. I always just point out to the movie, the Gods of Egypt. And then
Right.
where you go. I mean, they could even be massively. They could be 80 feet tall for all we know.
That's
And
another one I
I
need to
just mentioned
watch.
too. I don't know
Yeah,
how
well,
many
look at all
giant
those clay
legends.
things here that were made that's so big in South America. Those
Um,
giant steps.
yeah, right. And I've been seeing nothing but YouTube videos of giant sightings around the world currently. So who's to say they're not out taking a stroll on good old planet Earth right now as we speak? So, and
You
there's a
know,
lot.
they've found
I mean, there's a
skeletons,
lot
haven't
of
they? I mean,
giant
they're going on
sightings.
about
A lot.
skeletons.
I think they would be impressed if they knew we were sitting here discussing them.
And Bigfoot sightings are way up too. I mean, I can't tell you the countless ones I scroll past on YouTube.
Also, I just want to say hi to Irene. She is with us.
Hi, Irene.
So happy you're here, Irene. And she
Oh,
says
Irene.
they have better technology than
Yeah,
us.
Irene.
They have.
Oh yeah.
I bet
Oh,
they do.
absolutely.
Oh, you bet.
I
Just
bet they
everybody just
do.
wave. I'm sure they're watching. The Truman Show. That's a joke. I'm
And
not serious.
Avengers is here. So let's see.
Hi,
So
Avengers.
their nighttime faces.
NK, you made me hungry. Birthday dinner. That sounds good.
So he says, he or she, I'm not sure, but
Oh yeah.
it says, since their nighttime side faces our daytime side, do you think they stare at us at night? Like
I imagine, yeah. Or
can see
that
us
little
better.
smaller, blue dot to them. Yeah. I imagine it's a whole show.
Right. I wonder if they know that blue dot has humans on it. I wonder if they're like withheld information, or do they just, have a common knowledge about it?
Yeah. Who
Right.
could venture a guess on that one?
Right.
Wow.
I know. Right.
You could write an
And
entire series of books on that, I would bet. But
we could movies, books. There you go.
let your imagination run wild. Maybe we'll see it in 5 years.
You'll all be writing Dune books soon.
I like that culmination fan base. It's had me so excited. I was going, oh man, you teased me, And
Right.
I would love to see a good Draco, Nibiruan space creature. Everybody here for the commodity and passing of the planets movie. That would be phenomenal. I would love to see that. I mean, even if they didn't get all the facts right, it would just, hey, let's sell this to Hollywood.
Right. Right. I know. It's a good plan. Gabriel is here, and they said my planet is close to you guys.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Currently,
what planet are you on,
planets
Gabriel?
close to us,
I'm curious. Yeah. Tell me where you're located. And let's see, we had Avengers, making sure I keep up with everybody. So, and Irene said she was late, but she made it. So I'm happy. But I was just showing Nibiru. This is not new. This is like 2018 Nibiru. But compared to this Nibiru,
that's
which
2012.
was a few years different. So
that's 2012.
Can you imagine seeing this in the daytime sky? I can't imagine what is.
I thought we seen it once when we started watching. Wouldn't we have seen her back then?
I've seen land masses, but nothing
I'm
this
sure
clear.
I've seen land masses too.
Nothing this clear. Nothing this clear. But I have seen land masses. I've seen craters on Attu's moon very close.
In 2012, they were a dime a dozen for a while, and it just had to do with the side angle of light. And if you look to the south, during literally 1 o'clock in the afternoon through maybe 3. And I went out in my yard and saw it repeatedly, and then I'd even watched Nana and Amel Saru, the concentric moons, orbiting each other off the face closer to the middle of the sun, and they were being illuminated as well. I was screaming this to everybody online that would listen to me, and I mean, look where we are 13 years later, or 12 or 11 years later. In comparison, it's still not, standard knowledge, and it's like, okay.
All right.
I still want
Yeah, you see, because Sharish Rubik said to me once that we were seeing things on Nibiru. I remember that because that was 2017. It was just that first year, and I couldn't actually get my head around that we can actually see through our atmosphere. That still damaged my sanity, that we're actually looking at another planet. And because of the way that works, everything, how if you look at the fish in the fish bowl, the fish will look big and then the fish will look small. And it's like that. It's like that when you're looking at the things.
In the South Pacific, this was taken in 2011, and you can see the definite division of color from and this is early planet Nibiru, and the microclouds are the atmosphere and fingering around Nibiru.
Wow.
And we're seeing it, and it's so huge. Nobody will. I see his clouds, and then you try to point out.
Looks like sky.
Right.
So that's 2 atmospheres basically that you're seeing, like things in 2 atmospheres.
Well, these cumulus nimbus clouds are at the top of our atmosphere. That's as high as 35,000 feet in front of us. That's the ones that right in front of us, and this, of course, was taken in the probably the southern half of planet Earth. Malaysia, tropics, something, Hawaii, I don't know. But I know it was taken, you can see the coral and shallow ocean in front of you.
It's beautiful, yeah.
And when I started seeing these microcloud differences from everything we knew, and I knew exactly what that was, and then we matched it from others from around the world, and that's how it was like, oh, here's this, and here's this, and here's this, and I swear to you, I mean, you wouldn't believe the number of arguments people got into with me over that. And, and they weren't being booted out back then, but, we were always saying, look, if you disagree, just move on.
So you see the clouds going in 3 or 4 different directions all at one time. It's kind of.
And that's those fingering of over the time we've recognized to be at the bottom of the base cloud of planet Nibiru. It has fingering kind of like Nepacity, but it's way more spread out and bigger.
Yeah, it's different. You just know after you started looking at the 2 of them.
And of course, this is all learned over the years. And there is a space shot of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon, and the spatial shadowing. And you see, we believe that Isatum may have 3 moons, one of which is sort of kind of on the other side, straight across from the other one.
I was just gonna say, I see kind of a dark area to the right.
And that would be the 3rd moon. Yeah. And we believe that has to do with why the ion trail goes from probably one moon to the other 2 moons and then around out the back of Isatum. And Isatum is the winged planet. And we've got some pictures of that coming up too. So.
Yeah, because the Hopis speak about the blue and red Kachinas, don't they?
And this was early, before it really came in big, and it was a space close-up picture. And it compared shadow-wise with others, which is why we've kept these, because we only use the information when we've got multiple, very similar sightings that we can say, yes, these are the same object.
That's you see, Karen. Sorry, I was just going to go back and pull that one up we were just looking at because it was so similar. That one.
Yeah.
Yes, like little pimple jobby on the end of it is so definite.
All right. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay, this one, of course, is 2017. This is the bottom of Uri and the illuminating tan asteroid, etc., and the base cloud of the asteroids in the bottom of Uri. And we've been documenting that for many, many years. And it has this particular repetitive illumination of the side face of the tan asteroid. And anyone who is up on the current information, what we're posting on our site, would understand that instantly. But this is just another example going way back to 2017 of something that we have documented and then learned about over time because of the thousands of correlating sightings.
All right.
And there's another example of it right there. Even though it's purple, that is the same, what we refer to as the salamander asteroid group on the side face of Uri. And it's always there. And even though it's purple, because, the Atu's proximity has a tendency to cast a lot of purple all over the place. But that was another example. And I don't know if I gave you the third one in a row or not. I may have, may not.
Okay.
But this is a repetitive pattern that, we've studied all of this, and which is why we know what we're talking about. And over the years, we have tagged them. And I know we'll be able to explain to you what the salamander asteroid group is here in a couple of pictures.
Okay. So is this anything to do with the punch hole?
No, this is actually the
situation?
side of Uri.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Like a big gash or something
big-
there up
okay.
on the
big
top.
central part of the thing
I
is
see
an
now.
asteroid literally punching through the side of Uri's
That's huge.
atmosphere.
Like the whole sky is
we've got
Uri, I
illuminated
see.
groups of that. We've got so many sightings of that group of asteroids right there. And it does some really cool, spooky illumination. And here you're just watching a punch effect. But on some, many, many shots, that gets all rainbow illuminated, which we just saw a couple of pictures back where it was illuminated. But this is at sunset illumination. And then when it's directly illuminated in light and all that, it's completely unbelievable, really cool asteroid group. And maybe I sent you a couple more in there. I could go on just on the old early day asteroid pictures, which we've got thousands of.
Hi, Andrea.
Hello,
So
Andrew.
we have Andrea here.
Hi, Andrea.
And yeah,
Mind
she
reading
said I
time.
read her mind. And yeah, we were reading each other's minds. So that happens a lot. It's happened with I've noticed a lot of synchronicity. Carol Ann and I have been commenting on lots of synchronicities. So that's pretty interesting.
God, maybe you're becoming psychic.
Oh no, I don't I got enough going on. Oh boy. Let's see. Who else was it? Astrophobia. They said they thought Isatum was hot. Didn't you say it was volcanic?
No, we believe that Nepacity is. I don't know what
okay.
Isatum is. It could be a big ball of iron and rusty red for all we know. We haven't had really any. Most of the major close-ups of Isatum, it's so bubbly atmospheric wise that. And there's probably a picture coming up on that one too.
Oh yeah, let's move on.
From 2016. There's an early Empire orb.
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, look at that little
You see it
bugger.
in a larger. I'm looking at it close up, and I see a lot of pixelation. It's a screen capture, and somebody took their camera and filmed their own TV screen. But it is an early.
No, it could be just
orb.
It could be an old picture or just a bad camera.
Yeah. That's true. I forget. I have forgotten the era.
Remember, this is. You say this is pretty
cameras.
old. This is what 10 years, 13 years ago.
Yeah. Because it goes all the way back. This is probably 2012-ish.
One of my cameras that I use is not. It's not the highest definition, but I use it because it picks up a lot more than these newer cameras do. But again, it's not the clearest picture, and it's disappointing, but it's a trade-off. I still use it. I've had it for probably like 7 years. I've replaced it a couple of times with the same exact one, but it picks up so much. So these newer cameras, I've tried to replace it with the newer camera, and it's god awful. I don't know if they did that on purpose or if they just limit cameras now. I don't know, but yeah, this could be just an old.
They'd had a recall on some of the earlier handheld cameras that weren't cell phones and all of that.
Because I remember one of these new phones. I don't know if it was an iPhone or Samsung a while back, had this feature, and I was like, I gotta have that. It was a zoom out feature, which would have been great for this kind of for the kind of work we do, a zoom out instead of zoom in. And then it just kind of disappeared. I haven't seen that feature anymore. Like I saw it, just it's no longer available, and I'm just
They've got some
wondering
really
why.
cool military scopes now where that you can literally hook up to your camera too, and it's spooky where you can really zoom in across from one mountain range to another. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Nina is saying that last night the birds were tweeting at 2 a.m. So they're seeing something we can't see, it sounds like.
This is an older picture that we have used on the site for many, many years, showing you the light effect of the planet on the right-hand side, especially cutting off the light and planetary shadow line. And people need to learn about this and relearn how you view pictures, and you always try to look to the dark area first, not the light. Otherwise, it's going to be deceptive and it'll argue with your eye.
So is that one on the right closer than the one on the left?
Right, correct.
Look at how everything, even the mountain range.
You got Nibiru on the right and Saru on the left.
It's a really subtle darkness. I think that's the reason why a lot of people don't catch it, but it is there.
Yeah, it's subtle. You can see the darkness.
Back in 2018, 2019, when At2 was crossing the sun right in mid-afternoon. It was doing this for months. Do you remember that, Sam?
Oh yeah.
And right around that time, you could see the darkness very much like the right side of this picture.
And then after that, Nibiru for the last couple of years kept cropping off the top of the sun, and I couldn't believe not everybody saw that. And I was going, "Oh my God, how can you not see that?"
Yeah,
And it's the light issue.
Now that I'm seeing this on my laptop, I could see that darkness much better than I could on my phone. Wow. That is
the side of the planet adds almost a hazy orangish brown effect to the side of the planet, and you can actually see that on the horizon orange, and that is the side of planet Nibiru way back in 2012. And of course, that's why I said we've used this as a site reference picture for many years.
I just wanted to clarify this comment about the artificial sun in China that was launched. Like there's documentation that shows that was actually a rocket launch.
I don't think they've launched it yet. It was still in the lab and they had issues with it already.
Right.
And remember, the artificial sun is not for the entire planet Earth. It is only a module that would increase a refractive limited area sunshine upon China so they can grow better crops. It is not a very huge, massive thing that's going to cover up and illuminate planet Earth. That is not what they're doing.
They couldn't do that. I mean,
possibly.
They're just trying to increase the duration of sunlight they get in one province, one area. Not even half of the planet, even. So
I see it just
smaller
being a big distraction. In a
Yeah,
way
well, yeah,
that they can explain away why the sun is so different.
Wouldn't it just be easier and cheaper to just grow indoors, with lights?
I think it'd actually be cheaper if they just set up a few freaking mirrors above Earth and refracted the light down. I mean, God, they have buildings that you can fry eggs on next to the swimming pool. So and there's buildings where actually if you stand within a 20-foot area, you burn instantly. That's within a 10-minute period of time every day, and it's just refractive lenses. But they're trying to build something that actually creates light, and they're having trouble with it. And yeah, it's damn bright, and they probably are playing with some sort of a mini nuclear reactor, but it's only for a small area of refocusing of light for crop growth, and it's not what everybody. You have to read your technical manuals, people. Anyway. This is beauty. This on the left-hand side is the side of At2 and Uri in 2018. And the one on the right is At2 and At2's moon just above us back in about the 2017-ish. 18.
How can people think this is normal?
And that's partially why I sent these two pictures.
I heard somebody say recently that the skies haven't changed since, he said I'm 60 and the skies have been the same. I'm like,
oh my God.
are you kidding me?
Oh,
Like,
that's
are
so
you kidding me?
preposterous. It's unbelievable.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
what,
like
you live in London, maybe? Yeah, what?
Yeah, jeez, no.
no, but that's like that. I said last week I had a meteorologist one time try to tell me that too, that I should question my memory. He was making me trying to question my memory. Like it's always been this way and I just don't remember it. I'm like, this is, that's not possible. This
Yeah,
did not
if you go through,
exist.
there's an oncoming picture of, if you look on the right-hand side picture here, there in 2017, 2018, when Attu and Attu's moon were first doing this, and we've got hundreds, well, dozens of pictures like this, hundreds of a similar effect, and I've got one coming up if you have gathered it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Where it's looking straight up underneath that.
I think I got that one. Yes.
This is 2017, 18, and if you look on the side of planet Uri here, there appears to be a shape. Here you use your paradola skills. This is where there's a salamander on the side of planet Uri, and this is where we first discovered there were submerged objects in the outer atmosphere of Uri, which had a repetitive pattern, and that is why we call it the salamander asteroid group. And this goes way back, and this is why that name got stuck over time, because we kept describing it, and I kept having to say semi-submerged asteroid group just in the outer atmosphere of Uri, and it just ended up being salamander asteroid group.
So it's not because it looks like a salamander.
Well, it is because it looks like a salamander. The head,
See,
the little arms, and the little legs, and the tail, and it's holding onto the side of the ball slightly underneath.
Okay, that helps, because I had not seen that before.
Wow, after all these
like
times.
That. I know. You would think I would see that. Oh my gosh.
I have given you this picture.
No, I love this picture. Yeah.
Granted, it is taken through a car window, and you're seeing the reflection of the rear window on the over to the right hand side middle, and in the car. But yeah, and we'd seen the salamander stuck on the side of Uri, and even a couple of those pictures back where there's this bubbly, immensely weird, freaky ass event going on the side of this planet, which creates all these erupting clouds. It's just unbelievable. And we watched it for year after year after year, and that's part of how we've documented the end of the 180-day cycle, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow. All right.
And this is a recent one. I just realized what picture this was. It's amazing that it's there, that I sent you this, because this is actually a Saturn's yellow moon just a few weeks ago, or a month or two ago. And shouldn't be in this group at all.
Oh.
Next picture.
Okay, moving on. That's a good picture.
There you go. There is a 2015/16 side of its Saturn and its Saturn's yellow moon. See the faceplate? It's on the other side for once, and this is the last major close-up, and this is why I was talking about we don't really get to see what Saturn's land masses look like, because it's so enveloped in those flame-like clouds.
You said that's Saturn's moon?
Yeah, see the shield? See the faceplate? The lightning is going around the shield?
Right, I see it.
And so it's submerged all the way to the gray-black, past the pink-red, where it's going on to the purple. That's the Saturn's yellow moon. And when it turns purple, because it's a color refraction off of Attu proximity, but the Saturn is red, so that's where you're seeing. And of course, we've got some really cool newer pictures of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon where everything's really, really cool and really red and everything's just beautiful, awesome stuff.
Yeah, someone over on TikTok was mentioning how red the sky has been lately.
Before Saturn started leaving. And as the rotation of the planets came in 2015 and 16, and that's where she started heading back toward the middle, but still on the right, and then went over in 2017 to farther away from us and then on the left-hand side of the sun still, but then went over the top of the sun in 2018, which we have other pictures in this group coming up to prove.
Yeah, this is another one I had not seen yet. It looks pretty violent.
I don't post this very often because it's in the middle, lost in the middle of the multi-number file.
We're lucky to see it.
Yeah, I just remember
All right.
what it was from way back when, because it's one of my favorite early captures of planetary discharge, where the planet is actually repelling off of Earth because it's too damn close.
So which one is this? Sorry, I had to step away for it.
That's some shallow moon.
Nice one.
Back in 2015-16 when it was on the left-hand side.
Right.
And I think this is the closest she ever got. Now she's way, way bigger.
All right.
Oh, I love that.
Bottom of planet at 2.
That is so beautiful. Look at it.
I think this is
How can you not see it?
18-ish.
I wonder
can you not
what
see
the
it?
official explanation is. Like if you were
It's an
listening to the
upside down
local news
rainbow.
guy.
No, and there is no such thing as upside down
I know.
rainbow.
Why, how do they explain that? Do you know?
How do you explain an upside down rainbow?
Right.
Well,
I'm
give
just
NASA a
curious.
chance to hand it a name.
No, I'm sure.
Ice crystals.
Yeah. That would be it. Ice crystals in the atmosphere. Mm-hmm.
And people just accept
They-
that. They just
They
accept
love that.
it.
They love
I
that
mean,
one.
I'm not sure what else you can do,
Yeah,
but
but
still.
when you have 5 copies of it from around the world, and you go, well, why do they all have the same conditions above their house?
Mhm.
Right.
They don't. So
How does that work?
here it is. And, this is how we get stuff. People send the same stuff all the time. In groups, they all send literally. I don't know how many times I just go down the page and say, here's this, and it's the same damn picture comparison. Because everybody out there is seeing the same thing, and if they are, that means it's not just clouds.
Right. Because regular
You don't have
clouds
just clouds,
don't
or the
repeat
same just
themselves
clouds all around
perfectly
you.
over and over.
I understand the not
world.
knowing, but I don't understand the not being curious. We were talking about that last night, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Kind of fell asleep on me last night, but that's
I
what we were
did.
talking about. How
Oh dear.
I get not knowing, but not being curious is the one that really gets me. Like, how can you not be curious? Like, how can you see something like this and not wonder what is going on? Like, that drives me nuts. Like, as I was telling you, some people just proceed to change the topic and move on to another conversation.
And this was part of what enveloped the finding out of facts, that we realized that we were seeing the dark sides of these bodies in the early times, and we knew they were between us and the sun. And that's when, boom, there it is, and you see side refractions, and you watch that damn thing move across the sky. And it's not just a light focal, it's a many minutes long event that actually moves. And then we in 217, 218, 219, etc., we were all sitting here staring straight up watching these planets, and you couldn't deny it. And yet everybody thinks we're the weirdos.
Yeah, because we're talking about something that we can see
and have seen for over a decade.
Right. And circles in the sky and things like that.
Yeah, and
that
asteroids galore,
explaining.
And
right.
cubes and ships and skull asteroids and object cluster group and illuminating asteroids and and ion bleed off. And I saw a thing on the rainbow, the rainbow bands reaching up to the sky, and they're going, oh, it's this, and I just laughed, and I should have written down what they called it just because it was so funny.
Yeah.
There's an
Andy's seen a really cool rainbow. Did you see Andy's pictures?
I need to download that so we can look at that, because that was really quite stunning. It was so vivid. I'm gonna get that.
It was a different kind of vivid, wasn't it? It was interesting.
It was special.
It looked like the combination of a moonbow and a rainbow all together.
Yeah, it was really like bold colors, so and close looking. It's big.
And of course we never saw any of these events whatsoever ever before. Enough of a meteorologist lied to us. Oh, you just don't remember. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the problem. Andrea is asking if this is a backlit crescent flare, but it's not.
Yeah, well, you could kind of call it that. And I mean, after all, the sun is,
okay.
ahead of us, and we're seeing
Well, she's
underneath
right
it,
then. Good
and
job,
that's the light
Andrea.
shining through the atmosphere and breaking down
Yeah.
because light is not visible in space until it breaks up on gases and turns into a prism effect.
It's just beautiful, though. Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on. Oh, good. This one's good.
Yeah, you've used this one many times.
I
And
do.
of course,
I love
the
this
green
one.
asteroid crossing the sun in probably 2019. And we've had hundreds of those. And remember all those different cycles that the lead asteroid was crossing the sun, and everybody was going, oh, this, that, and the other thing. And God, I don't know how many times we had to type the same thing to people all over the world and tell them, no, it's not this, it's this. No, it's not this, it's this. And that went on for a couple of years, especially in all the, crossings of the lead asteroid, because there were so many. And then they'd go for like a week long, and everybody would cite them, and then they'd quit, and then they'd move in a different viewpoint, and they'd go like, "Whew, thank God I don't have to type that again."
Yeah, this was, I think it was in Texas, because I know the person who took it.
Yeah, and that's definitely the green asteroid, because if you blow it up, you can see the little white dots inside of it.
So you can see also, it's a good example of our second sun and Imaru behind that.
Right.
The yellow ring and the red ring. Yeah.
Yuppers.
Right.
And we've seen it year after year after year. There is illuminated asteroid field of the underneath of Uri. And the Uri is in the upper part, and the bottom area with little fingers is an early picture of the bottom of the asteroid groups under the base cloud of Uri. And it's shining in a luminescent rainbow color because it's cloud and gaseous.
Man, I just love that striped effect that it made in this one.
Ripple, like water, like water and water in the sky, rainbow water.
Right.
So beautiful.
And I do
I've
not
seen it quite a bit.
This was taken, but I'm sure that it was what it was.
Right.
And we've been screaming about this one was 2018-ish, and this is Attu and Attu's moon. Of course, Attu's moon is up front, and then Attu is the lighter shape of the B that you see behind. But this caused a huge amount of horrendous storm right after this photograph was taken. And this, I believe, is somewhere probably around the Boston area. And, South Carolina through Boston, that's big ocean, eastern seaboard is what I should say. And back then was when we started having our first major close passes, where they were really causing some serious damaging weather. And of course, you can see the major Momentus clouds, which we are also coming up on that. If that picture is gathered, we'll come across that. So go ahead and go to the next picture.
Okay.
Here is the two on top that are actual real pictures, and of course, the one on the bottom is a computer graphic. But there is the winged planet Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon going over the top of the sun in 2018 through 2019, and did it quite a few times where there were many sightings of this, which everybody went, "Oh, look, it's Nibiru," and we knew better.
Right.
And there's numerous examples of that. And we recently saw another eventing of this occur, and it was really interesting. I was surprised by it. Well,
I wonder why
Saturn's yellow moon are on the right-hand side of.
Yeah. No, I'm wondering why they push so hard about Nibiru being this.
Well, I think that's just a mix of lore and stuff that did exist prior that people have drug out of books and this and that and the other thing, and the Nibiru, the destroyer, and the iron oxide tail and all of this, and they're saying that it's gone through our asteroid field and drag all the asteroids with it when it actually has its own. It has its own gas giants and everything else.
I also have a question about that one, because remember, I was rapping on for days about something that I kept seeing. It would rise up at about 6:30 in the evenings, it would just rise up and it would go down, rise up and go down. But I only seen it maybe from January to the March of the year. And I knew the thing would come back up the next night. And I was sure I was seeing something. And I kept saying to people when I went to karate, oh, can you see it too? Or trying to convince my stubborn dad, can you see it too? And it was this thing. Now, if it was on the right side of the sun, but that's the first thing you said to me, Sam, was that icy eye Saturn.
Right. If
So,
you look just above the sun, there's a little yellow ball above the sun. And then there's a red ball behind the yellow ball, and the ion tail, the wings are going beside. And that happens all the time by itself, whether the sun is there or not. And we see evidence of that now every day on the right-hand side of the sun, probably mid to late afternoon, all the way into the evening. And it's coming right over the top of us in the northwest sky now at sunset. And so, and we saw this unbelievable, really cool red event here like a month or so ago. And up here in Montana, it's a little bit weathery, so my view is kind of died. But there are moments where we just get fantastic. And I got quite a few in lately where Saturn's yellow moon is just huge. And of course, this month's drawing is going to reflect some changes where we're really not barely even seeing Nibiru except later on. And so we might not even be able to see Nibiru in the drawing this month. I don't know how it's going to draw out. We'll see. But there are changes. Saturn is really horrendously close and over the top of us, off of our right shoulder at sunset. So, and here is early Nibiru 2012 with its fingery little base cloud, which came in. Of course, this is another tropical picture with the ocean in front of it at that time. And the base clouds kept matching, which is why we labeled and tagged these pictures and saved them. And
I was going to say, I have another example for this here.
oh, it's so the same. Look at
It's
it.
so the same. Oh my gosh. I'm looking at them side by side on my end, but yeah, they're just alike. There's that one.
I've had a couple myself, but not with that really well-defined base where it's like
and
completely.
we've learned what the base of the planets look like, and they all have their own individual repetitive pattern that we've seen over and over and over again. And
yeah, like this. This is how I see it more so because of the blue.
Right, and it is rising higher now.
To...
It is rising higher now and moving, and it it gets bigger on the onset.
A good example of just
yeah,
how primitive this shape is, because that's
and
not
we of course
a
know
normal
this from
shape for a
practice placement,
cloud.
seeing it happen over and over again.
Right. Let's see. Sunday is here. Hi, Sunday. And they're asking, what are some of the main reasons we got put here on the factory planet Earth by the demigods?
To do the work that they can't do in our atmosphere. We're creatures here, placed here, used of a host inhabitant and changed for their needs so that we can provide the commodities as part of the systems. We would not exist without that reason. And we are the keeper of factory, the workers, the guest workers at Factory Planet Earth. We don't own Earth. We were created by the bosses, and we do the thing because we love to do it. It's part of what's in our nature, including all the way up to war and greed, unfortunately. And the idea is to work ourselves out of that in our own minds first, and then our fellow man second. And the coming age and the change and the transition. And for those of you guys who are into the Bible, the release of new information at the beginnings of this new millennium for a reason.
Yeah, you said.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just thinking about like if they have any compassion towards us, or are we just?
Well, that depends. You can't. I'm not going to widespread peanut butter smear everybody to think this way or that way, but there are races that like us. There are races that consider us animal workers because we're not near as intelligent as they are, nor do we live as long. So it's just sort of like, calling your vacuum cleaner and not giving it a second thought for some people. And then there's other ones that absolutely detest us and think we smell and we're horrible creatures. And there's a full, varied spectrum of opinion, I'm sure.
I see. Well,
Some like us, some don't. Some think
right.
we're quite tasty, taste like chicken. I'm joking.
I was like, oh no. Well, gosh. I mean, that's why.
Yeah, this is
Isn't
that
it?
picture was talking about that was coming.
Is it? Okay, good.
This is the
Good.
bottom of Batu's moon in about
Wow.
2019, 2020
Oh, God.
on a close pass. And you tell me you've ever seen a sky like that anywhere
Jesus Christ. Wow.
and in your entire
I think
life.
I almost seen a sky like that a couple of times.
And
Once in
this
South
was
Africa and
taken
once
in,
here.
I
Wow.
believe, Malaysia in 2019, I think. And I just, when that was going on and then they were seeing that down there, I just went, oh, I know what that is. And, it's like,
Yeah.
okay. And the thing with it is we put all of this information together. And if people aren't willing to listen to this documented, drastically, horrendously long investigated information, then go ahead, don't listen. you know,
Yeah.
because we put this stuff together, and this, I mean, and the recent peanut gallery says, yeah, it's like they make this up. It's like, okay, you go ahead and believe that.
Skippy.
I am laughing.
I will say one thing though. If you don't put in the work to actually look into this, you might just, it's not surprising that people would kind of dismiss it. But there is a lot of signs out there, guys, that at least have to get your curiosity. Come on, like, come on, like, just if you don't
Yeah,
believe,
just let
again,
go of your
I'll,
preconceptions.
I'll say it again. If you don't believe it's one thing, but not be curious, it's just completely another thing. There's so many things happening right now that even if you don't understand or you don't see, I mean, it has to get your imagination going at the very least. I mean, come on. This picture right here is a perfect example of, of that.
Look at it.
You see something like this and not question and not
Wonder how it got
common
there, like wonder what's different.
Oh, if I saw this above my head, I'd wonder how long I had to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be wondering when that rain's coming, like, oh my God, or the hail. Oh.
See, some of these things are what got me, some of these sightings, some of these crazy things is what got me going with this whole topic. And I ended up here, I went down so many rabbit holes because I was seeing some crazy shit in the sky, and I cannot explain it. I could not understand it. And, I started investigating. It took me years to find something that fit. And this was that one thing that fit for me. And I went down every rabbit hole, guys. I went, I'm not proud to say it, but I even went down the whole flat earth one. I did just for the sake of being thorough.
I did too. For a little while.
For a little while. It didn't last very long until I was like, yeah, I'm not going to waste more time on this. And I moved on. But I did go down every rabbit hole conceivable,
Well, yeah, you have to think about everything from every point of view because you have to compare it and then think, well, which one just really fits? Which one's got all the proof for?
Yeah. Because we have a lot of information out there. Some of it's good, some of it's horrible, some of it's half truth, half confusement. But I think when you see it all and you come to an overall conclusion, I think you can make a good decision of what it is that you're seeing. Because I mean, you have to kind of trust yourself as well. It's this to me was the only. After I came across this, I just stopped. I stopped because I knew I was in the right place, and hearing Sam also, Hearing Sam, I felt an immediate connection, and I felt like he was being sincere, and I had to just follow him and continue down that rabbit hole because it led me to some very cool stuff, that very happy to be a part of and be able to experience myself because there's things happening, guys, right now that have not happened in our lifetime, so get on board. You're missing a hell of a show, and you have to be informed as well because these things could affect us, and not so.
Yeah,
They are.
exactly. Why would you not want to be informed about what could kill yourself or your family
Yeah, yeah,
if you just had spent like 5 to 10 more minutes on something that could make all the difference to something someday? I mean, just
hmm
file that information somewhere. Thank you, and say thank you to the people that actually brought it to your notice. Because then if you've really got a brain, you'll be going, but that makes me think about X, and then X makes me think about Y, and then sure, but then I have to think about
exactly.
it goes like that. It lights up bulbs, and just
Yes,
it did
you
for me.
would. I
That's
mean, you would
I
think
like the idea of research and homework and
absolutely.
then little asterisks. It made you think. It made you realize that there's so much more going on. Like you say, he says,
Yeah, and you
so much
can't get
more.
it day one. You have to. It only we all did this day after day after day after day after day, and then all of this information grew because we were all working together and sharing all of this information, and that's how we gained all of the information was just by watching it.
Right. Right. It just takes time
Yes,
to put it together.
exactly,
Yeah.
Carol. Exactly. I like what Carol's saying.
There was a
Exactly.
question about star seeds.
Right.
I'm
Hold
sorry,
on.
I hate to walk over the top of you there, Jesus. I apologize.
No, no, go ahead. I
Uh,
was.
w- um, we're all made up of other material from not from Earth, from other races, and starseed is a term from the metaphysical world who try to include themselves because they don't quite fit, and they know they don't quite fit. But it's an easy access term to say, "Oh, I'm connected to this planet or that, or the Arcturians or the Pleiadians or whatever." Um, if you know you are, well, I'm not going to argue with you. If you believe you are, there's a lot to that because we have some of that in all of us in sort of a way, because we're created of a multiple group of genome sequence to create that which we are now. So try to be careful when you reach for a colorful, separate connection that is endearing to yourself, and then you separate yourself from others. So that's why I had to bring that up.
It's been hard
When
to
you
find
say,
balance for me as well because I've got so and I'm sure Rebecca, I'm sure Jillian, I'm sure everybody that's part of all this will probably relate. But it's been hard for me to find balance because with all this, because it's so grand and so unbelievably amazing, I find it's hard for me to find interest in other things compared to this. Everything seems so
yeah,
bland and
Yeah,
it's
boring,
true.
and it's
changes
hard
what
for
you look
me.
at and how you look at
That's
things.
why every time Sam mentions a movie, or whatever, I'm like, no, I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen that
Yeah,
either.
yeah,
We
No,
don't
I
even
haven't
have
watched that.
time, man. You don't have
All I'm
time. No.
doing is this. It's like from sunrise to sunset to midnight or whatever.
yeah,
Really, it's
exactly.
something to do with this.
Yeah, the movie
And
topic for today is
Yeah.
and Rebecca and I were talking about that is holy cow! Now I can't even pull it out of my
Um.
off the tip of my tongue.
Dune. Do you mean Dune?
No, we
No,
were that was last week.
that was last week.
Um, um,
The Da Vinci Code,
yeah, Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons,
Angels and
which
Oh
Demons.
is
yeah, the
part two of
bloodlines
the
and
same
stuff.
character,
I've
but
not seen
different.
either one.
They're both excellent movies. The reason that we are discussing it is because it has some Hollywood has. I'll just say it this way: Hollywood has a tendency to give us good information and bad information, and there
Right.
is some real good information in the Da Vinci Code. There's some real good information. They give you some half truths in there that are very prominent and poignant and historical as well. But you got to sift through some of the, like I say all the time, my BS meter goes off when I'm hearing something that's not absolutely accurate, and I go, "Well, you're close," but and then you're giving me a Hollywood misnomer. So remember, there's a lot of good information and bad information in Hollywood.
I was just going to ask you, Rebecca, to highlight Astrophobia's last comment.
Okay.
How he
Yes.
feels this channel found him and not the other way around. Sam, you speak about likeness, awareness. What was it you said recently? How
Proton proximity likeness identification.
there you go. Like how things kind of just find, I don't know, things that are meant to kind of attract each other.
Right. Everybody is in their own time. You're not late. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. And the people that find us are there for a reason. And if you disbelieve, well, then you can also spend a little more time working on the belief because, we're not, A, we're not wrong. B, we're doing it for you. So if you're here for a reason.
I think we all found each other.
I really agree with that comment. I completely agree with that comment.
Like we just kind of like all gravitated towards each other.
We're here because we're supposed to be here.
And this goes against standard science and everything. Oh, these guys, we've heard from the peanut gallery that, this concept and theory, this is not a theory, that we've long ago proven this to be quite real. They were absolutely crazy nuts, and well, that's because it's a wholly huger story than most people who are searching for Planet X come across. And it's just, it's you're talking about the letter A in the Encyclopedia Britannica versus the whole entire issue system.
Like Carol Ann says, like attracts like. It's true.
Yeah.
And that's how we're doing this too. We're all working off the magic of our personalities and our intelligence and our abilities. And it, 300 years ago, the internet, it was magic. So here you go, magic.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, believing is magic.
And of course, that's the video I posted
seeing
today.
Is believing. I see it, I believe it.
We have abilities that many of you out there in listening land are not aware of. And this is why you don't fit. And this is why some of you are getting goosebumps when you're finding out this information. And it's touching you in a special way because you have been uncomfortable all your life with what you're living that just doesn't quite fit. And the trick with truth and science is if it's comfortable and fits, it's true. If it's complicated and you can't understand it, it's a lie. And that's science. And you prove, and a lot of us have spent many, many years trying to say, no, this isn't real. And we've proven it. And then you walk outside and you look up and there it is again. And you go, oh shit, it's true. And we've had over a decade of that. And if you are coming here and falling into this and actually learning to see the planets, great, fantastic. We'd love to have you. And for those of you who believe but just haven't quite got there, keep at it. Remember, look at the dark areas in the sky first. For example, look at this picture in front of us. Look at the water on the right-hand side. What is it showing you?
Shadow, like a big. That's what I'm seeing. Like a difference in color, difference.
A big dark blob, as you say.
Yeah, the blob's bigger, but look at the shining. The shining's different.
And that, of course, is Uri. And you can see the stripes when you look up at the upper right part. That's Uri, and there's the stripes. And we've had years and years and years of comparatives where you see the stripes or you don't see the stripes. And if the stripes aren't there, then it's another planet. And there's varying degrees of this. And when you have 30, 50, 100 sightings or 200 sightings a week of the same thing coming in from around the world, you learn to look, you learn to see, you learn to recognize, you learn to understand where everything is at the time as it changes through these cycles, which is how I do the site drawings. And part of why I was recruited was because of my skills. And part of why I was slapped with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement is because of my skills. So, I mean, how many former insiders are out there talking to people openly? And those that wish to discredit me, well, nanner. I mean, come on.
Right. It's there. I mean, it's just,
Yeah,
it just
there's the
takes time
picture
because you
again
got
and
to
again and
be
again.
willing to, look at all of the evidence. And a lot of people don't do that. They don't take that time, for it to.
It's
And then-
also got to do with the way your brain, your perception changes.
Well, I
Sorry.
read down that some YouTube comments, after people put out shows, and I even on some of ours, where they're going, all you do is you talk about these drawings. No, the drawings and the real life match. That's why we use the drawings. That's why we talk about the drawings. Year after year after year, they match. The entire upper half of this is a planet on this picture in front of us here now.
Pink
The lower
area.
half is normal sky. If you cannot see this planet overhead of Earth, I am very sorry for you. But there's a planet right there.
Right. Wow. That's just. I
Big ass
can't
planet.
remember. I was going to say, for the longest time, I did not understand that. I would just look at that and think it's clouds, and
Yeah,
even
this is
though
where the
you would
naysayers are
say
going to
that,
freak out and
it
go,
took
"Oh, he's so
long.
full of shit," and all of this, and
It's like, how can it be
because
that
it's going to
close?
argue
But
with
yeah,
their own heads.
right.
And we've had years of this going on, and that's the problem. They've gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then by the argument got, "Oh, I still don't see it," and then it of course got even harder. And this is why we're doing today what we're doing.
Oh gosh. I was
You know,
going to
you
Yeah, we
say,
were lucky. We
can't win
seen them
that
when they were
argument,
actually smaller.
Yeah, and we had the luxury, and I said it all the time. We had the luxury of watching them come in from when they were little, and then coming up from the Antarctic when you couldn't see them up here, and
That
then
must
all
have
of a
been
sudden,
so cool.
excuse me.
That must have been so cool getting to see all that.
Well, it was kind of frustrating because here I'm screaming, "Oh, look, it's the coolest sighting you ever saw in your whole life," and I got crickets for the first 5 years.
I was just going to. It's all right. I'll pass on that.
Well, I can't say crickets because I did get trolled really right away too. So
Yeah, well, that's part of all this. It's part of all this. I've gone, recently even my what did you call it? My peanut
peanut gallery.
The peanut gallery has seriously increased on my side.
Yeah.
And I'm sure on all of us, but
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. It comes with the territory.
Yeah.
I
feel bad
don't
for
give
them.
it as
I really
much
do.
thought as I used to.
I feel bad for them, and I mean, I wish they could, let go of the grief and the hate that must be inside them in order to actually attack people that you don't even know. That one always blows me away. It's like, do you know who you're even putting down? Okay, I guess not.
Well, this is what I say. This is what I tell people all the time. I don't deal with crazy people. If you think we're crazy, then why are you dealing with us? I don't get it.
Yeah.
If you need a shrink, go and get one.
Go ahead, put your hand in that meat grinder. You'll enjoy
Why
it.
do you? I don't bother with crazy people. Why do you? That's why.
Or my favorite, I know you are. What am I? Yeah, I hate that one.
Oh boy,
Here on this picture, here's another illumination of asteroid in front of a planet, as you can see in the upper left. I imagine this is an early one of Uri in the Salamander asteroid group, with the lead asteroid in the upper left corner. Because this is from the old files, which also matches the Salamander, Tan asteroid, etc. Back when Uri was smaller, and you can see the stripes of Uri. Oh, I still to this day absolutely love this picture. And of course, this is the discharge around Atu's moon, and Uri is off to the back left behind, and also subhorizontal, where this is early 2019-ish, 18, 19. And you can perfectly see the light between the bodies.
Oh, that is
And back
cool.
there in
Right.
between it is the Skull asteroid hidden from view here, but it's back there to the left. And of course, the object cluster group, when it was much smaller. And this is that same pattern we've seen for year in, year out, year in, year out. And then when you get to see it illuminated in lightning, it's phenomenal. That's why I love this picture. It's like you can
Like
see it.
when you look
There
at
it
the
is.
blue area, the sky, the blue area,
Yeah, that's the normal
and
sky. Yeah.
then it's just this drastic sudden change to purple straight across,
Right,
and
right.
then you realize that's the planet Atu right there.
Right. I mean, it's
You know,
absolutely.
it's
I
like,
mean, we
wow.
figured by this time we'd all just completely accepted that this was normal. That we knew Atu and
Just a
Atu's moon
planet
looked
right
like this,
there.
and this is when Atu's moon was first getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then did the close passes that we fabulously enjoyed every day of. I mean, it was also scary as all hell at the same time, but it was awesome.
Hmm.
And this is
And
what you guys are missing.
that's
I
what
mean,
Carol Ann
God.
said. She says it's that we are awesome. It doesn't matter what anybody says, if they like us or not. Not everybody can be as awesome as we are. So,
Yeah, that's kind of what she. That's kind of what she
That's
posted.
Caroline.
That's I know.
That's
Like
kind
I
of what
said,
she posted earlier.
she's our little cheerleader. She really
Yeah.
is.
I've always like Caroline from the beginning was always like that. If I was negative
Yeah.
about something, she said, "Well, let's look for the positive. Let's look what you've done so
Yeah.
far, or what is it that you're stressed about, or you're not getting right. Like, how can you make it better? How can you make it better? So how can you make other people better that don't see us as we are? But they come out looking for us, and we don't go looking for them and telling them.
No, we're just doing our thing. That's all.
Not bothering anyone. Scroll past,
No.
pal.
Positive, friendly,
Well,
happy.
if we'd only been doing this for a year or two, and we learned this on the internet,
Yeah.
that'd be a totally different story. But we didn't learn this on the internet. We had members science form all of this information, and we wouldn't share it unless we had numerous comparatives, because that's how on Montana Skywatcher originally we always did multiple sightings before we ever believed they were topic. And that's part of the topic rule, that we have a very strict code that goes on in Montana Skywatchers. And some people maybe unfortunately have been recently removed from the site because of non-topic postings. And I'm kind of strict about it, but everybody knows that. I hope.
Now they do.
Right. I do. I definitely do. Okay.
Well, we have
Here's
to
a
have
new
strict
one.
rules, because otherwise it becomes chaos, and then I don't get any work done and nobody learns anything.
Right. I totally understand that. That's why you
I
can't let very many people in at once, or it
Bam,
goes kind of crazy off the rails.
Okay, this is an old picture, and if you look, the cumulus nimbus clouds in the middle of the street is the normal clouds. And if you look high above that, you're looking at Atu's moon, and Uri. And that's the comparison that we're always handing out. The normal clouds are at the lower horizons, and everything above the top of the cumulus nimbus is different sets of clouds. So if you're seeing them way above the standard cumulus nimbus clouds, you're looking at space clouds.
Sam, this picture was in one of your Understanding the Sky series. And the way you explained it, and the way it really was really helpful for me. You explained how these bottom clouds that are our clouds, they shoot up thousands of feet up, right?
Right. They go up to about 35,000 feet usually.
Yeah. You said they shoot up really quick, and then they reach about as high as
Right. That's the boil off of the water. That's what creates rain clouds off the Pacific.
Yes, exactly. And then you said, and everything above that isn't in our atmosphere. That's
right.
That one really
layers above cumulus nimbus. There's the cirrus, little see-through, thin, wavy, high atmosphere clouds, and then there's a couple other layers of clouds.
And you could kind of see those. And you could kind of see those right above this bottom stack, stack of clouds going up. But that was really helpful for me when you explained that.
And you can see the bubbly
that was about the top of our atmosphere, and the rest of everything above. What is everything above? You said it in the show. So what's this above? Why is it there? Why? And that
Yeah,
got me
see the
thinking.
size of those momentous circles on the top cotton balls? That's Attu's moon and Attu, and then Uri is slightly behind it, showing you the push in. And the salamander asteroid group is directly in the center above the cumulus nimbus clouds in the middle of the street. There it is, hanging with its head and a little tail and everything. There it is. And that's back in 2018 when they were doing the first crossover, where during the day, or actually over a period of time, this was part of that same time period, but the illumination is coming from a different area because they moved past Earth, where they were actually being illuminated past Earth at sunrise, which is the first time that they had ever really gone past us, where we could see actually facial illuminations of the planets. And that was 2018. And then they moved over to the left hand side as of 2019/20. And that's why we've got the same cloud patterns, but occasionally they're on the left side versus these older shots, which were back when they were on the right.
So I remember you saying pretty much everything from the top of that light pole on up is Uri planet.
Yeah.
Another
Uri,
planet.
Attu's moon, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to tell you we have a Diesel over on TikTok, and he said, when I saw and heard Samuel Hofman, my mind snapped, and I've been listening for a long time ever since.
Well, it's very nice to hear. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he was happy that
you had me worried when you said my mind snapped. I went, oh no.
No, it's a good thing.
It's a good kind of snap.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Andrea said she was restricted again for an hour for saying something.
My God.
I didn't want to. I was gonna say I hope it doesn't happen, but I didn't want to speak.
I know.
Out loud,
I was going too good.
But I was like, let's just see how.
Poor
see
Andrea. She gets hit every time. Every time. Yeah. I don't know anybody else that this has ever happened to.
Yeah,
well, maybe
she just said to me now. Yeah, same shit.
Where's our disclaimer? Where's our show startup music from our announcer? Where's our announcer?
Where is it?
Yeah.
But I did get the music that you were recommending.
Yeah. And that. What do you think?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, because there's a 1 minute. It's copyrighted, but there's a 1 minute clip on TikTok that I can use. I can use that 1 minute. So
you don't even need that full period. You can run, like I said, you can run 15 seconds or 7 seconds of it.
Yes.
And then have your announcer step in and say, "Hi, welcome to another, fantastic edition
Saturday.
of,
Citizen
Science
I like that.
with Rebecca." I loved how he did that. He did a great job.
He did good.
I mean, it's like the guy was like a paid professional. I mean, Jesus.
He has.
I mean, no, not you, Jesus.
He's he just likes to sing, and he does Johnny Cash songs really well.
Well, he's probably familiar with a microphone, and that has a lot to do with it too.
Yeah,
how you put your voice, and how your inflections of your voice, and
Yeah.
And Superman jumped upon the building, whatever. Able to leap tall buildings in a single run, or all the way to Walter.
Yeah, that's. You have a good voice too, Sam.
Well, I did. Really? I remember I did a bunch of commercials. I did most of the commercials for our nightclub, and our nightclub was rocking it up downstairs.
You're a natural, really.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, so Sun D has a question about source. Like, can you explain more about reaching for source?
Source is everything. Source is connected all the way out to prime creator through galaxies and anywhere your mind can wander. Anything is finite, small, and microcosmic into other dimensions if your mind can wander. When you reach for source and you touch for source, it has to do with believing. And when you believe you can, then you can. And then all of a sudden you start to learn more, and it teaches you, and it also listens to you. And there's a lot to that, and it mixes in with Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism and searching for truths and things like this. And once you start to understand the harmonic electricity of earth and grounding and Om chant and chakra towers and all of that, then all of a sudden you're forming this belief in something larger than you, but that is of you and even smaller than you. It's all connected. Everything is connected. And once you keep seeking that information, you'll know it's right when it's right. And later on, when you start to use source or touch the electrical impulses in you, and you find that your hairs on your body stand up, and then you got this awe-inspiring body rush of elation and almost religious bliss. When you find that, that's touching source. And you can prolong it, and then you do Om and grounding and all of that, and then you attain levels. The more you do it, the more it works, the more it listens. Bodhisattva, yes.
So I had an experience just once, but I wasn't even trying to. You know what I mean? That's the strange part. But everything that you just described matches it perfectly. It was at that house that I lived at that was, haunted or whatever. But my mind was in the right place, I believe, but it was just a full body, like physical experience. I could feel it completely all over. But the best part was how happy I went, because I went from being terribly upset. And I kind of like started talking to God. I didn't know who I was talking to, but I was just at a point to where I was just talking out loud, and all of a sudden, like something just come over me, and it felt like I went from being so sad and upset to the best happy feeling you could possibly imagine. It was just, I was
Elation.
kind of shivering, I was just shaking, and I didn't know what was happening, to be honest, but it felt great.
When you touch source, you
Yeah.
know it, because every hair on your body stands up. And
Yeah,
you get
it
that
was
body rush. And the
wonderful.
trick is to grab it when it happens and don't let it be fleeting, because usually you get that rush and then it's gone. Now when your hair stands up, good, recognize it. Take a nice open mouth, deep breath, and keep it going. And then you throw in an Om chant where you reach and you hum deeply, as deep as you're able to, in a comfortable tone, and you'll know the tone that's right for you. And in your throat, and then that vibration in your head and your body, and then you get all that rush together, and then you think about your feet connecting to the earth, and then you think about a circle around you, and that's your personal magnetosphere and the power of your body electricity. And then before you know it, all kinds of things will grow and talk to you. And the trick is not to be afraid of it. The trick is to listen to it and then be careful with it once you find it.
Right, because this is about 2014, it's just a long time ago, where I didn't know those things. I didn't know what was going on, to be honest. I just called it a God moment after that.
Yeah, you can tell yourself to self-heal. You can tell yourself to be miserable as well. How your intention or your point of view, over time, the more you do grounding and like go outside, put your bare feet on the ground. If you're having a weird day, go, and it's not 40 below outside, and you can actually touch your bare feet on the ground, you can actually reset your mood and your body electricity in your brain and everything. And then if you think of a circle while your feet are touching the ground, and you're in your imagination, pull that energy out of the ground and send it up through your body to the top of your head, up in the air, and then back around in a circle back down to your feet. That is part of grounding. And then you have the Om chant and the body touching of the source and the electric hair standing up and all of that. And then you do that in one pattern, and you are reaching for source and bodhisattva.
Yeah, I hug our trees out front. I go by and touch them, and I feel like that's helpful.
They all have
too.
life energy, and you can identify with that. And when you're in the state of grounding or the source, you can also feel things differently. You feel electricity, and you can feel cold air and hot air, and you can feel winds in different ways. You can hear more, you can smell more, you can taste more, you see more. It's just you're enhancing yourself, and the more you connect to it, the more you learn. And then the more you learn, the more you connect. And a lot of it just all boils down to belief that, you're not just some person sitting in some apartment that's got to go to work tomorrow. Because that's not what we are. We're not that person that's desperately trying to pay the rent all the time. And got yelled at by my boss, or my uncle was grumpy with me when I forgot his lasagna noodles or whatever.
Right. All those distractions,
Right.
really.
And the more you do that, then all of a sudden you become calm and things work out a lot easier. And then you don't have some of these issues because you'll remember more. You'll just get to be better at things. And
Right.
that's part of what I posted a whole bunch of that. And anybody in that posting realm, I hope you got to watch the video of today, which is, how to learn and believe. And it's a magic. It's a form of magic, and it's a form of trust and knowledge and the ability to find those things that you're looking for. And like this, they said earlier, where did it find me? And what happens is source starts to provide you with the right information at the perfect time, always. And then you get in a flow, and then once you realize, and of course Buddhism and Hinduism teach you about the river of life, and just going along with the flow. And when you find that you're no longer doing that, when you're no longer fighting the flow, then all of a sudden things work out easier. Somebody stated here a few minutes ago in the comments that my voice echoes. Well, sometimes when I put intonation and meaning into some words, there are actual audio effects where, and we've experienced this throughout all kinds of videos. That technical difficulty was not on the pre-show on Radio Wasteland where it echoed. It somehow came from me, and he was like freaking out about that as well. But I have occasionally a very rather unusual effect on certain shows where I say one or two words and it does some really weird shit. But then that's also Om chant. You can do Buddhism magic with that once you learn that sort of. Words have power, and sometimes they do affect the microphone. That's what I meant to say.
All right.
I know,
This was the
metaphysical
next.
crazy man. I know the man's out of his mind.
No, I mean, I know that this is a popular topic. A lot of people like to learn more
for
about this,
example,
but
in the
it's hard
movie
to
Dune,
find.
did you see the ending where Usul no longer needs the weirding module? And there is a lot to that, and that goes back to power and magic and intention and belief. If you believe in things, all kinds of stuff can happen.
Right.
And
I believe
is
that.
real.
I mean,
It's
I
quite
learned
real.
that a long time ago, and I've been putting it to the test a lot.
If you've ever seen the spirit of the forest, or if you've ever felt like somebody was standing behind you and you really knew it, that's real. That all of that stuff is real because you're being talked to, and you need to learn how to pay attention to the signs that are going on around us that we've been driven to believe that that's not real. And all of those things that are talking to you, you just have to slow down and
Like
actually
a
listen.
spirit guide. Would you say it like that? Like a
Well,
spirit guide?
I'm not saying that you want to deal with any of that.
Yeah, I
That's
don't. I'm
spooky.
just wondering if that's what you're talking about. I don't really do
I
that.
don't really. I mean, depending on what level of a seer or a psychic you are, or you think you are. I'm not trying to say that in a negative way. If you're willing to talk to somebody who's a regular visiting entity, and depending on the entity, or if it's an alien versus a spirit or other, I would be quite cautious. But I guess I mean, who am I to lecture on that? I've had good and bad, so. And I played with some shit that I should never have played with, but I mean, that's how you learn.
Yeah, that's why I don't. It's because I don't know, enough to know what I'm doing. I don't want to invite
Well,
something
yeah,
that I
you have to
don't
go
want
through. You
to.
have to go through learning stages, and usually, and this is what I tell everybody: you're not late. Usually, Source will teach you at the right time, right when you're ready for what. It's not going to hand you more than you can deal with, and sometimes it does. I have to wait a minute. I have to correct myself. Sometimes it hands you so damn much more than you know what you're ready for.
Sometimes it pushes it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I always tell people, when they're talking about this, that, and it's like, careful what you wish for, because it'll, the old fish across the face and slap, hello, here you go, and then you spend, like me, 25 years trying to learn how to deal with it. Whether you question yourself whether you're absolutely massively nuts or if this really happened.
Hey,
Good
Mr.
morning, Mr. Pinhead
Pinhead.
Skywatcher.
Yes.
Leah, live demons is an invention of the Catholic Church.
But I
There's
guess
another
wouldn't you
term.
say demons is a term for aliens or spirits? It's just
Correct.
a
And then, of course,
religious
I mean, we can talk about
term.
skinwalkers or ghouls or rakes or whatever you want to call them. I mean, most people want to call those demons, but that's another race, and they're nasty, and they're real. So, and then, we can go on and on into about 18 different other races that we know that there are. When you have so many sightings of something, you can no longer doubt it anymore. That's the point. And people, I don't want to, it could be made up and somebody could be trying to play a game. And the question is what game are we playing with our own brains? Are we lying to ourselves that we don't see this, or are we just discounting it going, no, it can't be real? And that's a great deal of what we're doing here tonight too. And we all of us, Jesus, myself, Jillian, we all went through watching these planets over this last decade, and none of us wanted this to really be happening. None of us really wanted to have this much shit scared out of us. And yet we were just brave enough because we were so overly fascinated by what was just panning out in front of us nonstop. We couldn't turn our heads.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There was a big source of worry at one point. I don't focus too much on it anymore. There's really all you can really do is just be aware. But yeah, there was a point where I was a little more freaked out about it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
About the
There,
planets.
Yeah,
experimental.
about the what the outcome's
What's
going to be.
happening.
I think
Yeah,
I do think about that often. I try not to focus my energy on that part of all this, but I do know it's there.
Skinwalker Elemental mentioned the Jesuits took and changed everything. In Bible terms, it is known as the dark con of man. I have to think about how that was exactly written. The dark con of man. And I'm not going to get into too much information on that, but that dark con of man was expressed directly to me from off-world information. And that's what a huge portion of what took me 25 years to swallow was once you find out the facts behind what things are. And I think I've dumped it pretty much in people's laps, excuse me. It could be laps too. Go ahead and laugh at me. Did you hear that idiot talking? Anyway, yeah. When I finally after probably 2018ish is when I started talking Factory Planet Earth, and I wasn't really releasing that information because I wasn't sure how people would take it. And it's not a great thing to believe or to know about or comfortable by any means, but it's kind of the truth. So, and that's why we have the crossing and the commodity issues and thy kingdom come and tribute to the gods and all of that, and why the crop circles and all of the carvings and the hieroglyphs and shit and going back through Egypt and all this crap matches because it's happening and it's happening again.
All right. Sorry, I was checking.
I was reading about the Bodhisattva comment 15 minutes behind the 8 ball over here. Sorry.
It's all right. But we have someone stating that comments are being deleted, and I have not deleted any comments.
I don't have any ability to delete comments.
Right. I've not deleted or removed anybody or deleted comments at all. So I don't know what's going on.
It's a magic mojo society.
I don't know. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
deleted themselves.
This picture, I don't see comments deleted. Experimental said, which that's what I'm saying too.
Maybe they just it gets confusing up there on those chat boards, man. You kind of lose them. It's like okay.
I
kind of jump.
Early 2007 shot.
She's being the moderator from beyond.
Yeah.
If she could, she would. I know she would, right?
Yeah, she's trying to beam us out a message.
Right. Must be the moderator. I'm the moderator. There is nobody else. So I don't have
We
any
know
other
you're
moderators.
doing horrible things in the background and not telling anyone.
Right,
I'm
right.
kidding.
Maybe it
I'm
is
joking,
Lucinda. I don't know.
Yo, hey, you have ulterior motives and work for the government. I'm joking. Bad, horrible joke. Horrible joke. God forbid. not that I would ever believe that for a heartbeat. But anyway, some of the crazy shit people have said about all of us in one way or another, including tinfoil hats and poop hats and all, all the crazy pictures they put out. And anyway.
Yeah, the comments that are to us for me, the comments are the ones that are being highlighted, but they're all in the chat area. They're all
in the comments
they're all
section,
in.
right?
Yeah.
And we can't even really I can't switch back and forth between the private chat and the comments section without getting booted out. So I learned to go long and not to do that.
So Carol Ann has mentioned that she's not seen any comments disappear either, but there is a difference between YouTube and Facebook. The timing is different. So that's that.
Well, maybe, yeah. When I'm looking at them, sometimes it looks like you can't see all of them for some reason. It's as if something is like one of the planets below the horizon or above the horizon of the chat board. I don't know. It seems like things, it almost is like they disappear, but they don't actually. I've tried to move things back up to see things now myself because I've been watching as well.
Right.
That's why you use a couple of devices so as you can
not
watch
worried
everything.
about the feed vanishing. Yeah. Okay. Well, it depends on what media you're getting. So, it might be, and then look at some of those live channels on other ones where they scroll by so fast you can't even read them. Of course, that's when they have a lot of people, and we unfortunately do not have a lot of people yet. And they would probably.
Can you imagine when we do have a lot of people and things are happening so rapid style?
Let's
People
hope
get
we actually
indignant and
get
miss
a lot
them.
of people. I'm sorry to sound cynical. I'm just, I'm to the point where I've just, shaking my head, going, "How come people don't see this yet?" So poke me with a pin, please. I mean, wake me up. Really want to see this fly. I would really like to see this fly, and this is what we're all working for, us because we're trying to share this information for you guys. It's not like we're making it up. We're not. And this is another one with the two suns and the red blob object behind it. And at that time is 2019. And if you look at the white dot and the red ball beside it, that is Saturn's yellow moon with Nibiru and darkness on the right-hand side, about 2019. And once I point out that Saturn's yellow moon is the white blip in the right-hand side, and then you look for a bigger circle in red. The moment you look for that bigger circle in red, there it is, ta-da! But if you don't look for it, you don't see it.
So this is the white area is our sun. The yellow ring is the second sun illumination.
Star, and then the reddish orange illumination is Nibiru behind.
Wow. And then the empire
orb. White blip in the upper right is Saturn's yellow moon, and then you look for a larger reddish circle behind it, and you see it, and then that is a Saturn, which is what tells me what
which
year
is well close.
Can you imagine the size of? I can only imagine the size. Yeah.
Nibiru has got to be so big.
I think Saturn might actually be a little bit bigger than Earth, but then I hate to throw that out there, but it's somewhere in my realm of imagination.
I remember once a couple of years ago, you had something that was like a plate, and you tried to explain how enormous the Nibiru is. But I wasn't actually absorbing the fact that was like a third. Other people had called it a third sun, but it's not a third sun. It's another, it's like you said an electron cluster, or is it a gas giant, or what?
Oh, were you talking about the Tool star?
No, you had like It looked like an old picture that they had taken in space, and you were trying to explain Imaru to me at that stage.
Oh, and there was a big brown blob behind all of the Anno Domini cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if you look at the Anno Domini capture, and that's like late 2008, early 2009, when they were still just barely visible through telescopes even. And everybody saw the pattern and they saw the bright lights and the little dots and everything, but nobody paid attention to the big orange blob behind the whole mass. And that's where I try to point that out, that we have been seeing that phenomenon all the way back until it even got here, and we've of course cross-referenced that with current information. So and it's all.
So how long
over
has
time.
Imaru been here? Was it here first? Was it
No,
first? Or
it's Imaru is the central object, and we just happen to be rounding. I can't fully describe how this event is occurring, but we are rounding. We're the smaller solar system. We're crossing in front of them, and I believe because of the second star, we see Imaru, where just on our own star, I don't think our star illuminates all of Imaru, or we don't look beyond our star with our space telescopes. What's behind it? They pay attention to what's in front of them, which is the sun, or they don't. I can't describe to you exactly why we haven't seen it, but it's very, very, very big. And I'm there are parts of this that I'm just sitting here going, well, we've seen evidence of this, and I can't hand you the entire puzzle piece here.
yeah, that's just kind of wild. That's kind of overwhelming that something.
Now we've got space
so
pictures
big.
showing this big double ringed massive object behind our two suns, and it's so much bigger that it barely fit on the picture. And
Yeah, that's what you were trying to explain to me. I remember now. Yeah.
You only see the double ring edges behind it and the two stars, and then the two sets of planets intermixing. And we've got a few of those going back years and years, and try to post this information for people, and then they just sit there and stare at it and go, well, I don't understand it. And so we got away from that, and we went towards more just single captures of the planets, and trying to tag them, and draw them and do all of that. Because we were doing a lot of space pictures, but a lot of the satellite availability that we used to have is no longer there, or they keep changing the name, so people lose track of where they moved to.
There was a very interesting satellite picture a few years back, probably right before I found you, Sam. It was one of the Money Boys. I'm not gonna mention names, but it was a very interesting satellite picture. I think they got off Soho. That shows the two suns actually interacting very close to each other.
Right. Yeah, I've got a couple of those too. And
it was it was undeniable picture.
It was amazing how fast a lot of that stuff disappeared after we posted as well.
But they were saying that they went offline the second they were able to get the picture.
Right. And
you missed me that one, huh?
That was 2011 through 2012. And if you want to go through and maybe look up some YouTube stuff and see what you can find if you're out there trying to research, and that's the date of the time of the joining and the back below CMEs of the two stars interacting with each other. And then after that is when all of a sudden the coronal whole activity completely changed on our face of our star, and then all sorts of stuff changed. And they lost their minds going, oh, we don't know what this is, and it doesn't fit our 11-year solar cycle models, blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, I know they're just, lost. It's like, okay, or this is all they're portraying, is that they're lost, and maybe they actually do see what's going on, but they're just not talking about it. I mean, there's varying degrees of the knows and the don't knows.
I just want to say thank you to Sandy.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy.
Yeah, we got a nice donation, so definitely we appreciate that. So,
yeah, the only time you're going to see, if you're standing out, you're floating out in black space, and you don't have a light on your spacesuit. And no, there's no light. It's dark. You're sitting out there in the dark, and only if the light that is refracting on your spacesuit, if it's behind you, you will, you'll be shadowed too. But I mean, if you're in space, then you'll have light on you. If you have an object that you toss away from you, it will have light on it. But you can't see it going past you. And the room is not illuminated. It's dark. and something very, very close to you, you will not even see, depending. And this is why, the most of our NASA finding planets and stuff has a lot to do with, for the longest time prior to the, the large uh, space telescopes. Before that, usually the only time they really cataloged anything was when it passed in its normal cycle in front of the sun, which shows you how much there is going on there that they don't actually see when you only see one little item go in front of the sun. And then you have to catalog it and wait for it to happen again. And so there was so much of that going on, and they don't really understand how the darkness of space and only when in a solar system do you have illuminated planets and all of that sort of stuff. The rest is asteroids and shit that they come creeping out of the dark at us at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, and then they freak out.
I was just gonna talk about this comment that Andrea Adams, and I'm glad to see. I commented on the post on your post, Andrea, on Facebook, to just come over to YouTube and just don't even bother with Facebook, because obviously it seems to be Facebook that keeps blocking you. But anyways, this question
definitely.
that you're asking right here, I just got this question recently. Why is if okay, well, how do they quote that? How do they ask it? If there's light in space, how is there light on Earth but not light in space? Could you? I'm gonna let Sam take this one because
That
I
is
know the
because we
answer.
have an atmosphere, and that atmosphere refracts and breaks up the light into a prism effect, which is we see through water, which is why we see blue skies in the blue spectrum. And you have to have something that breaks the light into a prism effect that the human eye can see. Now, in space, there's probably light that other creatures perhaps can see, but the human eye cannot see it till it's broken down into the prism spectrum. Love
Yes.
this picture.
Get
I know.
you
Look
know,
at it, just cloaked in its clouds.
this is one of your favorites, isn't it? But real quick for Andrea, this is a good experiment. Go to a very dark place outside, away from light pollution. Grab a flashlight and shine it up in the sky, and you're not gonna see it unless there's dust or something. You're not gonna see that light. Turn it down to the ground, then you're gonna see it. You could light could pass right by you if there's nothing for it to reflect on. You're just not gonna see it. That's just the way light works, at least to our eyes. You know.
Yeah, that's weird. I've got a picture looking at me that I got in one of the shops when I was looking for stuff for my new house. It says, "Stars can't shine without darkness." Kind of reminds me of how we're looking for light in space.
Yeah. So
This
what
picture
about?
is one of my favorite older pictures of that.
I love this one. It's beautiful.
See the absolute roundness of the planet, and the weird microclouds of Uri behind it to the right. And this is when we first started going, oh, Atu's got a moon. And then if you look underneath at the bottom, you're looking at the asteroids going underneath Atu and Atu's moon. And there it is, the same pattern. And the light is being cut off by the left-hand side of Atu. And, year after year, this is what we saw when they first started coming in. And we got to watch them get bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is a prime example why I wanted to do these are the older pictures and the best of.
Right. I can
of course,
see
we
now.
got tons and tons more. I mean, there, we could go all the way back to the Z files and down to the X. Oh, hey, the X files. And the Y and the W and etc. And I went all the way down the alphabet one way and then back up the alphabet since 2018. And,
I was just going to point out how Atu's moon has been in front of Atu, in front of Uri for a very long time. Then
they're basically connected. They're always virtually right next to each other at all times. Within a major distance. That when we're underneath the two of them, you can actually look up between them, and they're on both sides of the sky. So there's a long distance between the two of them, but they always travel together.
So this question from Avengers was from a few minutes ago, but back to says, can you actually see the sun in space?
Well, yeah, if you turn around and look at it, I would imagine yes.
So
It's
it's
a big damn
dark.
burning ass ball that way. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. Okay.
I imagine if the ISS turned towards space, it would be very blinding because you might even burn the lens of the camera. Because it's there's no radiation protection out in space. I'm sure they have some sort of shielding. Who knows?
Well, yeah, they got them tiles on the space
I
shuttles.
don't
haven't they?
know if there's as much radiation as they say up there. It could be far less for all I know. But here's an old 2016 picture from James Klingler. And
Yeah, I've not seen that particular one, but I have similar ones just like that.
That is a cool pic.
Like,
and he was
find
very
it.
heavy into getting screen captures in Mexico, etc. He did a lot of good work, but then it's kind of a shame that he went off the way he did.
Maybe it was that one is similar. This one, that one.
Yeah, all three of those.
I was
real
watching
similar.
he kind of kept things a little in order. I mean, he was kind of an ass, but he was kind of like Lucinda, only like he's like an exaggerated version of Lucinda.
Yeah, an exaggerated,
Yeah,
more rude.
one.
He was a more rude version of Lucinda. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Less tolerant, and he would be rude to your face, whereas Lucinda wouldn't necessarily. She'd be very frank with you, but she wouldn't be rude.
Yeah. This guy didn't know that. Yeah. Anyways.
Kindness. There's a difference in kindness, I assure you. Moving on. Early Attu's moon. Yes, early Attu's moon.
Oof, I remember this picture. This was
look at that thing.
I was brand new when this came out. I was still
and we kept seeing it. We saw, oh Christ, that the sightings came in from around the world and tons from Asia and Japan, and we were all seeing it, and they were showing up in the straight up live cams all over the planet. And this is the beginning of when we went from elevator music to rocking out. I mean, we started dun, 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 I mean, we're talking, Highway to the Danger Zone with what's his face, from the Maverick movie series. Anyway, when we started seeing Attu and Attu's moon in the sky cams everywhere, and you couldn't deny it, and then it got started. That's when Attu started getting really, really dark, and then Attu's moon got bigger and bigger and bigger, and then we started seeing like the facial craters and all of this, and then the momentous clouds, and it was just an awesome show for like 3 years straight, and all the way up until even 2022, the Attu's moon, it was still going over nasty. I think it might even still be doing it occasionally here, because I've seen some pictures, but I mean, it's like they're brief, but then they are a little higher up, so we're probably seeing less of the same activity. Anyway, this was a great time.
Sky was kind of cool for a little bit. I used to follow this those webcams that people just put outside of their yard or put outside, and then kind of stream it. And some of them are cool, some of them not so much, but some of them were pretty cool. This was
when we started matching these pictures, like this one, for example, and that same, and we got a couple hundred of the same coming from Matthew's area, and from Japan, and from South Korea, and everybody was getting shots of the same thing. I just went, oh God, and then a bunch of people started mistagging the shit and telling us it was this, that, and the other thing, and I just sat there going, no, it's not a planet. This is Attu's moon, damn it. And then of course,
thing is a round cloud.
Yeah, it was undeniable after that, because it got really huge, and then it showed up in all the Skycam webcams, and it was like, yeah, okay, Attu's moon, Attu's moon, Attu's moon. I must have typed that 1 million times by now.
So, is there ever a time when the dot in front of the sun is a camera anomaly?
I can't absolutely 100% tell you that. I don't know for sure. This could be, but we know the problem is it would always be instead of intermittent. And we've seen cycles of where it's there and then it's not. And then you don't see it for a long time. And then all of a sudden you see it for a long time. And then it goes away and then you don't see it.
Mhm.
So, we're pretty sure. And we've got numerous pictures where the orb, the Empire orb is in front of the sun or next to the sun. And including Texas Cube pictures were in that same time period prior to them coming out of hiding in 2019. They were all hiding up there. And we've got dozens and dozens of those pictures. So we
Right.
should do it. We should do an Empire Orb / Texas Cube night or something.
Okay.
Some night.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, everyone's got those pictures.
Right. That's doable.
Where I just send you, 100. No, I'm kidding.
I know.
Yeah,
Be sure to count them out, so I know for sure.
How many are we rationed each?
Yeah,
this is a
Katie Jo agrees with
2012
that.
shot. This goes
Yeah.
back to 2012, and you can tell by the type on the bottom where it says Montana Skywatcher, and it's kind of patchy.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Lucky you. Take me with you. No. Yeah, and this is the two planets, Nibiru and Saru, and it's pinching off the light, and in our out view, and that's why you're seeing it do its thing here. And once you figure to look at the dark areas first, you'll see the big, huge ass planets right there. We're doing that, and the sunset is actually at horizon, not at the top.
Mhm.
Yeah, you just
Right.
let that sink into your brain for a bit. Mhm.
So it's just sunlight that's like pinching through two planets. Man.
And we knew back then, and because we had the shadowing information off the water, and we knew that it was
Right.
happening. And we saw this, and it just went like, yeah, this was probably September-ish of 2012. Well, after we,
Check the one on the top there as well. There's the one on the top.
there's all kinds of stuff going on in this, and they were still, spraying the skies and all that. So
Yeah, well, look at the spray stuff. Mhm. But there is something that goes down as well, like that, like on the right there. You saying that's a spray thing, but
oh my God, I just
there is
yawned.
a thing
Holy
like
cow.
that.
Me yawning. Weird.
You can't be slowing down yet.
Yeah, you're channeling me now. I'm
only at
starting
3
to
hours.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually got a little more sleep than normally. I can't even remember, but yeah, I thought I was well rested, but that's why I'm surprised I yawned. Weird. Okay.
Mhm.
All
I
right.
think that was the last of the pictures that you sent me today, from what I'm
Okay. Wow, we
seeing
went
on
through
my
that. Yeah,
end.
that's cool.
But
This, of course,
now
is asteroid coming from the left towards the sun in the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at
that was
that.
recent, wasn't it? Like, wasn't that
Yeah, this is
Zane's?
very
One of
recent. Yeah,
Zane's? Uh-huh.
and we are seeing they're smaller. They're rising up. There's the
Yeah.
exact same pattern, just a little bit closer. Or actually, is this the same picture but just colorized? Am I that far gone?
Yeah.
Do you see the side of the
So-
planet on the right-hand side above the sun?
On the right.
It's
Yeah,
being
I do
pinched.
see it now that you point that out. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what you think is a flare glare. It's not.
Perfect.
It's actually illumination of the side
Oh
of
my
the planet.
goodness. It's the whole sky.
And that would be
From the
Nibiru.
right of our sun all the way to the top of the picture is
Yep. And then in
Yeah.
front of it, farther over to the right, is the Saturn, the Saturn's yellow moon, but that's way, way farther over to the right corner.
Hmm.
let's see.
And the pinch, there's obviously another object on the left-hand side that would be cutting in to make the light pinch the way it is on the left-hand side as well. But it's farther
That's
back.
a really good picture. Wow. I had not noticed that in that picture till you mentioned it.
Well, it's an argument of what the hell is that flare all about up top above that, and then
Yeah.
if you look at the dark areas in the picture, not the light area. If you start with the dark, you'll see that big round circle standing there.
All right. Just want to say hi to David too in Scotland. So I know it must be
Hey,
like
David.
middle of the night. Yeah, it has to be late there.
No, it's 4 a.m.
Oh my God. I'm impressed, Julian. You're just sitting there having a great time.
Well, the thing is, I slept till past 1 o'clock today because, well, we
Yeah.
got up with the mouse thing earlier, really early. And then I went back to sleep again after we had the damage done by Stella. Yeah.
Right.
We caught the intruder, let's say. That was interesting.
The intruder.
Yeah, well, what happened was I was wakened up by the girls, the catties, jumping into the bed. And I thought, why are they there? And then they sat there and they were going like bombs. And then they both went boing. You know when cats do the pop-up that they're hearing something?
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought, well, oh, they hear, well, that's weird. And I thought, was it the puppy? Nah, he's sleeping. He was upside down in the bed under a blanket. So it wasn't him. And when I went into the kitchen, there was this mouse right on top of the air fryer looking at me.
Okay.
Just like something out of a Christmas movie, like.
Yeah.
And I was like, like,
A visitor. Yeah.
and I thought, how am I going to catch that? And this black blur flew past me and grabbed it. Just.
Oh, okay.
I was like,
It took over.
yeah, she just took over. So then when she got it, I just slung a towel over her and it. So she dropped it. I grabbed the poor thing and took it out to the garden.
Yeah.
When last seen it was running through a cranberry bush or something. I don't know.
Well, at least its life was spared for today.
Thank goodness. And yeah, after that excitement, I figured, well, I'm going to sanitize the tops or something.
Yeah.
So I went into sweeper mode. And then I was like, all right, bedtime.
Out comes the bleach.
Yeah, out comes the bleach, you know. So you know you're going like
Clorox towels. There we go.
yak. I was freaking out. Nasty. Anyway, because of the
That was
frenzy I went into, it was done quick.
Yeah, we talked about this one. I was going to say, you want to show the videos that Jesus sent me. We can
Oh
talk
wow,
about
he's
that.
got an amazing video on he put on Northern Skies.
Yeah, he sent me a few different ones. Let me get them pulled up. Bear with me. Oh, I think I already saved them. Hang on a second. One moment. I gotta find it again. Okay, this one should be it. First, I want to make sure Jesus is with us because I don't see him.
Yeah, he's black and he's mute.
He may not be back yet. Well, let's wait. Let's just wait until he gets back so he can, Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I left the studio. I didn't want to. I didn't mean to.
That's okay. I need to step aside for a minute myself.
Yeah.
But
I'm here.
let's see.
And now that you're back, you describe your scene, and I'll be back myself.
This.
Oh, that's magical. That video is just
This
magical.
is one of my favorite. This has been hands down probably the closest event I've ever witnessed. It was just absolutely close. We've gone back and forth saying this is Atu's moon, and I believe this is Atu because I would say about 30 minutes prior to this was Atu's moon. And it was pretty obvious. This is just way, 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 way big. I had to take a picture. I had to take about 8 pictures side to side just to catch it in one panoramic picture. It was just absolutely unbelievable how close this was. One of the closest passings I've ever seen. It was absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal stuff. And if you have the next other video that I sent you, you'll see that it was Atu's moon before this, which was the size comparison to this. So I think this is Atu. If I What do you think, Sam?
Yeah, but look at all the bubble. It looks like popped bubble clouds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could quite easily be Atu, because we are now seeing Atu. Moreover, now that Atu's moon is going above us, and then we get an opportunity to view actual Atu, because prior, when they were closer to us and not rising above us, but rising really close to us, Atu's moon was always in the way first. And so I'd say that surface could easily be Atu.
Yeah, because it was a really cool day. I had Atu's moon first, and then which was clearly a moon, and then this happened.
And look how dark, almost ultraviolet it is.
Blue.
Yeah, that's a purple blue. Look at it. It's
planets.
that 5D blue. It's gorgeous. That's just got a depth.
Yeah, we've noticed a lot of no matter what the color of the planet is when they get close to us, everything turns really blue.
Yeah, because I have video of this where it looks green, actually.
Well, you could have an influence on.
What happened, Sam, is that because I have the time lapse to that. I have the time lapse to that video.
Remember, in out view, they're really close together too. You can always see sometimes what you're thinking is Atu, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you're staring at the bottom of green Nepacity, and it happens.
This is about
and that's the dance thing.
2019, but this was first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's entirely possible that you were seeing remember the dance. Sometimes we see Nepacity, and then all of a sudden it's Atu, and then the dance is where they switch places in our out view, and then we're going, what is this? What is? Oh no, that's Atu, and then oh look over here, here's green at Nepacity, and Rebecca went through that for a long time, right? We're tagging stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Look at that though. Look at the colors of it.
Switched on us again, and yeah.
So
there's also refractive green from it being in proximity, and then if you don't see the Nepacity base cloud, well then you still may have a very large chance that alone could be Atu's moon.
See, this was first, and then not long after was the one you just played, and the size was just unbelievably bigger in the first one. And I want to point out that
I'd be calling this as Atu's moon. I really would, even though
that's what I was. This is definitely a moon. Definitely a moon. See, all these were shots taken from the time lapse. They were just it was all within 15 minutes. This video, probably less, but they were all still shots from, some early in the 15 minutes, and then. Because they change color as they come close, and because it was sunset too. So
this is in New Mexico, right?
You have the color changes as well, but absolutely.
This was filmed in New Mexico.
This was New Mexico, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And also, I want to say, guys, two things. One, you can see our moon in this shot. That one, if you follow the chimney from the house. Up just a little to the right, there's a little white dot. That's our moon. Just to put this into perspective.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So you could even see it there more in the middle of the picture. But yeah, this is the reason why everybody's missing, because these things are gargantuan. Just absolutely unbelievably big.
We screamed sky pillars after 2017-18 when they started doing the close passes and all the crazy weird ass changes. And this, of course,
this was recent. This is more recent, and I gotta point out the shadowing, guys. Look at the light. The sun. The sun is to the left, and look at the shadowing on the right of this thing. I mean. The only way you're gonna get that is if you have a ball, a round object that's lit up on one side and shadowing on the other side.
Ion tail.
Exactly, and the ion tail never fails. So this is a Saturn and its yellow moon. You cannot. This happens over and over.
You can't make this shit up, and it happens over and over and over. And we watch it get bigger and bigger and bigger. And look, it's in our faces now. And I mean, how the hell can you argue?
It's not just a one-time thing that we're seeing here. I mean, we got picture after picture after video after video. Exactly.
And then every month we turn in the site monthly drawing, and it gets bigger and bigger. And that's how my drawings match and are drawn ahead of time, and how we know what we're talking about. And all the naysayers say, "Well, you all ever talk about these drawings?" Well, look at this. That's a Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. Base plate is down below, right in this capture.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even the faceplate thing is
The
right.
ion tail is spread out right in front of your face. It's completely different clouds than anything in the shot anywhere.
Yeah,
Those are the ion bleed off of Saturn's yellow moon. Around the planet is Saturn.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely cool. This is a cool one. Very
Mhm.
cool shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grab that shot right there. Just like when it gets back down to that base cloud, and then pause it right there.
Right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, and that's you're looking at the faceplate bleeding off around that big dark thing right there.
Yeah. This is
And
why another reason why
that's
people.
Saturn's yellow moon is that big right now. If this is current recent, if this is older,
Yeah, this was maybe a month, not even a month ago. This was just a
yeah,
few
okay,
weeks.
that big entire large thing covering up 3/4 of the page here is a Saturn's yellow moon now. It's that big.
Hmm.
I mean, it's huge compared to what I ever expect. It's like, oh my God, you got to be. And this is part. Somebody earlier today was asking me, well, what's going to happen next? And I'm going, man, we get to watch for this sucker to do something, because it's currently the close pass incoming compared to the necessity overhead passes and stuff, which are changing and getting different, and moon and Atu's moon and all of that. And so now we add to the mix. We add the close pass of Saturn's yellow moon. We don't know what that lunacy is going to cause. And we were talking about that earlier, how it's seemingly there's a lot of people that are just sort of kind of getting really grumpy out of the blue
Oh yeah.
for no reason.
Look at that illumination, guys. Look at that illumination. Also, I want to point out, look how, as it comes close, it comes into view. This is the reason why sometimes they could be out there, but we're not seeing them because they're just so far from us that you can't see them. As this came in, you could clearly see how it's blurry, and then it comes into view, and it gets brighter. And then as it comes into the path, look how dark it is. And then it comes into the light. The light starts shining on the bottom, and then it starts illuminating. This is a perfect example of what you should expect, guys. See how blurry and dark that is. Look at that. We see the dark shadows in the sky when they're a little distant.
You watch it roll in. It doesn't transition and change. It's stable, and it just rolls in.
Exactly. This was the same one as that video we played, but this isn't wide angle. But it's the exact same moment of that first bright blue, dark blue one we just saw. This is what I mean, Sam, is that it did turn a little green, and then it went down back to blue. But because it's the video that we saw first, it was kind of early on, or kind of halfway through this. This time up was maybe 15 minutes, maybe 15 minutes tops.
If this is that New Mexico, that's all Atu's moon for sure.
So when did you get this one?
This was 2019, I believe. 2018, 2019.
19, 20, 21 was a really, really lot of good time for Atu's close past moon. I saw it, and it looked like literally it could be a balloon just above the city. And
I felt like we saw it at night. It was in the middle of the night, and the sky would glow a strange kind of dirty peach color that you couldn't explain, and the birds would start singing, and you'd be sitting there thinking, why are the birds singing? It's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, it was always a tell that if you heard the birds, get up, because it's bound to look like it's a har, they call it here, a mist off the sea. But it wasn't a mist off the sea. It was just up there, and it looked like a mist, but it was the haze of that moon. It made a dirty peach color.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even look outside but for a few minutes out of their day. And
especially not even at night. Hey, they don't even know what illuminates at night.
I don't dare go out. It's night. Yeah.
Well, but then also too, I gotta point out is that.
Oh, she's off.
Okay. Most of what we're seeing is towards the sun, guys, and most people have been taught, well, and with good reason. Never stare at the sun. It's not good for your eyes. But a lot of what we see is in the direction of the sun. So a lot of people don't really, if they look up at the sky, they're not going to look in the direction of the sun because we've been taught not to. I've done it with the camera, of course, because it's not so rough on the eyes. But I've always, this stuff is happening between us and the sky, and they're coming from when we can see them, they're going to be on the side of the sun because that's when we can see them,
or past us when they're leaving.
Yes, exactly. So up until
I look forward to finding out what that's going to mean.
Yes, me too, and what it's going to look like and what's going to happen.
We could be right in front of the best show of the whole ball game. We really could. The final act or the last couple of chapters in the opera.
Mm-hmm.
And we've gone through intermission maybe, and we're getting ready for the final act, the culmination of it all.
Yeah.
The grand finale. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. I struggle with it all the time where people are saying, well, that's not science. It's not real science. You're making this up. It's your theory. It's this, it's that. It's got to be this. And we would not be where we're at doing what we're doing, talking about what we've accumulated with, pictures going back, a decade, etc. And, oh heck, we're all famous already anyway. We wouldn't be as well known and done so many interviews and all been here where we are and with all of our friends, our huge friends circle around the world, had we not done the work. So I really find it odd that some people who wish to impeach their future YouTube presence are going to be told, I told you so, but that's what's coming. So, because we didn't just make this shit up.
Well, Sam, the thing is that people want to make sense of this with the current science models, and you just can't do that. It doesn't. It's not going to work.
No, it doesn't.
If you want to make sense of this through the current science model, well then I'm sorry, then just don't waste your time because it's not going to make sense through Einstein's theory of relativity and gravity and the whole gravity
around the dinner plate we go.
Around the dinner plate thing. It's not going to make sense like that. And I see how people struggle with that, but we have to be able to think alternatively. It's one of the reasons why I always direct people to the Thunderbolts Project channel, because they have alternative,
electric universe,
the electric universe theory, and when you take that into account, things become much more, all the questions and things that they haven't been able to answer become answerable this way, and
it connects the dots, the connections.
Scientists are really late to this, but I do think that it's being more widely accepted. They're going to kick and scream before they fully accept it, but I think we're in the beginning stages of seeing that some of these theories will be proven and will further science, will move science forward, because we've been stuck for a long time with the same thing, stuck on with this whole dark energy crap and all this, that they keep making up just to make sense of things that they can't answer.
And yet they completely eliminate the building blocks of everything that we're made of. And with just gravitational, you would have us living off in this tiny little speck that sits in the same space year after year after year in our solar system and our galaxy, all just stable. And that's not
it's not logical to think that you sit still. Everything moves, everything changes.
Yes.
Everything.
And that's what confuses people. Like, people expect, like, I often get the question, well, if there was planets, where are they now? Like, I'll put a picture of something undeniable. They'll be like, I get the question, well, where is it now? Well, it's gone, dude. Like, things are moving. Nothing sits still in space. Things
Yeah.
are moving. You get
And we
that
spiral
question
behind
often.
our star. We don't go around it on a dinner plate. We spiral in a static collective electrical connection.
We follow behind our star.
We're playing catch up as
You know,
this star travels
we are,
through
we
virgin
are
space,
following behind it.
and it's currently headed
Spiral.
upwards through our galactic plane. And I believe we are in the middle of the strong wave properties of the galactic magnetosphere of our the galactic plane of our solar system, and we're heading to the top which is going to be the 6th stage according to the Mayan calendar, et cetera, et cetera. There's more homework. Yeah, this traveling through the galactic plane, I'm sure, also has an effect on us electrically as well, because we're in a larger than normal electric strong wave field of a magnetosphere. We're at the center where there's this, it's sort of like a hula hoop around the cell of the magnetosphere, and you have the strong wave properties on the north and south pole, etc. And then there's weak wave energies in between, etc. And that's why I use the Thunderbolts Project logo a lot, because that's the explanation of cross reference between a magnetosphere and then an Indian design drawing of man, and that sort of, and shaman. It symbolizes shamanism as well.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. But,
right, and that's that little man with the the polarities and the arms up, and that also cross references as well to Da Vinci and Vitruvian Man. And I don't think a lot of people get that. And then that also links with source, and it also links with the Da Vinci Code, and then on and on and on and on and on. I could keep going.
Yeah. So if you want to make sense of all this with traditional science, then I don't know what to tell you, but you have to rethink everything. And if you think it's that simple, then I don't know, but it's not going to work that way. I have to stop myself often from thinking that way, because it's been so ingrained into our minds that it's kind of like second nature just to kind of look at it that way. But
I always just say, go to YouTube, type in spiral helix orbit model. Spiral helix orbit model, and then you'll see many versions of what we're talking about. And then you could type in spiral helix orbit model Thunderbolts Project, and you're going to find a whole bunch more information.
Hi, Mike. Mike's my friend.
Happy holidays. Hi, Michael.
He used to live with us like a year and a half or so ago.
And you left alive?
Stayed with us. I know. I didn't hurt him or anything.
You escaped. No. Lucky you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am teasing.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, he's super nice.
Yeah, Adams family. So. Oh, not talking about you, Andrea Adams. Adams family.
I bet she's heard that joke before.
Yeah.
This last episode of the Signs of an Alien Sky, I was rewatching it again.
I have not seen the recent one.
I had watched it in the beginning of all this, but I haven't finished it. But you reposted the second chapter to it, or the second one.
Was it the electrical diode scarring pattern one?
Yes, with Mars. Oh my God, that is such a fascinating. You guys got to. That is like a must see. You guys have got to see that. It's just a different way of looking at the universe.
It gives you examples of repulsion and absorption models, and how they affect and repel, and that's why I don't think anybody takes. If you want to think about gravity, you can't look at it as just gravity. You have to remember that these bodies are electrical, and they have opposing different charges. They're electrical things that is like static balls of life. And when their one comes close to our one, they discharge and push away from each other, and they affect our outer atmosphere. This is where the base clouds and all these space clouds and all the links and joinings and stuff, all this electrical transfer of ions where we bleed off, and you see the light going straight up into the sky in a way that we've never seen in our lifetimes. Oh, that's a trick of the camera. No, that's an ion bleed off between a larger body and a smaller body.
and
That's
it's
also
a
part of what
very
the auroras, the auroras that are going on, and
yes.
the color spectrum.
But it's a very important part of all this is to go watch that and learn about the electric universe, or else you're not going to be able to wrap your mind around this.
Oh
One
yeah,
of the first
yeah.
things when I came to Montana Skywatchers was first understanding the Sky series, and then going
Symbols
over
of an
to
alien sky.
yes, but also the Thunderbolts Project channel in general. They have a series called 10 Reasons Why the Universe is Electric. That has 10 videos that are just absolutely fascinating that will really help you be able
And
to
if you, another
comprehend
source,
it'll help you comprehend what we do
there
here.
are quite a few Indian scientists from the country of India that are also very heavily into the electric
Yes,
universe.
yes. There's more than one scientist that there's a bunch of scientists that add stuff to that channel. So it's why you guys gotta head on over there and check it out because there's a lot of fascinating stuff that'll really help you understand what is happening and what we are showing
Oh, I was
in our
chuckling.
videos and stuff. So you can wrap your mind around what's happening,
I
guys.
was chuckling in the movie Angels and Demons, how they used the Hadron Collider to capture antimatter. And I don't think that's
Yeah,
possible.
some of these movies, yeah, that little
But
spark
anyway, the whole
joke.
movie goes on where they're trying to stop this antimatter, and then it turns into this whole thing with dealing with the church and the. It's worth watching because there is so huge of a rewriting of reality. Yeah, I'm glad you had those pillars. If you look above the pillars, there's a very large dark objects that those pillars are going to. Anyway, there's a rewriting of our history so that we don't know about these topics that we're talking about. So we've lost connection to the symbolism that's been left behind in carvings on stone and in multiple religions. There's a symbolism why, for instance, we can go all the way back to the Salem witch trials, why brilliant minded, free thinking people were executed by the millions throughout history, including indigenous tribes, especially who had shamanistic religious practices, were sought out and gotten rid of for a very, very large, deep, dark secret. And I have to sort of stop there and not go into too much detail right here. Don't want all of us to be flagged permanently from Facebook, after all. Um, there's a lot.
Talked about.
What's that?
Yeah, imagine we're going to get talked about already.
Well, there's religious doctrine and information. There's a fine line between science and religion. And the coming ages of man from 1400 all the way through the illuminated sciences, you could even call it Illuminati. I'm not even going to go in there. And you need to look what that up really means rather than what you think it means.
Yep.
There is so much information that if we had that information today and it hasn't been masked or rearranged or actually removed completely, we would all be so much different right now. And there'd be a lot more going on visibly. You, of course, could see the planets and you'd understand it better because we have been trained to look at small things and not understand the big things around us. And we've been trained through terminology how to follow the rules. We've been trained that we're supposed to get along, and then when we don't, then we're the ones that are wrong. And our science is not wrong. We've worked over 13 years at this. I've known about this since 1978. And there's so much more about this that everybody else knew about it, all the way going back to the Greeks and in the Bible and Egypt history and Viking lore. And I mean, we've discovered all of this information. It's all connecting. And when you find it and you find it and you find it and it all fits and it all fits and it all fits and then you can't discount this stuff. And then these people out there, I don't know if they're paid naysayers or what. Thank you if you are, because that adds to my ego. And if you're not, and you're just sort of an angry person out there with some sort of grief and hatred that you feel that you got to share with the world just because you have an opinion, I wish you wouldn't. We're kind of busy. We don't need it. And I keep trying to express to everybody that, God, you guys have got to pay attention. There's also so much going on as well with the UFO bullshit. And wow, how come this hasn't gone viral yet? And I could just frickin' scream.
Right.
I could
Well,
scream.
we're getting there. We're trying.
I mean, it is getting there. It's
Rebecca's
slowly getting
really
there.
trying. She's amazing.
Well,
But,
They've been
their
out of
leaves
hiding.
are
thank you.
turning
They've been
slow, but
parked
they
right
are
over our
turning.
heads every day since 2019.
Well, people must be
And-
blind if
and
they don't see the difference. It's
a
just
tiny percentage of
boggling.
people are seeing them. And we get reports, I mean, every day, not frankly as often recently, but the last couple of months, it was just nonstop. Now that it's turning winter, I'm sure weather has a great deal to do with what we're seeing. And, yeah.
Yeah, but the northern lights have been
Yeah, did you ever see
spectacular.
northern lights like that when you were a kid? No, they were a lot lighter, a lot less magnificent. Now, of course, this is probably from looking at the trees. This is probably in Alaska or somewhere in Canada, up north, definitely, because it does have mountains. But
Beautiful. Look at
I
it.
never saw the varied range of colors that we're seeing now today. And I want to point that out too. But you can discount it all you want. Go ahead. I'm this crazy guy, that crazy Nibiru guy. But we've done this for a long time. And yeah, and look how curved the Milky Way is. Now there's a weird shot. If you ask me,
Maybe
that's
it's-
odd.
let's-
I'm not even
That is weird. Look at it.
look at that. Look how bent the Milky Way is. That's
maybe
odd.
it's because it's like a panoramic. Doesn't it do
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Okay.
I noticed that I get that effect with like napicity when I'm doing a panoramic.
Yeah, depending on where this is taken, God only knows. This is part of why I don't want to go
Yeah.
to the South Pole. I can't even imagine sitting on the bottom of this planet. I think it would probably briefly mess with my mind. Yeah, now that's what we see up here in Montana most of the time, in Northern Lights.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, I
not seen
started seeing
anything.
them here now. It was really quite amazing.
And up in Alaska, they see it like this, but this reminds me very much like the bottom of Nepesity.
Cool.
And who's to say those are stars? They could be just little, pieces of some of the stuff we see flying up around us and above us, and ISS cameras. And I do miss those. I wish to heck I could even remember what the hell we called those things. Remember those asteroid close Earth computer graph models we used to watch all the time? I, for the life of me, can't even remember what the name of those were. To look them up again. And Lucinda used to ride that site all the time. Remember that, where you got to watch everything that was going on over the top of us and the asteroid and the debris field? And I can't even for the life of me remember
vaguely.
Oh, yeah.
And we watched a ton of that for a couple of years in a row, and it was just so unbelievable what was going on over our heads. And then there was these ultimately low periods where nothing happened. And then we went through a real cycle for a while there, where it was just absolutely intense, the shit that was flying over, including visible sightings of ships in those asteroids. And now I can't remember the damn site for the name, for the life of me. And that was, of course, on my other computer, where I lost the links. When you change computers, you lose your saved links.
Yeah.
And that's where I had all those links saved, was on my other computer. So shit, I lost them, and I have not gotten those back. So if anybody out there can come up there, it's like meteor graphics or something, close passing
Near Earth object thing.
No, the near Earth object pages, they list all the stuff that they're expecting from asteroids and the such, and I use that still regularly. I got that. I can remember that computer type up, but I cannot and it's just being one of those things where your brain's just missing part of a bite out of the cheese sandwich here. I can't for the life of me. Was it close past meteor graphic models or something like that. I wish I could remember. I haven't had a lot of time to do all the study I need to do. I get caught up in the weather and telling everybody what's coming in there, because a lot of people ask me, well, what's the weather going to be like here? And okay, let me look it up, And then dealing with all these major storms we've been having going on for how long now? Hello, Yuri.
Yeah, these are my videos. Some of my older ones.
Yeah,
Like
and there's the red
2017.
asteroid that for center in front of the going in front of the sun. See the red?
Wow. Yeah, now I do. Didn't realize that. I always thought that was
The red asteroid is
weird
currently
looking.
the larger asteroid in the center of our out view and making the close Earth pass cameos, whereas the lead asteroid is higher up off the plane and farther deep in front. And then, of course, behind that, of course, next to lead red asteroid, of course, is the little sister and several little ones behind her. And then, 15, 20 degrees behind that is the spiral asteroid, which is lower crossing plane and leaving a trail straight across the sky and usually very close to our horizon currently. But I haven't seen any change of that.
What
So,
is Ice Adams?
yeah, it's the red blob to the right there is the atom, and the atom's yellow moon.
You can see it in the lens flare.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
Or there's a definite, colorized object right there, and you can't argue. And that's earlier I was talking about this weird, unique new rainbow halo cutoff that's going on the side of the sun, and it does. And here again, we're looking at rosation flare, meaning something is cutting it off.
Something throwing the color red.
Yeah, that could that could be right there. It could be the crossing spiral asteroid right there, and cutting off the top of the sun. And it kind of looks like it. And if that cloud pattern is spiral as it looks, it's the spiral. It's the trail of the spiral asteroid, or the aforementioned spiral asteroid that we were just speaking of. And of course, I can't tell you to stop filming and zoom in on that piece because it was recorded earlier.
Back in time,
Yeah,
a time machine.
Yeah, zoom in on that spiral.
This was the weirdest night. I was taking a friend to run an errand, and the sky was just glowing, and it had a green tint, and at times it was
Yuri
flashing.
to the left.
Like you'll see it here in a minute. It's just
That's
like the
Yuri
whole
right
sky
there.
flashes.
See, that's Yuri and the salamander asteroid.
Yeah.
To the left right there, without a doubt. And then up there you've got the big three that where it's stalled.
Yeah. Wow.
See the big three, right, coming towards, and then you got the sun is down below and just dead center, slightly right. And then probably the bottom of Nepacity just above the sun. I can't say with this, but that would be where everything pretty much is.
Really weird. And there was like, I don't know if I got it on this video, but I zoom in where the sun is, like above the buildings downtown, and it was like all these swirls, like the streaks that were just swirls under the sun, under the clouds. going anyway.
Yeah, without.
And look at that green. It was glowing. There it is. Look at it. It was flashing like that. I didn't do that. But see that green?
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, your video. Sometimes when you're taking videos, it does flash like that, and you think, "Why is my camera doing that?"
Well,
but,
in some cases, it is the camera adjusting.
Yeah.
And in other cases, it's an atmospheric
see those
body
swirls
between you and the sun that's being cut off. Their atmosphere is rotating, spinning, and so you're seeing a flash because it changes depth of how it's shining through that edge cut atmosphere.
I don't know if you can see
And
those
we filmed
clouds
that.
underneath.
People filmed that and questioned it for quite a few years.
That was just, it stood out to me as very weird.
When was that?
Like 2018.
Well, the sun is at the horizon. You're not looking at the sun up in the middle of the page there. The sun is at the horizon.
Right. It was like 8 o'clock at night in the summertime.
Yeah, you're probably that illumination. Go back if you can.
Okay. Yep.
That is very likely a Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah. Let's go back a little bit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I see that kind of thing here, and I think that spread out like that is not the sun.
Watch when you get past this building and it dips to the horizon line on the bottom left of the camera. Watch where the sun is.
Right.
See, that's the sun right there. So above that, is Saturn's yellow moon face illuminating right in front of you.
Yeah, I just took a picture of that the other night when I was like, I couldn't believe it. I thought, no way, that's the sun. That's like, what?
So what do you think was causing that green color?
Probably a refraction of nepacity in the proximity because of the light angle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
nepacity would be on the left-hand side or above.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
And
It
then
was
if you look,
very
you're
one
either
of those
looking at
nights
right
where
next
you're
to
just
the
like,
sun, it
yeah,
appears to be red asteroid just
doesn't-
getting ready to cross the sun.
right. Andrea loves her crazy family. So I think that means us, which is good.
Yeah, we
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm glad we found each other. At least we got each other. My goodness.
No, I did too.
I got to get a rubber duck I can squeak or
Back.
something.
Yeah.
What's that, Mr. Ducky? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
We
out
could
my
talk to you.
tinfoil hat and all of that, and
Well, sure.
I'm sure we'll see
Sure.
a
My
whole
tinfoil, my
Many
tinfoil's in the wall to
styles.
stop the mouse getting in.
There you go.
Right.
Need more tinfoil.
Time for a live trap, Well, some nuts,
Right.
peanut butter, and some grain, and some oats, and put it on that little tray, and then they
Oh
go in there.
no, man! I'm not like that.
I didn't say
I've
trap
never.
them. I said live trap.
I know.
It's a little gate where when they go in to eat, they touch the plate, and then the door behind them closes.
I need to find something, Sam. I know. I just don't. I think. Oh,
I'm sure they sell them at your local hardware store or something.
yeah. I'll just have to be brave and go and get one tomorrow, I guess.
And the trick is when you
Oh,
do catch
later.
them, you don't let them right out your door. You take them for a nice long drive and give them to some other farmer.
Yeah, like across the train track, maybe.
Relocate. Yes.
Just relocation. Thank you. Have a nice day, Mr. Mouse. Goodbye. Or
Yeah, because we're the.
or tell your cats to get to work. One of the two.
This one did. Yeah. She grabbed it, and then we saw. Excuse me, slung him out.
You have to learn to look at the subtle differences. When this guy looks like that, that's oddly, you're seeing it, but what's wrong with the sky? What's wrong with the light? Well, why is it so weirdly light blue gray? What's going on?
Like gray, that
Right.
really kills me. That gray.
And then you turn around and it's bright blue. There's all these different
we just went
shades.
through what, like 3 or 4 months of really oddly lit skies, and I was driving around going, God, don't people notice this? Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
And
How come
those
you
little
don't know
weird
it's
clouds, that stuff.
Look at the ground.
No, look at the sun there. Come on.
Yeah, look at it.
Look at the
Somebody
ground.
said recently in that link that you sent me last night, Rebecca, that they haven't noticed anything weird with the sun. And I'm like, seriously, dude? Seriously, you have not noticed anything weird with the sun? Here's a perfect example. Like
there's a planet in the upper right and a planet in the lower left. You can see
It's
the
like a
face.
squashed lemon or something, like one of them shapes.
This is a light
This
pinch.
was at sunrise,
how can you think that's normal?
about 7:30
Ah,
in the morning.
jeez.
Yeah.
And look how dark the ground is, and it should be completely lit up.
Yeah.
Normal.
Yeah,
At
it's
that
not
angle, that sun should
edited or
be doing it
filtered.
normal. And people don't get it. I keep going, God, look how gray, dark everything is. You don't see that shadowing on everything? That shouldn't be, and there it is, And the illuminated brighter planets in the corner, the upper sky is bright.
Mhm. Yeah, you can see the curve of, I
It's
guess I
Saturn's
said
yellow moon and Nibiru on the
It's like
right hand
a few years
side.
ago.
Time after time after time. And then you look over to the left and there's nothing. It's because that's probably a Uri cut in right there. And then Saturn's yellow moon or whatever on see the round and the 2 ion tails in the upper right corner.
Yeah, yeah.
Blocking our view, cutting it dark in the morning.
Strange. Like there's no other reason why the sun would just do that, you know?
Yeah, you got a tipped axis. It's a pinch. And we've been pointing this out for since 2016. You know, and all the shadow pictures and all of us typing and sending posts and videos to our friends and time after time after time. And somehow we got to get this across to people that, excuse me, now watch it transcend. It will change. It's opening up because the planet is moving.
It's like, it messes with your mind a little
Back
bit.
to
You're
normal.
just,
Now you're seeing two separate refractions, one on the bottom of one face, one on the bottom of the other face.
Yeah. Can't blame it on clouds,
Now you're looking at
No
the
clouds
great,
there.
big, huge Nibiru standing above the sun.
Oh, cool.
That big blue thing right there. See the fingers? That is
I
Nibiru
do now.
above the sun.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It is that big at sunset, and this was a couple months ago, wasn't it?
No, this was like 2018.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if that was 2018, then that's not Nibiru. If
Okay.
if it's
So back.
2018, then it's the most likely necessity. I'm sorry, you caught me.
That's okay. No,
No, it's not. I'm not supposed to make
it's
mistakes.
okay. I mean, but
We're all human.
but what I couldn't help but
Yeah,
see was
this
that
would be
perfect
necessity
curve.
then if it's 2018.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And all we have to do is pull up a 2018 picture, and the site drawing would confirm that. But we don't need to get ourselves necessarily flagged. And it is
you
green.
can see the green. I was getting ready to say right there, you can really see the green.
And then we
I
know there's
wondered
three
if
little
Atu's
asteroids usually
moon
to the
was in
left
front
side.
of it. I wonder if, like, towards the top, it's Atu's moon. You're drawing with Atu's moon in front of necessity.
Right. Yeah.
I'm
That can
wondering.
sometimes, occasionally during that period of time, be that size.
Uh-huh. And that curve, I love it.
Yeah. As long as we know what year it is, it sure makes a huge difference on identifying
Uh-huh.
what we're looking at.
All of these are 2017, 2018.
Power line wires. Why would one describe them?
I was just thinking that very same thing. Yeah.
We ignore those. We just look past them. They
I
don't
wasn't
exist.
paying attention. I try to avoid looking at them.
Yeah, that and the other trails that we've learned over the last decade not to even notice. The flare of it's the secret code the FedEx man was talking to us. We should heed his
Flash a
warning.
sign.
Yes, he flashed the secret sign. I'm sorry. Go off into kook. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
Was that same day as you is this the same footage we've been watching all along?
No.
It
It's
kind of
not.
looks like it just got greener now.
Right. Yeah, different
Wow,
day.
look at that. That's so cool. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those striations are always a sign that something is happening.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. I have been reading it. I just hadn't been saying anything. Saw that right away, as a matter of fact. But anyway, yeah. Well, if you're here to scoff, we don't have time for that. And we don't have time for harassment either. If you're interested, in electricity, well, do by God go look up the electric universe.
It's been taken care of.
There's a lot of stuff.
I was trying to give people a chance before I just, react too
Well,
hastily.
and I don't want to argue and boot anybody
I
out
don't,
for
right.
being a
But at this,
naysayer or
The
being.
thing is, we're not like them. We give them a chance to try and come over to the light of just waking up a little bit.
I'm glad
I just don't know. I don't understand how somebody hangs out for going on 4 hours now on something that they don't agree with. Dude, just change the channel and just shut the hell up. Like I just don't.
I love you, man.
Yeah, I know. Just go for it, man.
Like nobody has you here. There's like a million channels on YouTube you could go watch. If you
Yeah,
want to
scroll on, bro.
you
Scroll
want to
on.
just talk, just. I don't see the point of hanging out for 4 hours. Because I've been seeing his
Oh,
comments.
look at this. Look at that
I
thing.
think a lot of
Oh my
times it
from
God.
does
the
boil
beginning
down
of
to
the show.
people want to test me and get under the first can of paint lid and all of that to shake this.
4 hours, but we're the crazy ones. I don't get that. I just don't get it.
Well, if you've made it this far, well, then congratulations, and welcome to our idiom.
If you're gonna hang out for 4 hours, at least try to learn something.
Oh yeah.
At least just open your mind to
get
new thoughts.
I get accused of blocking people. That's like the biggest complaint, people have towards me. So I've tried not to have to do
people
that.
knew actually how few people we do block.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
right.
I took a page from Jesus's book here recently, and I listened to what he had to say as far as advice, and I just decided last week, and I just purged a whole handful of people that were just becoming a very large pain in the butt, and they were breaking the rules. And it wasn't even them disagreeing with me; it was just them free for all posting mostly information off the internet that was completely off topic and not even remotely accurate.
What is this? Look at that.
Yeah, that's the side of Uri.
Oh boy. Yeah.
No way. You get things like that, and then they fly them scribblers over it so that you're thinking.
Or sure makes you wonder how damn close they really are.
I was watching this fall.
Oh, cool. Check them scribblers, man. They just draw over it. Sorry.
That could be a loose asteroid because the trail is fading. It's not a sea trail.
Uh-huh.
That could be a particle debris off the side of the incoming Uri asteroid group.
Sometimes you see them like that. Yeah, I mean the scribblers that I've seen for the last while.
Part of the cloud at the base of that could also be at too as well, with Uri behind it, depending on when this was captured. So there's room for error here, but
Thank you, Carolyn.
Something.
Love you, Carolyn. Oh.
That's so sweet. Right, we love you. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, there are machines in the sky. That little cloud on the lower right hand at the horizon. I think everybody discounted it, and right there. See that white one on the lower right.
Yeah.
That could quite easily be a machine, because we know there's bunches of them here right now.
A machine.
Too. Yeah, right there. Do you see on the right hand corner, bottom?
Go back again.
Just above the tree.
Go back. Yeah, there. See it. Yeah. Yeah.
Look
how all sorts of fun things.
That looks from any other cloud there.
You mean a long box cube?
No. Star Destroyer.
Oh.
Hello, buddy.
Yeah, but really far away.
Okay, let me go back a little bit more. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we could zoom in on that sucker.
Well, that kind of has a really weird trail to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not expanding; it's tight and ribbony, and then it fades quickly too. See where if you go look up the top, it's fading awful fast. And sea trails don't do that.
No.
They fade and whiten out. But anyway, I was pointing out that white one above this middle tree now. There's that white cloud that looks just like a little cigar or a joint, man. It looks like a joint. Anyway.
Yeah. Yuri was busy.
Oh
That point,
gosh.
that floating point right there with the little white blip right where the conning tower could be,
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera. And notice it is the only cloud like that in the whole shot.
Right. Wow.
And all
Cool.
these little things hop out to my brain, and I go, oh wow, and like the little round white thing below the sun, for instance, and a couple of other really interesting round circular black and blue dots all over the place.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding this question, but they're asking what would remain if all the clouds disappeared?
It depends on whose cloud you're talking about. Each planet has its own atmosphere and its own kinds of clouds. And so if our clouds disappeared, we'd have a big blue clear day and we could see for miles and miles. And when they first start to come in, and I think Jesus can attest to this, we'll start seeing fragmentation of a new little weird, odd, unusual cloud pattern start to form way off in the misty distance. And then they get closer and closer and bigger and bigger and bigger. And before you know it, you're going, what the hell is that?
Oh
And,
yeah. You could watch them out in the distance, and if you know what to look for, you could track them all day long, and before you know it, they're bam right in your face. I love doing that. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. I was enjoying your rendition and your version of it because it's
yeah. I see it sometimes when I'm working mornings. I'll see it early, and then it won't come into full view until hours later. But it's one of my favorite things to do is just see those little signs of it, and then just keep an eye on it.
You learn to look in the back at those really just barely there, but kind of weirdly funny clouds that are starting to form, and then they don't change. And even if you have less clouds than normal, your normal clouds, watch the direction that they go into. Now, every once in a while, if you stare at the clouds long enough, you'll all of a sudden start to see them move. The whole pattern, everything above you will start moving. And then if you see something behind that just does something completely different and moves in absolute opposite direction, including rotation, where the whole overall thing is moving that direction and it's rotating, then you're looking at the planets. And I recommend currently looking up as much as you can. Don't stare at the horizon all the time, but spend more time looking up and using the sun, and start with the dark areas. If you see a dark area in the sky outside and it looks really strangely weird, it's because there's something going on there. And pay attention to it and watch it. Watch how the clouds on the lower layers move. Watch how the clouds way in the back move. And you'll be enlightened. And remember, these things are huge. You're not looking for little tiny planets. You're looking for sky fillers. And I'm out of drink. My ice water is empty.
Uh-oh.
Is it pop
It might
time?
be time for a refill or a Coke.
No, I'm doing ice water. I've already had 2 Cokes.
Okay.
And, otherwise, I'm going to be chattering
Alan,
my teeth together, going.
Alan reminded me. Well, I mentioned the other night that you had cans of Coke, right?
Yeah.
And he said, "Did you tell him about how you were related to the guy who invented Coke?" And I'm like, "I did not tell you that." But yeah, my mom had to do genealogy for long story. But anyway, she did her, traced it back several hundred years. And she come across that it was my great, 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 great uncle, Mr. Pemberton, he invented Coca-Cola. He's the original inventor.
Coca-Cola is because it comes from the coca plant, because they use cocaine mixed into it as a stimulant. In the like 1890s. Notice the illumination. I'm going to go and get an ice water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that was just a cool little story.
That is pretty cool. Cool.
I'll have to get 2 pictures to show you, because my middle son Taylor, he looks just like this John Pemberton. He looks just like him. So it's pretty interesting. I'll show it to you guys.
Yeah, I know, but genealogy is an amazing topic as well, isn't it?
I tried the DNA one. My brother gave it to me for my birthday one year to see what was in my to see where my my ancestors and all
Yeah.
that. I mean,
Right.
most of them came from Mexico, but a lot of them were a little surprising.
Oh,
Europe.
yeah.
I mean, there was a little bit of African, I
Curious
think,
what mine would be.
and a few other ones that were very
Necessity
interesting.
based cloud.
Yeah, that was so fun that day.
So where did you
really
all
was.
come
It was
from, Jesus?
huh?
I
Oh.
can't. I would be lying if I because it's been a few years ago, but I know it was like 60% Mexican, and then there was European and even African in there. And there was a few other ones that were just a little like 1%, 2%, but that I don't remember. But those were the main ones.
Yes, the 1% ones that are very interesting, and you wonder how
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
them. It's like,
yes,
wow, where did that
yes.
come from?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look back and check it out because there was a few.
Yeah, I want to know. You better tell me.
Yeah,
I'm interested in that
I'll look
stuff.
back at things. I know I have it in my email somewhere, but this is a cool
Yeah,
video.
I got interested in that after I had the operation, and I wanted to know about blood groups and stuff. And it's really, really a big surprise to you what you really are, and you just don't stop going, wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Is this yours? Is this your video?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
it
got
is.
that one where it was
This
like
was-
a green storm.
Yeah, this was
wow.
later that same day.
Mm.
We saw that base cloud, and then
Wow.
about 6 hours later, this is what happened.
Well, you just know something's going to happen after you see it.
Right. Especially that close.
Just a matter of time.
Well, we were Saturday's show, I believe it was. We were talking about that weather pattern, that it was going to run from northern Arkansas all the way up to Kentucky. And while we were having that show, Tennessee got wiped out with all those tornadoes.
Right.
And they finally upgraded it to level 3 tornadoes on the Fujita scale finally, but they originally reported it as 1, and I went, no. Some of them, I mean, they had over 26 major tornadoes in that area. And right when we were talking about it, they were having that horrible time. So it's like, wow.
I was just going to tell Experimental that, yes, I mean, this is I don't know if it's a hardcore rain bomb,
No,
it wasn't like we were
call it a
getting
regular
flooded.
event with necessity passing from the green. You can tell by the green.
Uh-huh.
Right. Now, there is, of course, during tornadoes, there are green skies, but they're not this green everywhere. There's a patch area that has a light that's affiliated with the oncoming green storm, but not like this. And of course, we've reported that since 2018, necessity close passes. And this rainbow illumination is showing you probably the base of something. It could very likely be the salamander asteroid group coming in, because we know it rainbow illuminates. Or it could be a halo illumination, but we'd have to see a 360 sky pan to verify that.
Look at that stuff, though.
Well, I see 3 stripes, and 3 stripes usually mean Texas cube.
Oh, wow. Okay. I totally forgot about that. I always think lead object when I see little stripes.
Yeah. Well, remember the long box is on, this side.
Yeah, I know the location. Right.
Texas cube is on the left.
Yeah.
They've been there since 2019. I wonder if they're bored.
I know.
Well, they must be just hanging about up there.
Right. I can't imagine.
They get to go fly in their little ships along all that cool
right.
shit, man. Are you kidding?
Get to see the planets and stuff.
I wonder where they go for vacations.
Yeah, I wonder if they get vacations, if they get paid leave.
Let's go down to Brazil and hang out for the weekend.
Let's pretend we're a human. Oh, do we get danger pay?
Well, we promise not to eat too many of them. That's a bad joke.
Danger pay for the human.
Shit, Jimmy, I forgot my barbecue sauce. Okay.
Better just nip up to the ship, Daddy.
Okay, Gleep Glack, or whatever you want to, crazy, silly alien name for, having an alien person conversation. Almost kind of hurts the head. Ow. I will not make fun of them, I promise you. Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, they'll be
That
watching.
could, that could easily right there. See, we're seeing stripes. That could easily fall into the long box cube underneath is Saturn's yellow moon. See how they're two pattern,
Okay.
is Saturn's yellow moon, and then that dark area with stripes, long box cube. And we know
Awesome.
it's there time after time after time.
I like how it has like these little tails on it. It's got like these little streamers pulling behind
Yeah,
it.
I always thought it was Nepicity had the little streamers on its butt.
But you can tell whatever it is, it's moving and it's leaving a little, like it's pulling something with it.
Tendril trail. I
Very,
think
very
there's a lot of
cold in
them.
space. When the sun shines on it, then it leaves these little trail eddy clouds while they're moving and orbiting and rotating. Oh boy. And of course, the standard is Saturn's yellow moon to the right, with the Saturn behind it. And somewhere in the mix is probably the square in the dead center right there. Is hiding underneath all of that is probably the long box cube as well, which we see over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Considering it's been there since 2019, which is why I keep freaking out that everybody doesn't see this shit. And here we have ET visiting, and nobody's getting it. Just blows me away.
Are there times, like for instance, when the long box cube isn't there, or is it just pretty much standard always to the right of our sun?
We haven't seen any real evidence of it moving away. We've seen it up and down and closer to off the horizon, but it's always been in pretty much the same place.
Okay.
So that's orbit. It's just kind of locked there.
If the Saturn's closer on the horizon at the same time as well, that could be occurring. So no, they've been in the same place literally since 2019, and
That's their orbit.
It started in April because I was standing out outside my kid's dentist's office when I watched them start moving, and that's what caught my eye. I was like, "Holy shit, those guys are there!" And then I went home after the dentist office, and I watched them in the northwest sky by eye for a long time, and I just couldn't believe it. And then they started offloading the ships, and I went, "Oh boy!" And this was by eye, and I sat out in the yard for like 2 hours watching it. And once you see that shit, you just sit there and go, "Okay." And who do you tell?
I was
can
looking
you
at
imagine jumping on the phone trying to call Washington D.C. and say, "Well, this is what I'm seeing over the top of me."
Oh, right. No, not much you can do.
Yeah, and I did report it, and of course, generically crickets, because people do not want to know that there's an entire, probably 2 or 3 factions parked over the top of us right now.
All right. Makes me wonder if they're ever going
That's not
to
a
just
pleasant concept.
like. Did you ever see that movie? Now, this is a movie I did see, called District 9.
Oh boy,
that was kind of a tripped out movie. I remember.
I know. I mean, if
don't
that
know it
were
off
to
the
come
top of my head.
true,
No.
Do you
should-
okay? That movie reminds me of what Sam says, that maybe next time we might be sharing the planet with others.
yes.
Look at what happens
Yes.
in that movie. Look at how they are treated. Look at how, yes, they are different. They are, but look how that's a perfect example of human behavior, and how we're so not ready for something like that, because
Yeah, it's about where these huge spacecrafts just, park themselves out in the open, just right there, and aliens start living on Earth, but they have them into like camp, like they're put into a camp,
well,
and
District 9.
yeah, District 9. And anyway, one of the humans got, I don't know, would you say, infected or contaminated with this alien blood. I'm trying to remember, it's been years, but he starts turning alien himself. Like his arm started to turn into alien, and he ended up turning completely into an alien. But
You.
I know.
Oh, thank
I
you.
know.
Darling, what movie was that?
Their
You.
ship gets stuck there, okay, because they have it's
Yes.
like down
They
or
couldn't
something.
get home.
So yeah, he turns into he starts turning, and by the end of the movie, he saves one of the aliens and helps them get away, and the alien is
Yeah.
supposed to return and bring him back the cure to turn him back to human, but they never made a second part to that, which I would have
Yeah.
totally liked to watch because it kind of left at a good ending at the end of the movie. But it always makes
It was a pretty good
me.
movie. Yeah.
It also makes me realize how we react to any and anybody that's different. And I think we've
Look
gotten
at
better. Society has gotten better, but I think that's a perfect example of
Yeah, we're
what's
not
this
ready.
video? Sorry.
we're not very friendly
all
with
right.
different.
Yeah, we are not a welcoming person because we have these drastic suspicions. But then look how we treat each other.
Yeah, we barely
I
tolerate
know.
each other.
Not
Would
very
you
good.
imagine? Would you imagine somebody from off world?
Yeah, and then to gather them up and put them in a camp is even worse. I mean, it's
So
bad
what
enough.
movie was that you were
Look what
watching?
we're doing with
It
the
was called.
refugee crisis going
It's
on
this,
around the world. This is
Julian.
how we're reacting
It's
to it.
called District 9.
I can't see.
Oh
District
yeah,
everything.
that's the one they shot in South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah.
They get stuck in
right.
Johannesburg. Actually, it's in Johannesburg where they get stuck. And
I clean forgot that movie. I did watch it, but I've
it's a little
clean
old.
forgotten it.
It's a little old, but it's a very well done movie, especially for as old as it is.
Yeah, but it was quite an economically made one. I remember them talking about it when they made it, and they thought it was really good the way they made it and such a minimal budget, but that it did really well because of the
Oh
way they
yeah,
filmed it.
yeah.
There's a
Minimalistic.
lot of Australian movies that are like that too. They're pretty well filmed, but they're really small budget in a little little truck stop area where they film some of these movies.
Yeah,
Small town.
There was
very.
a video you were playing back there. It looked like that was one big train.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't
At
even
4
know
in the
District
morning.
9 was low budget. I really thought when I saw it, I thought it was high budget until I saw that they said it was very low budget, but very experimental ways of filming. So yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah, they're really good. They know how to do things simply with a minimal amount because I don't know if they were probably one of the sort of marginalized groups that decided to do the movie. Oh wow, look at that.
Oh my God. I know.
Oh, distraction. You sneaked that one right in.
See, we zoned in right in on that, huh?
Oh,
Eye candy. Woo.
That's how it is when I'm outside. When I see something, I'm like, no, okay, wait.
yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
No matter what's going on in the background, I just completely forget and I just zone in.
I'm gonna go back one more time. It was too good.
and look at that one. Like there's another one where you got like the drop down tail thing and the stripy ones. And look at the bubble cloud there, like the round things.
Yeah. There's something round right there.
And then the great
The
big
only-
blue round thing right there behind it.
Dark one, the only one that's dark.
Look at the blue on the right there with the laser
Right.
beam thing going through it. That's like the
pinch,
chill
yeah.
star blue thing.
Uh-huh.
It's a pinch off flare. That's why it's flaring like that because it's being pinched off on the right.
Yeah, it's just going mad. It's gorgeous. Man.
Why it looks gray, and this is of course the different color as the sun is setting, and that illuminates something above us. And it's probably the bottom of Atu's moon. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Depending on when
Look
this.
at it. It's so big. It's so big.
That's so cool.
This one really stood out because of the colors of blue. You know, dark blue and light blue. It's just like
Weird. Look at it. Look at it. It's like it's got a tail drop down into the paleness.
Yeah.
I always thought that was Nepicity that had the tail like that. I don't know.
It has fingers. It does have little fingers. I don't know if I don't know.
It's just weird.
I don't know. It's you can't call it really because there's a lot of clouds that are causing cloud effect. So it's it's a hard call, but there's it's certainly dark blue in the upper area.
That's a nice comment from Carol Ann.
Yeah.
About just breathe and relax and treat each other respectfully. I mean, that would just be such a better world if we could just get along and not.
Well, we're seeing some really scary, hard right turn behavior or whatever. Right
Yes.
or left turn is. I'm not trying to skin hairs here yet. There's a light
It's
pinch.
true.
We
Wow,
see
look at that. I had to
behaviors
have that
turning.
screenshot.
Where
Love
all of a
it.
sudden
Mhm.
people's
Yeah.
behavior is going bad and very uncomfortable, and they're just getting angry, and
That's
we
like what
should
I was
stop
telling you,
turning on each
Sam,
other.
before the show. Like my neighbor upstairs, he's older. He's 72, but he's still, pretty feisty. But he just lately started lashing out towards me for no reason. Like out of nowhere, he'd text me some terrible things. And when we haven't talked in days, I just things like that doesn't make any sense. But his behavior is changing. So I see it with people.
Was it pertaining to any of this stuff?
No, not
No?
at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Just calling me names or something. It's like, what are you doing? I just took you to a food pantry. I just took you to the bank and to the grocery store. And, I do and do
Really?
for him. Yeah, I fix food. I leave it for him all the time. So why he would, want to do
No, I was
that?
just thinking of what Katie's saying. Katie Joe. Maybe he's
Alzheimer. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I do think there's some mental health issues. I'll say that.
Because they
Definitely.
get pretty mean when they're like that. They get
Stay
really
off my lawn.
yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean,
Some
really,
people don't know they got lawns after a while.
because usually he's done this one other time, kind of, and of course, he's come back in tears, apologizing.
Hit pause.
Okay, get it.
There's that one again that looks like the wee
I
man.
know.
I love that thing.
I was like, we'll throw that one in there again.
That dude with his wee cell phone.
I'll call it the selfie
I
pit.
mean, we're
That's
just
funny that's what you see.
He's taking his
I,
own
I, I
selfie.
find that hilarious. That's what you see.
I know. We can't help it.
Take a look at the very large square just behind that telephone pole.
Yeah, we can see it. We just see the
Area.
off things.
Dark
Yeah.
dark
Right.
area. Cutting in a big straight line going vertically toward the center of the telephone pole from the sun down. Straight line. Texas cube.
That's right. I agree. Experimental. They were like,
Yeah,
I was
watching.
with that.
You can
And
see
they
the
were
side
filming me
face of
back.
Matthew's moon and those micro clouds up at the top there, directly above the pole.
Okay, sure enough, right.
And that's the side face of Atu's moon.
That's pretty much just like your drawing with, Itu's been with the craft. I should make
that one drawing that I
with that.
used, for years now.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And the location of the Texas cube with the asteroids in front of it, but yet they're slightly, behind and forward of, and there it is cutting into the sun, with Atu's moon face showing above it, plain as day, time after time after time. And that's a massive, huge square cube, intergalactic cube that we've been watching for years come in from deep space and actually get here and pop out. And the reason it's called the Texas cube is because it was first sighted over Texas in our very close atmosphere since being in deep space. And we've watched it for
Okay,
years
Andrea,
now.
Carol Ann, that's good to know. I mean, as he is experiencing health issues like with breathing issues, so yeah, I just try to get along. I'm not going to argue back with them. So
I had one of those in my car the other day. I picked up somebody paid for their ride, so I picked them up and I hit a bump and the guy started freaking out on me.
uh-oh.
He was not used to being in a car. He was an old veteran and he was getting really mean. I had to hurry up and drive where his stop was because things were getting pretty nasty.
What, you didn't install that ejector seat yet?
No.
Yeah, we balloon on the top of it.
Maybe I should. But I didn't argue with him. I just got to the stop and then just let him out because he was starting to freak out.
Yeah. Well,
I
all of us
just don't
in our
integrate
lives have
them.
dealt with an irate customer or two, but I mean,
He was
we're
just
dealing
very
with far more
uncomfortable.
Karens than we ever used to.
He was just very uncomfortable in a car. I don't think he's really ridden in a car too much. He was very uncomfortable since the moment he got in there. But there was just some lady from a grocery store who was trying to get him away from there, and she paid for his ride. And I'm like, well, thank you
Probably stressing her out.
for handing
No, he's
over your
yours
problem
now.
to me, lady.
Yeah,
So,
you take him. It's your turn.
yeah,
You
yeah,
go.
I'll pay for you to take him for you to. He's your problem now. But over the years, I've gotten good with dealing with people because it's part of my job. So, yeah, I deal with drunk people and mentally mentally limited people, and I deal with different people all the time. So, I've grown to be my patience has grown exponentially, not only because of that, but also doing this. I mean, we deal with a lot of trolls, especially lately, but. Yeah, yeah. Bad vibes is something I deal with on a daily basis. So you have to just
Yeah,
kind of brush it off sometimes.
I always enjoy sitting there thinking of witty retorts prior to use.
Yeah,
You have a book there, a little manual. Oh, I like this one.
but sometimes
Good.
that whole "don't fear the trolls" is very. There's something to that statement because sometimes that's what they want, and sometimes they kind of feed off of that. And I've noticed that the more you respond to them, the more you get them going. So
Right, right.
so sometimes I take that advice and I just don't even respond
Yeah.
because it's,
I'm always interested in unknowing non-communication in work sometimes, where you
yeah,
just go,
yeah.
oh, okay,
And sometimes that's what they're
okay.
looking for. They're just looking to get out or get a rise out of you. And
I like the
I
sound of
wonder
their
about
own voice, man.
yeah, so sometimes I just don't deal with it. Most times I don't deal with it. Lately my patience has been tested a little bit more than usual. But I still I managed to keep it together.
Yeah, being a preschool teacher, you kind of have the trolls number.
Oh,
If you just ignore them, they
I
get
can
fed
imagine.
up. They either kick you out or
Yeah, I can
That's
imagine.
really the best. It really is.
it's for your own good, man, because they just suck you dry.
Yeah,
They
well, that's
just
the
want
thing. Yes,
attention.
that's the thing is that if you end up getting angry, they win.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what
Oh wow, look
yeah,
at that.
I avoid
Yeah.
doing that. And also because I firmly believe in what we do. Also, like I was telling you last night, Rebecca, I really believe in what we're doing. It's not just
Right. Right.
I firmly believe in what we're doing. So and
I
I
know.
believe in what
You
we're
and me both wouldn't be here if we didn't.
I
yeah,
We
cannot
wouldn't be
believe
doing
people do
this.
not notice this
and
when
I've
it's
seen
not.
it, and I've seen it enough
Yes.
to know that it's real. So it doesn't really matter what anybody says. It's
Right, exactly. It boils down
Yeah,
to
you know what you
enough
see.
evidence.
You know what you see, and you have peace with it because you know
yeah,
what you
yeah,
see.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That goes back to the two moons thing. Even I know I've been seeing two objects in the moon, the white moon, and then for years now, whatever that yellow thing behind it is. It's just unbelievable. And I've been talking about it for so long, and yet we've gotten a couple of dozen captures of it, and we have to tell people at sea level you get a different view than you do when you're higher up. You really do. It's night and day in some cases, and the higher up you are, the more you see.
So
Look at that
earlier,
thing.
J Red said hello. So hello, J Red, and they're
Hello,
asking
J-Man.
about telescopes.
Well,
Towards
you can see far better using your eyes. Um, by the time you
they're
figure
waiting
out what
to
you're
get.
staring at, you're probably through a telescope. It's probably going to be more confusing than revealing. Um, and that, of course, also has to do with side view. If you got a good side illumination, and there's times you can see land masses and oceans and this and that. But they're so huge and so sky filling that a telescope isn't a really thing that works for you. You're better off getting a good camera, taking your own films, looking for the dark areas in the sky first, and then seeing what your camera can show you. And always remember to pan
Right.
slowly. The slower you pan, the more you're going to see. Or even a time lapse where you just keep it on one spot.
Maybe they don't realize. I mean, because like for instance, in this video, the planet Nipicity is just, it fills the whole sky. That's what we're looking at. Like it's the
Right.
whole sky. So
Yeah.
you can see that a telescope is not necessary. We can just look at it
And
and
yeah, you have to
see.
learn the difference between the horizon line sky color and everything from this straight, semi-rounded up.
Right,
Everything
from the
else in the rest
blue
of the
on
picture is the
up.
bottom of a
Yeah.
planet.
However, again, my next challenge I propose to myself, whenever I'm financially able to get me a quality telescope that I could connect to my phone, is to image something. Probably not a planet. That'd be a little more
Well, a lot of these things are
trickier.
preset.
But I
They
would
have
like
computerized
to
telescopes.
image an asteroid. That's really what I want to do. So I
Yeah,
can
they have
shut
computerized telescopes now and all sorts of stuff where you
I
can hook
can
into
shut
programs.
everybody up. That's really, it's really in my mind that I gotta do this, but it's gonna take some time because they are expensive. They are
Yeah.
expensive.
And then
And,
then you have to make sure you don't have little kids running around them, because that's what happened to mine. Mine got knocked over and broken.
I had a very limited one, but it was before my ex mother-in-law gave me one for Christmas. Um, but it was very limited, and I really wasn't. It was before I started seeing all this stuff, so
Oh, and they're coming out with really new cool stuff all the time too. I recommend you look into those. I see commercials for it all the time. They make these new military grade monocles, just this one eye zoom thing, and I think they've got an application so it's can attach to a cell phone on top of it. So I would look into that, because there's a whole bunch of new tech coming out.
And also, I think most people look through a telescope at night.
Cube corner.
I was just looking at that. I was like, look at the sun, like the top and the bottom. There's like
Yeah,
things
cube
in
corner
front
with
of
a
it.
red asteroid cutting into the bottom of the sun.
Huh.
Pattern.
Wow. Cool. All
Same,
right.
over and over.
Yeah, look at that.
Our Texas cube corner cutting into the top of the sun, and the red asteroid cutting into the bottom of the sun.
Man,
And
look
the
at
reason that I
that.
see that is because I start at the dark first.
Yeah, right. Just seeing like, the sharp corners and the perfect circles. Those are things you cannot deny and overlook.
Yeah, the red asteroid is not a perfect circle. It sort of looks
Well,
like
no,
a lump
but
of
when
clay
we
that
do
was
see
dropped.
one, right? Yeah.
And once you learn, and then if you look over to the right, there's a big rounded blue thing farther over to the right. And then that orangey edge there on the sun is probably Uri cutting in. Because remember, if you've seen an orangey side to one side of the sun or another, you're probably looking at the side of a planet.
Okay.
And it kind of looks like the stripes of Uri to me.
Right.
And these are the patterns that happen over and over and over again. And we've watched them for so long that we've learned.
I mean, it looks like there's a planet just directly above.
Oh, yeah, of course. Remember, Nipicity was above, and Neptune's moon has been above. And this is why some of the pinches are different. And then sometimes we have the hourglass shape, and sometimes we have the shaft at the angle, and sometimes we have the multi-four-way shaft, and then all these light pinches that are going on nonstop throughout the day as they move. Which is what's so weird, how damn close they are to each other and to us. It just doesn't, in my brain, and it's got to be out view, and these things have got to be massive, because it just does not make sense. And yet here it is over and over again. And there, we're looking at ion tail off of Saturn's yellow moon, of course, because look at that. There it is. And Saturn's yellow moon is behind the ion tail.
Oh, wow.
What was strange is it did this 2 days in a row, just like this, just 2 days in a row. I don't know. I remember very well. that
You know,
happening.
those are
Yeah.
bleed off cloud patterns. Ion bleed off of bigger things in space. And if you look, once it hits horizon, there's not really any clouds really in the sky.
No.
Those are
Right.
space clouds. That is happening in space. And that's the dual split ion tail of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon. And I think that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a long time.
That is
right there.
Cool. Yeah. Is that one of yours, Rebecca?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That is cool.
Yeah.
That is hella cool.
Thanks. I like it too.
You tell me any other way that shit is being made when we've been talking about it for, well, I don't know how many years now that this is happening. And there it is, and there it is, and there it is, and there it is, and there it is.
And I don't understand how people don't notice this, because you will see that V thing and it's just right by the sun, or I mean, sometimes, most times by the sun, but there's always that almost like a trail that it leaves behind, and you can literally see it. I don't understand how that doesn't get anybody's attention.
In deep space, when a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon are even farther away from us, we know that it's that ion split bleed off tail that goes around from a Saturn's yellow moon that goes around a Saturn. We've seen it for years now, you know, including 218 above the sun, and we saw the same pattern of behavior in 2016 when it was on the left side, and we saw this, you know, I mean, when it was way smaller too. So, and here it is, and here it is, and you know, we drew it coming back as of 2019, and it was off on the way deep off on the right hand side, off to the horizon. Then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and I just chuckled as I drew it every month again, drawing in that, you know, ion tail. That's probably lead asteroid leading around Atu and Atu's moon above us.
I gotta go back
360 up behind us.
Yeah, look at the two darknesses on either side. Wow.
Yeah, and of course we're in between all these planets, and yeah, and that's right there. You see lead asteroid going around Atu and Atu's moon.
Man.
And because we know Atu and Atu's moon is past Earth now.
God, look at
Yeah, well, never mind. I'm going to not say for sure, but I think this was the next day. Like I said, it happened 2 days in a row. Very, you know, similar thing. Mm-hmm.
And we watched the same pattern over and over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, and why would you see the same thing twice? Like
2 days in a row. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We made it up. We made it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pretended there was a pattern there.
Yeah, right. And you go back how many years now? Yeah, I absolutely love this video. This is just
cutting right into the sun. That's awesome.
Is that yours, Rebecca?
All of these are
in the front there
all
with
of
the tiny
them
little
are.
3 stripes and the square faceplate.
It looks like a face. Look at it. It looks like a face.
I see fingers. I see a little hand.
Yeah.
No, man, the little face, man. It's got a little tree
It's
guy.
God on a surfboard. No, it's a genie coming out of the lamp.
It's a kitty cat.
Just look at it, man. It's like a big face.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
it's because I'm sleep deprived.
That's it. The sun's coming up.
Yes. No, well, God, how long until the sun comes up? No.
I know, not long, minutes.
But see that right there, that faceplate is exactly the same shape of the video that we played on mine earlier. Only mine's a little bit more distant.
Yeah,
it's exactly that same shape. Exactly.
It is. And I was going to tell Carol Ann that I got your moon picture. So yes, we'll show that in a minute. This is almost finished. And Jay Red is asking. Sorry, I can't see it now. About the eclipse in April 2024.
Gee, where are we getting all these eclipses from that they told us we weren't going to have any up for a very long time?
They said we wouldn't see another one for 70 years. And now we're having one, not even
every 6 months, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, this, of course, you know, it's always a really interesting point of view when they occur, and then I have got to do a whole bunch of homework and kind of sort of find out where everybody really is in the real planets, and then you got to figure out whether or not NASA is lying to you as to what object is about to cross the sun, like they did with the transit of Mercury several times. And you know, Mercury's a tiny dot; it's not a big thing that blocks out the whole damn sun. But anyway, So yeah, it's always a really fun time when we get a new eclipse coming, because then I got to do some homework for about a week to know what the hell I'm talking about, whether or not it's actually occurring. And even as it progresses and sometimes passes, I'm still not sure exactly what we're seeing, which can give me another couple of days worth of research. But to sometimes a good conclusion or bad, or none at all. Yeah, no, I didn't even realize we had another one coming in April. I thought it was, longer than that. It's like we're
Yeah.
having one every time I turn around now. And of course, and where, depending on where, because not all eclipses, and it could be
Eclipses are real popular
Or-
right now.
Right. Well, I know it makes a cut all the way across the United States. I'm not sure which planets or which
I haven't
states.
seen the information on it yet, which is
Yeah.
surprising because usually everybody sends me all that stuff.
Oh, see if I find it real quick.
Yeah, that's a damn good capture of Satum's
Cool.
yellow moon and the ion
Absolutely.
tail, and everything to the right is Saturn, and behind that is Nibiru, etc., off on the lower horizon. Yeah, that's awesome, and you can't argue with that ion tail, and it's the split tail, and it's the split tail, and
It's just there, and it's just there, and it's just
yeah,
there.
yeah, we keep seeing it, keep airing, and like,
And
there
it's
it
and
is
it's
again, there it is.
and there it is. You could compare it to Sam's drawings if you wanna. If you really want to get technical, I mean, you could compare it to Sam's drawings, and there it is.
And
That's
which
the
is
one that really gets me is how accurate Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn are. I mean, if you
Yeah,
really,
hairy hat guy. It's got that thing that goes up like that. It's all those
yeah,
ion fields.
yeah, and
Just
it's
phenomenal. And when you see it, you're like, "Oh my god, I need my camera. Need
yeah,
to take a picture."
yeah, and
And you need to
when
be
the
not
Saturn's
with
yellow moon,
anybody because they think you're some kind of nutcase because you're standing there going clickety click, clickety clickety click.
well, like 2022, when the Saturn's yellow moon started getting really big, I was just like so unbelievably excited. I was just going, "Oh my god, look at that shit!" And there it is. Oh my god, and try to share my level of enthusiasm towards other people who are going, "I don't know what you're talking about, man." Like, you can't see that, and I mean, it is cool, especially if you got a great up here in Montana. If I'm watching it by eye, and then you can see there's Nibiru, there's the Saturn's yellow moon, there's the ion tail, there's the Saturn behind it, just in front of Nibiru, and it's just like
jeez.
plain as day. You can't see that, and I keep waiting for everybody else to catch up.
Is this the day after, Rebecca?
This, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so.
because it's similar.
It's still
just
kind of
much-
crazy.
It just gets much closer.
I mean, it could be. I was kind of just scrolling through my Google Photos,
Well,
Yeah,
let's see.
frankly, I saw the whole transition happen too fast. I wanted to savor it longer, and then it's changing and changing and changing.
on the videos. Yeah.
No, in the actual event,
Okay.
over the last shit 6 months, a year even. I just wanted it to slow down and so we could experience it more. But I mean, the Saturn's yellow moon got so big so fast, and I remember talking to Petty about it. It's like, wow, that got here quick, and it did. It went from smaller, lemon size to all of a sudden basketball size, and I just went, Jesus, and it was just amazing, the transition in a very short time, which shows you where that the whole transition of orbit and everything, and them rising above us at a different axis angle compared to where we used to be. It's just mind-boggling to try to keep all of that in your head at the same time, and yet still be able to see sort of a transition ahead of time so you can draw it. But it's been panning out very well. I can't wait. Today is the 12th. 3 more days till the monthly sight drawing.
Not far.
Hey, to Kate, could you highlight Katie Joe's
Hmm?
two picture comment she has of that last comment from Katie Joe?
Okay. Let's
I
see.
just want to say if you're out recording and you're in doubts if something's a flare, just thumb the sky. Use a thumb. Thumb the sun. Sorry, not the sky. The sun. If it disappears, it's a flare. If it remains there, then you got something. For anybody who's kind of new to this, it's a really easy, simple fix. If you don't know if something's a flare, If it's just a lens flare or something that doesn't belong, just thumb the sun, thumb the light source, and it'll disappear. If it's a lens flare, it'll disappear. If it remains, you got something. And sometimes it's helpful to do that, just to kind of see what else is there. So thumb the sky. I use my index finger, but you can use your thumb. Some people use their thumb, but just cover the sun or whatever light source is there, and it's very helpful sometimes to be able to see what's around there, too. So just wanted to say that too.
Right, try and chop the light source off in your picture as well.
Yeah, because the lens flares come from the light source. So if you just block the sun with your finger and then still take the picture, and
I always try and use a building or a tree or something just to help it.
I do that as well. I do that too. I do that a lot. I'll use signs. I'll use electric posts. I'll use a lot of things.
Somebody's house, and you can just sort of.
Yeah. But sometimes the sun in the frame is actually. Sometimes I like the sun in the frame because it works better at lighting up whatever's next to it. But yeah, for lens flares, that's an easy fix. It's
the best capture is to have a right side shot, the left side shot.
Yeah, but that's an easy fix.
A little bit of sun on the one side and a little bit of sun on the other, and that way you can judge it. And we do when we do the comparisons that way. When we've got it like that, then we can automatically go, okay, the sun is, the objects that are in the main photo that we're looking at, the sun is on the right, so everything on the left. That means it has to be Attu's moon, Uri, object cluster group, salamander asteroid group, etc. Because we know where mostly everything is generically within a few months, and then there's of course transition and change. But generically, the things stay pretty much where they are and don't move that fast, other than size increase and angle change and sightings and close passes and stuff like that. But generically, everything stays on the side, and this is why we do a monthly sight drawing instead of like a weekly, which would be insane. I'd be drawing the same thing over and over again. Trying to slowly educate people who are not average Facebook members and who have not been exposed to a lot of the base information, and we're still trying to teach everybody how to see this, and yet not be able to hand them pictures from me, etc., and coach them through slowly.
I'll need to go to bed soon, people. Or
Well, you can do that anytime you're ready.
I think the sun's coming up behind you there, Jillian.
And that's my Christmas tree. Or my salt lamp or something.
I think we lost Rebecca.
Oh dear.
I was thinking the same. But
blinked off. Oops. I think sometimes the devices do it for us when they run out of battery.
Yeah, that's why
2 of mine are just about to die, so I'll love and leave you and go to bed.
Okay.
It's been awesome. I loved it.
Glad you were here. Thank you for visiting.
Thank you. Night, guys. Oh, there's Rebecca. I'm just going to go home. Nighty bye.
Good night. Good morning. See you later.
Good morning. Good morrow, as they say, I suppose.
Bye.
Hey, good morrow.
Hasta la mañana.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hasta mañana.
Love you.
Night,
Bye.
night. Bye.
So it won't be till 2044, Andrea, but that's what they said this last eclipse. I'm wondering, I'm pretty sure we'll see one before 2044, before 2044,
or 2 or 3, or 2024 is not that far away.
We've been getting one almost every freaking year, man, for a while now.
And we were told, a year or two ago.
They used to be a very uncommon. They used to be very uncommon occurrence. Now they're happening, multiple times. It's crazy.
April 8th, 2024 is when it's going to be, and it won't be close to me, really. Well, moderately close, but not able to see. Huh.
It definitely won't be on my side of the.
No. I might get a decent view of it. It's not too far away. A couple of hour drive, 3 or 4.
Yeah, you probably won't get totality, but you might get something of a view.
Maybe, right.
I don't know. I totally missed his last one. So I didn't even see it, honestly. So my dad was here visiting, and he got really upset because I didn't tell him it was happening. But
Oh, okay. Glad
I
you got
just
that.
totally forgot about it, honestly. Oh
That's an
wow,
interesting path.
that is that's from
This is
from
Carol Ann. Sorry, I was
wow,
looking at this comment from Jay Red.
that's awesome. Wow,
Yeah,
that was a great picture.
this is a picture Carol Ann sent me,
Wow,
and
I love that.
isn't that something? She
Yeah,
has a really
I
good
love the
camera.
signature as well. Cosmic Mama 805.
I do too.
I
I
love
do
that.
too. It's cute.
Great
He
picture.
says he'll be filming and sharing. I guess where he's located. I don't know where he's located, but I guess he'll get a good view of it. Sounds like he's preparing at least.
Hopefully,
I want to see. I want to see what you catch.
It was a disaster. Traffic was a disaster over here. I will say that. It was a disaster when the eclipse happened. You couldn't even.
Oh, really? Very
Yeah, they
chaotic.
warned us it was going to be that way, but I took that day off, so I didn't drive that day because it
You
was
didn't want to be a part of it.
a total shit show out there, man. It was bad.
Probably for the best,
Yeah,
right?
once again, in Montana, we don't get that good of a view of it, but
Yeah, Michelle says that she'll be right in the middle of it, so she will see the totality. Neat, cool.
yeah, we'll have to look up the details of what kind of a eclipse it is.
Didn't you remember a couple of months ago, if that long, but there was some sort of eclipse that created all these little crescent shapes, reflections on the ground. And did you see that,
Well,
Jesus?
this is the second time that I see people have that effect on in shade and in buildings and have that
Yeah,
bunch
that
of
was
Get an
crescent.
example.
Yeah, that was crazy. I
that's
just
part of that light pinch illumination shadowing stuff that we've been talking about. When there's objects of sizable measure or even smaller sometimes, then we're seeing these weird, freaky on-the-ground illuminations because it's refractive. It's refractive behavior.
Sorry.
And I saved a handful of those tree on the ground shots.
Yeah, they were
It was
interesting.
pretty freaky weird. It really
Yeah,
was.
That was very interesting.
That's why I saved them, because it was completely not normal.
Yeah.
Not anything we've seen in a decade, and this is what we do. We collect, anomaly pictures. And then we had enough opportunity over the years to actually correlate the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And so, those people out there who want to make peanut gallery comments, well,
Mm.
Mm. There was a few pictures also that Jesus sent me that I did get added. So let me pull those up real quick. I wanted to make sure we got those covered. I think there's 5 or 6. This one is stunning.
I forgot I had this. This is a very one of the beginning ones, but that shadow line is absolutely obvious.
Is that Yuri? What is this?
Yeah, it's got to
the
be.
Stripes. I knew it.
Past Earth being illuminated from the far side.
Yeah, that shadow line really stood out.
Was this new? Is this newer?
No, this is old. This is old. This is very old. This was probably the ride of the sun when Yuri was probably, well,
I'm going to say probably 218.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because this was in New Mexico.
First time because if you look, the light is coming from the left-hand side.
Yeah,
which
so I was
it's got to be early morning sunrise or sunset, where then that wouldn't work either. Okay,
I don't remember, and this doesn't have the
Yuri is past Earth in the light.
That's awesome. That is an awesome picture. I forgot I had that one, and I came across it just now while we were talking. I was looking through my phone, and I came across it. I was like, I'm gonna send her that. That's a pretty cool picture.
Yeah, that is an awesome. And you can't argue with that definition of line right there. That does
I
not
was going to
exist
say
in
that
space
too.
unless it's the
I
side of a
mean, there's a
planet.
perfect curved, shadowed,
Yeah. Yeah.
area. There's no other reason why that would happen.
And we've got those pictures of Uri being illuminated at dawn,
Yeah.
and Atu's moon being illuminated at dawn in the western sky when the sun comes up in the east. And you're just like, yeah. That's why, if it wasn't new, then because we know that Uri's going past Earth again, but it didn't make sense as far as what western sky, or because this would have to be the southwestern sky, and that didn't make sense. Because Uri is now in the northeastern sky. So I knew this had to be an old pic.
Yeah. And I
2018.
didn't expect you to say Yuri, but then I remember this is an old pic, and I remember that Yuri was on this side at one point. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I love this comment. That's how it all begins.
I
That's
know.
how it all begins.
And what's funny is that we do remember how it was those different occasions, and that also helps us cross-reference because we remember, how this looked and what it was doing at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say I can relate to that a lot. People looking at me and wondering, like, what is this lady out there doing? Because sometimes I'm out like filming or I go live and I'm talking, and I have no idea what people think. They do slow down and watch what I'm doing.
And there again, if you tell them that, if you tell them what you're looking at, they're going to think you're batshit crazy.
Yeah. No, I've had people stop their car, park their car, and get out and come talk to me multiple times. But thankfully, they've mostly been open. They weren't
I
just.
Can't wait till they all of a sudden realize that this is the coolest damn thing that ever was, not batshit crazy. It is so. It's usually across the spectrum in reality that this is awesome, and people, you can't even tell anybody because they look at you like, what?
Right. I was looking at Michelle, her comment here, and I told her I was going to let her know I'm going to do that. I'm like looking it up just so I don't forget. But I'm not sure what she's wanting me to see. But I can look it up. Back in 27, I do kind of remember that. Kind of. I've never seen one like totality. I've never actually witnessed that.
Oh, it's kind of cool as long as, if it's the solar eclipse, then you need your filters. And if it's a lunar eclipse, it's also pretty cool.
I know it happened when I was a kid in the 70s. And because I remember, it getting very dark, like nighttime. But we were too little. The big kids got to go outside and look at it.
Oh, I got to watch the one in like 1978, 79, I think it was.
That's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we made our own glasses and took off from school and all of that, and got in trouble for it, and ended up in detention. But they weren't going to take that eclipse. I can even remember where we drove. We drove up to the side of Blue Mountain, made our own glasses, 35 millimeter film that you just overexpose and pull out of the film canister and then cut into glasses, and that's what we made it out of. Got to watch it, and I've never forgotten it to this day.
Right. I would like to see it one day.
Look, I made this collage right here because I often get people talk about my wide angle view and how they get dismissed. But this picture right here, the top one is a wide angle lens, and the bottom is not. But it's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same. It was a different location, but it was right around the same time. So it's not. Wide angle does not cause something that's not round to look more round. It just makes it look a little further so you get a bigger view of it. That's really all it does. And if you were to use a wide angle lens, you would know that. I hate when people comment on something that they know nothing of. But yeah, this collage is the same day, maybe a few minutes apart, but it's two different cameras. One is a wide angle lens and the other one is not. So to all the naysayers, to all the people who dismiss my wide angle lens, there it is. There's the proof. It's all the same. It's all the same thing. Only it's a little bigger in the bottom one because it's not a wide angle, obviously, but it's the same thing. The dark sides don't lie, guys.
People that time that perhaps the equal time to actually stuff.
Okay, I'm not hearing. I'm not
I
hearing.
know what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that, Sam.
Yeah, I
It's
know
cutting
that was
out.
impossible. What? I'm
Your audio is cutting
cutting out, huh?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You sound like a
Hear
robot.
me now?
Barely.
Okay. Weird.
I mean, yeah, I know. It just now started.
Maybe it was in my feed. I will go.
Yeah, no.
Check the teenagers and see what be turning their.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's
very
strange,
choppy.
isn't it? Yeah, just
It's a
out of
little
nowhere.
choppy, but
I was just going to say there's this one video, Jesus, that you have where you may have more than one, but there was a certain one that you were pointing up at the sky, following the outline like this. It looked just
well,
like
they
that.
online.
that's
that was
that's
good.
that's
Okay, well,
a still shot of that video, actually.
Oh, it's the same. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
maybe it was
Yeah,
because it was just so
But what I
defined.
was saying is that I don't know if you heard me when you stepped away, but the top one, I made this collage of these two pictures because the top one is the wide angle and the bottom is not. So I want to just to prove a point that wide angle,
Oh, I
regular
see.
lens, it all shows the same. But if you notice, the wide angle captures the whole thing, while this one there's still some of it missing in the frame. But it just a wide angle just kind of sets things a little further. Kind of does like a reverse binocular
I like that.
look. So it's really good for catching planets. But for those naysayers who dismissed my wide angle videos, this is a difference. It's not much of a difference, guys. It's just it just fits more into the frame. That's all. But yeah.
Is that the little thing that you clip on your cell phone?
Yeah, no. Okay,
yeah,
that's
you
No.
just skipped as well.
well. Yeah. I mean that does it too. But it's my little handheld camera that I use when I drive. It's like a little. It's like a little GoPro. But it has a wide angle effect, and it does. It's just again, and if you look at the building too, there's straight lines. It doesn't make a straight line into a circle. So.
Right.
And if you look at the light pole too, you can see how it just puts distance between the camera and whatever you're viewing. That's my whole point in this and taking these two pictures together, because I often get that.
Yeah, it's not that different.
It's not. It's not that the curve is still there no matter what. Go ahead, Sam. Something.
Connection
Your connection is.
Getting connection. Warning.
I think your kids are playing online, aren't they? Yeah.
Wow.
I think
maybe if he exits and comes back in.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but he's definitely
He backed out.
I think maybe his kids got online and are hogging all the bandwidth.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Good night, Carol.
Yeah. We are happy. Yeah, I was reading everything you said. Always in love. Till next time.
Yeah.
Of course. Till tomorrow, right?
Love you, Carol. We'll see you next time.
Right. Love you, girl. Good night.
Have a good night.
Cool. She's so nice. I mean, she really is. I told her I wish I was her neighbor. I could come over and hang out.
No, she would be a great neighbor.
She'd be like, go home. But that'd be fun.
And Sam just isn't.
Yeah, that's so weird. Just out of the blue, wasn't it? Yeah, well, I can hear you barely.
Sound like a robot still.
Very choppy
I'm pulling,
and robot.
pulling
Yeah, it's like
growth, mostly black screen.
No.
I thought surely it would, clear up in a couple of minutes, but
No. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Experimental, elemental, kids on Xbox. That's probably exactly what it is.
wow.
Here's that comparison to that picture we saw of Sam earlier. The picture that Sam sent you.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah,
there's
let's
those
get that.
rings. Almost
Let's
in
get
a
that
Z,
one.
almost in a Z pattern. You have the middle one with the slight little angle, but it's the same basically the same stripe.
Right.
You know,
I
if you
need
look
to
at
get those two and make them side by side.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
that is such a cool pic. You know, but you can't make this shit up, guys. Like it's the rings, the stripes are there exactly, basically the same thing. You know.
All right. Oh, he left again, didn't he? Okay. Well, he'll be back. Here he comes. All right. Where is it? Let's see.
Yeah, maybe a collage of those two pictures would be interesting.
I know. I was going to grab him real fast. I was like, well, it won't take me but a second because I already got him right here. I'd like to see them side by side, wouldn't you? Yeah, it looks like he's trying to connect. Just spinning.
Yeah,
Let's go back to that a second. Yeah, but those stripes are undeniable. And when you look at it, that you can, start to make the curve out, how round it
the
actually
curve is absolutely undeniable. They're on both sides. You could see that curve.
Yes.
And also the stripes actually agree with that curve as well. The stripes actually you can see how they line up to that curve line as well.
Right.
Sam's really having technical difficulties, isn't he? But yeah, this one was a very just the thought of this happening is just crazy to me every time.
It is. I mean, do you ever just get to where you're just like you have to remind yourself that it really is real? It's
yes,
it's just like, wait a minute, what am I actually filming out here? I'm filming a planet.
Yes.
That
I
doesn't
have
make
to do
sense
that
to
often.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remind myself often that this is really happening, and I go back.
And then I wonder what's going to happen. Where is it going to lead?
Yeah.
How's it going to play out?
Yes.
How bad can it be? Will it be? It's all that stuff.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
All right. I think I got it. I'm going to save it. It doesn't like that. All right. We'll go back to the next one. How can I share these clips?
I have been looking for this picture for weeks and I finally found it.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
How long ago was it?
This was in February. This one does have the information. I was looking in my older stuff, that's why I couldn't find it, but this was from February. Not February.
Okay.
No, can't be February. It has to be because nothing was happening in February. This was this year. It was probably at the beginning of it was probably at the beginning of the cycle, but it was this year. It's from 2023. But look at that shadow, guys. That's and the curve line at the bottom, the shadow also agrees with the curve line, and it's only in half half the shot. You could see the sun, you can see the light is coming from the left, and that's absolutely awesome. I find that picture
Right. Yeah, I love it too.
And you could just see it bulging out. You can see that there's roundness there, not just on the curve line, but you can see the middle of it a little bit more popped out. Such a cool picture. I'm guessing this is a Saturn and its moon. It has to be because it's in the right location for it. Plus, you kind of see the flame like those little micro flame like clouds there. Maybe we can get Sam back on.
Sorry, Sam. I didn't see you. That we're back. Sorry. If you can hear me. And then Jay Red is asking how to share pics with
Can
me.
you hear?
You on Facebook? You can send them to me on Messenger, or you could email me pictures. So which is better for you?
Sam, can you hear us? No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
You hear? Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
Say stuff. It sounds better
I didn't
so
know if you
far.
could hear me or.
Yeah. It seems better.
It was scrolling and went back. Nobody else was.
Uh-oh.
No.
Darn.
No, Sam.
I want it to be better.
Probably in one month here. Yeah, is it the kid? A while ago.
Yeah. Let's see. Dennis fell asleep. He's going to watch the replay. And yeah, Michelle is talking about how Sam is breaking up real bad.
I'm messaging him on Messenger now. See if he gets it.
Yeah, J Red. Just like I said, just let me know where you send them. If you need my email address, I'll give that to you, or you can find me on Messenger. Just tell me, let me know. So I'll be on the lookout. And you're welcome.
Yeah, there's no reason, guys, why we should have, a half circle of shadow in the sky unless something was there. And this is a planet a little bit more distant and not as obvious if you didn't know what you were looking for. But this is a planet a little bit more distant. Sometimes we only see their dark shadows. Sometimes they come in closer where you can see a little bit more detail of the surface. But sometimes they're just, and that's why people always ask us, well, where are they now? It's just they move. Sometimes they come in really close, and sometimes not so much. Sometimes they come in just close enough for you to see their dark shadows, their dark sides, and other times they're so close that you would mistaken the sky for them. But yeah, this is an absolutely cool picture. I love this shot.
Give me just 1 second. I almost have that comparison done. I'm just putting it in my little folder. And then we can look at it. Because that's what we like to do, right? Look at clouds and stuff.
We do comparisons. Yeah, that's our thing.
Right. Okay. Let me see if it's there quick.
Yeah, my feed is terrible, right?
I wonder how we sound to you, Sam. I'm curious if we're cutting out.
Your camera, you guys, and then pros, and then I just out again.
I'm having trouble on my end a little with something too. Let's try this again.
I went wide.
Hold up. Sorry, guys. We're getting there, though. It's like my cursor is not working right for some strange reason. It's not wanting to line up. I don't know what's happening. Honestly, it's not acting right.
So I wonder if it's not just.
I'm having really
Huh.
jumping in and not working or scrolling.
Is that what you're saying, Sam? Because I can't scroll.
Maybe it's planet internet.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna close it out and be right back in about 20 seconds, maybe.
Okay.
So
Well, hopefully we
You
get
guys,
this.
I don't know if you hear me well enough. I think the camera would stall.
Oh well. Now you sound a little better.
Oh,
Could you hear me? Could you hear me, Sam?
none of it. Well, yeah, I can hear you. One at all.
Yeah, I just can't hear you. You're breaking up really bad.
I can hear me.
But you did sound a little better now that Rebecca got off. Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
well,
you should
I
try.
can.
Maybe you should try getting off too and then coming back now that Rebecca comes back.
Pulled in and out. I just did
So
that
far-
like twice. So, I should just end it and
It's a little better.
my internet's bad. And I don't know what's on here.
right. Yeah, it's never happened before, has it?
You know, you're not moved. You keep jumping and you're and I'm probably clicking in and out when between those jumps.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
even your profile picture is kind of a little grainy.
Sketchy. Yeah, something with your internet just took a dive. So here, I was going to say, here's that comparison picture real
Even
quick.
when I had to, I left
There we go. That is a
site. I left the thing here, and then I went to Facebook, got the notice again.
You sound fine for a few seconds.
See
and
that,
then
Sam?
there we go.
Of course, he can't tell me. But
Yeah, but look at the stripes, guys. It's
Yeah.
It's I mean
that's
that
pretty
is
awesome.
that is a very very similar, very identical, very even the shape of it, everything is on point there. I again, we just can't make this up, you know. This is this one. I don't know how old that. Okay, the one on the top is Sam said was 2012, maybe
2019 is
2019.
what it said.
Mine was the bottom one was probably 2020. You know.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. 2013. You're closer.
2013. Okay, yeah. The one on the bottom, mine is 2020. I believe 20. Yeah, probably
Okay.
2020, 2021. So.
Yeah, I'm not used to seeing Yuri so small. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
when I
no,
see Yuri,
me-
it's like blow
yeah.
you away, huge.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither. But
Yeah, but it can be. So, all right. Yeah, I think you had a couple more pictures on yours. Let me go back and check. And then, well, I know Sam is probably bummed out a little because he likes to be part of the show with us.
yeah, he's missing some good ones.
He
but,
wants
you know,
to.
Well, I
see
mean,
Yuri.
we made it 5 hours, so you know.
I mean, and that's honestly, this is one of the quicker shows. I like earlier, I looked down and it was at 3 hours, and I
Yeah.
would have never thought 3 hours had went by. So
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
this is really tonight's show has gone by the fastest to me.
Yeah, it has. It has.
Uh-huh.
This was the one right before that video that we played earlier.
I figured, yes.
This was the time lapse. This is a still shot of that time lapse. But I mean, you can see the size difference. This is huge, but it's nothing compared to
No, I
the
know.
video. The video
Right.
was just absolute. I was panning from I was panning from south to north. Okay, because we're facing west. So yeah, I was panning from west, south to north, and everything you could see in the sky was planet. And this one you could see the darkness around it. So it's big, but it's nowhere near the size of the other one. It's what leads me to believe this was at his moon. And then we'll see what happened is this passed, and then the skies kind of got quiet, and then a little bit after, they just exploded again, and then that's when I took that time lapse of it coming in, and you can see how it gets dark, really dark, and then you could see Atu in the mix. But yes, this was a very cool sight. This is Atu's moon as close as I've ever seen it, and shortly after this happened, there was earthquakes reported, there was volcanic activity, and a lot of happenings worldwide. So for those who say, they would be affecting us, they absolutely are. There was a lot of happenings reported just hours after this happened. So if you're paying attention, you can make those observations and see those correlations of these close passings, and then you'll see the world in upheaval just not long after. You'll see within the hour, within the 2 hours, you'll see the reports of the aftermath. But they are affecting us, absolutely.
Right. I'm just messaging people on TikTok. They're asking if Nibiru is here, and I'm like, it's here. It's been here. Along with an entire other solar system. So it's more than just Nibiru. That's something I know a lot of people don't know. They think Nibiru is just, that's it, one planet. They don't understand that it's another solar system.
This is Atu's moon as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And here's, I want to point this out. This is the reason why our skies look white in the afternoon. This is reflecting the sunlight. Look at the bottom of this and compare that. That's exactly what we're seeing in the sky after sunset. We have this white skies, which we've never had white skies, guys. What we're seeing is the sky reflecting light. And this is a perfect example. You have the sun on the right, and it's shining right on the bottom right, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, more or less, more intensely. But yeah, this is what happens in the afternoon. When you see that white sky, you're seeing an enormous planet reflecting sunlight, reflecting the bottom, typically the bottom of it,
Right, because they, especially Atu's moon and the Piscity, they both have this really white illumination. It's just like, I don't know, iridescent white. It's, but
yes.
I saw a lot of today when I was going back through all my videos. I saw a lot similar to that white illumination.
Yeah.
So
yeah, somebody pointed out to me a long time ago, why do the skies look white? And I'm like, it kind of hit me. It's one of those things that I kind of figured out early on, but it took a while for me to really understand what was happening. And once you start learning the skies, you'll start seeing why things happen and how things happen, and you'll just really get it, because there's a lot of weird shit happening in our sky that we just don't get. But this is one of them. This is why our skies look white sometimes, which I don't understand how people don't notice that.
Right. And I was just going to tell Jay Red, thanks for the nice comment.
Yes, that was a really nice comment.
Enjoys our cast. Yeah, so I'm happy you're here with us. So we're here every Tuesday night at 7 Central and every Saturday afternoon at 2 Central. So you can always, look forward to those days and hang out with us. Because we're fun to be with, right?
Yeah.
We're pretty fun. Oh boy, look at that.
Oh, geez.
Dang.
That's a good one too.
It is awesome, man.
That was a good sighting as well. Very interesting sighting.
where was
temperature.
the
We
sun
had
from there?
temperature
I mean, I'm,
drops. Got very cold when this thing dropped in. But
uh-huh.
also look at the difference in the sky on the bottom, guys. Okay, so you have more illuminated sky. Okay, so the bottom, just those two bottom corners on the left and the right, you see how it's blue on one side and then yellow on
Yes,
the other
I
side.
do.
That's a perfect example, guys, right there. That's our actual sky. But there's more sunlight on the right because the sun is on the right side. So you don't have a whole lot of light because there's something blocking the light right there in the middle. That everything you see there, except for those two little corners on the bottom, is planet, and it's blocking the sunlight from reaching even the left part of the sky, the sunlight on the sun, the sky on the left. That's crazy. That really
Yeah.
stands out to me a lot of times in pictures, how even our skies get a dingy, get a little darker when something is blocked, something this big is blocking it. It's
Oh
incredible.
yeah. I'm gonna next week I'll have it ready, but there's some videos. I look through all the time lapse videos, right? Um, there's been some here lately that are like that. Like the entire day, it doesn't look any lighter than it would at 7 o'clock at night.
Really, I'd love
Well,
to see
not
them.
pitch dark, but yeah, it's very noticeable that the coloring is off and the lighting is way darker, way. So
Yeah, yeah,
let's
that is
see. That
the
was it.
morning,
Oh
guys,
yeah,
from London. Again, shadow again in the sky, guys. Shadow
yeah,
again in the sky. Um, I'm
dark blue.
guessing is Saturn behind, and the yellow moon, maybe. I know it's Saturn and moon somehow, but that I think they're stacked one behind the other. Because you could kind of see something a little blur out the sky behind this dark circle in the front. So, and
Right,
that what do you call it? The eye on tail thing right there is it's you can't deny it. It's right there. It's
right. I figured that's probably based on the location, right of our sun. That band, it, you can almost always count on it being there. Some sort of streak or stripe,
yeah.
going from the right of our sun. So along with the darker blue shadow behind it.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
streak thing is what got my
like Saturn.
attention, and how it was just kind of shadowing the sky. So I took a
Uh-huh.
picture, and this is what
Neat.
I ended up with. Very, very cool day as well.
Right.
You know, can't make that
How
up.
long ago was that?
This one was probably a year or two ago. This is not
Yeah,
that old. This was here in Salt Lake, so it's not that old. So
right. Well, I was
has
gonna say
Sam?
hi to huh.
No, go ahead. Good.
I just wanted to say hi to Jerry real quick,
Hi,
from
Jerry.
London, Canada. It's an inside joke, haha. So, but
Nice to have you
he has
here.
yeah, right. He's on granddad duties today, so he can only hang out for a little bit. Well, I'm glad you were able to catch us because I know it's early morning there now. Probably about 6:30. Yeah, I'd say 6:30. So anyway, good morning,
And nice to have
and
you here.
yeah, you'll have to go back and watch the show. We went over a bunch of older pictures that Sam sent me, and
Yeah, you missed some pretty good
we
ones. We have some
we
pretty good
reviewed
show
some
today.
old stuff, the oldies but the goodies, and then I showed a bunch of my older videos. So
There was some
it's
pretty
been a
cool
good
stuff
show.
today. Definitely worth checking out, guys. So rewind. You can't cut the end of the show here, but
We'll
we
do this
it
last
was a good it
one.
was a good show today.
I like this one a lot because it
This is a
kind of
cool.
helps put
This
things
is a
in
cool one, isn't
perspective.
it? I love this
Uh
one.
huh.
This is a great example of how things could be, how
How it really
space is,
is.
how space is dark. It's not just dark; it's pitch black up there, and you could see the light pinch. You could even see how the light, it's flaring. Pretty much right where the curve lines are. You know, So, this is not a normal picture of the sky on the bottom. Something's cutting it off, but you just can't see it, because it's in complete darkness and probably a little bit distant. But this is a
Yeah.
good example, guys. Like, they can be right there, and if they're not in the light, you will not see them. You could just barely make out a little bit of light there on the bottom, but yeah, this is a great example of why people refuse to accept this information. They don't understand how the light works, and if you don't understand how the light works, you're not gonna see it or even believe it. But you have to understand the light, guys. The light and how dark space really is. Study the light. That is my biggest recommendation. Anybody, just to study the light. That is a
Right. I
cool.
was just going to say, for example,
That is a very cool shot right there. That's another one,
Uh-huh.
the perfect example. You could see how it's shining on something on the left and shining something on the right. It's not, and the flaring right in the middle. But that's a crazy picture.
Good night, Michelle. She's got to go to bed, which I totally understand. We should too. So,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
know,
I have
you know,
early morning too, so we'll wrap it
you're
up
right.
in just a few, and because I think we lost Sam for good tonight.
I do too.
He's not even answering my messages. I don't know.
Well, he's probably playing Star Wars or something. That's
Yeah,
his
I think he's
go-to
winding down
after.
himself. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know if
And
you have anything else to add, Rebecca. But
not really, without getting started into something big, or you know what
yeah,
I'm saying, unless you want to like go on for
yeah,
a couple
yeah.
hours or
But
something.
I think we had a very good show today. We went
I
through a
do
lot of old
too.
stuff that was really cool.
Uh-huh.
I came across a lot of stuff that I've been looking for some time that I could not find, and I finally found just by accident. Today. So that was
Me
fun.
too.
I think
I
it
want
was.
to go back. I really have lots of
You
videos.
had some cool ones today. That is
Yeah,
Saturn's yellow
thanks.
moon, and that was a very cool one.
Uh-huh.
And that green, the green one, the one that got me and Jillian
That was
zoned
weird.
in right away. That was a cool one too. But
See, back in 2018, I made a video from that footage. So I'll share that next week. You can see it
no,
with the music
no,
and stuff. It's
well,
one of my
there you
earlier creations. I
go.
was
Nice,
still
nice.
new at all that. But
Yeah. Well, there
yeah,
you go, guys.
yeah,
Next show, I'll start digging into some more of my older stuff as
let's do
well.
that.
And
Because we
but
have endless amounts of
yeah,
things to talk about.
we're just scratching the surface. We have a lot of stuff. So yeah, no
And like
shortage of
Sam does
crazy
too.
sightings, guys. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna wind
And I was
down
going to
now.
tell Katie Joe, she mentioned earlier about having, I don't know if it was pictures or videos or both, but
Oh yeah,
also I need to set up some sort of mailbox just for pictures that people want to be added to the show. I could totally do that if they want to, email pictures through the week, to that particular mailbox, and then I'll set them up to be, in the next show.
yeah, that'd
So
be.
I'll get that prepared and I'll
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. If anybody has anything interesting, maybe we could do that too next week. Anybody wants to send in
Uh-huh.
some stuff,
And even if people want to, hop on here for a little bit, and be on, we can arrange that. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
for everybody. They
It's
want
a
to,
community, guys, and anybody's welcome to participate in any way. And
yeah.
yeah, that'd be awesome.
So open offer, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But
We have an open door
anyway,
policy here, but
that's right, right. So I guess we'll go ahead and wrap it up here.
yeah,
So, okay. Well, thank you everybody for being with us tonight. And
yes,
thank you to Sam. I'm sure he's probably still listening. So I always appreciate all his help with all of
yeah,
this.
yeah.
And until Saturday, we'll be back Saturday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Central. And maybe can set up an email and upload to. Okay. Yes, I can. I will set up an email. We're gonna do that for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
actually a good idea.
Okay.
That's actually
So,
a good
all
idea.
right, guys. Well,
All
good
right,
night.
guys. Thank you for being here. And
Uh-huh.
we'll see you next week.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Bye
Bye,
bye.
Rebecca.
Thank you. Bye bye.